I'll be your host and moderator for the day. For those of you who are new today, we're all here for the first ever Newconomics from Human Protocol, an event dedicated to Web3 futures, how we can work together, and what blockchain can mean for different communities around the world. We have 1,600 attendees at the event across the 2 days, and we're delighted to welcome everyone, whether they are Web3 experts, new to the field, and looking for information, or somewhere in between. Yesterday, we were joined by the likes of Lauren Ingram, Jason Fox, and Sebastian Bourget. Today, you'll be hearing from Erica Wick-Sneed, Cynthia Huang, and Jakob Seeger. And later this evening, do stick around for our closing party upstairs with tunes provided by Radio 1 DJ Sarah Story. To kick off, we have David Chapman, who's going to talk about his social good NFT initiative, Teddy DAO. David?
Hello again. So for those of you who didn't see us yesterday, we have the Teddy DAO booth over in the corner, and that's a 100% NFT project for charity. And we've got a bit of a challenge going on with the hanging bar, where basically we had 40 people do it yesterday, just hang from the bar. The highest time was actually 1 minute, 50 seconds, which was pretty elite. And for the top 3 times, we're gonna be donating $1 for every second to your charity of choice. And we're also giving out these hats, which have been flying off the shelves for anyone who can break the top 3. There's only like 4 left, so come over and try and win one quickly. And then just a bit more about Teddy DAO and what we're trying to do for those who weren't here yesterday. We created this initiative as a way to try and onboard more traditional donors into Web3 without having to speculate on a cryptocurrency or mint an NFT. So we have a 24-hour auction every day where one of these teddies is generated. And at the point of bidding, you're prompted to pick a charity of your choice through Just Giving's network. We're going to be expanding to the full 400,000 charities that they support next year. So it's a huge range for people to come and choose from. So we're really just trying to do something positive in the Web3 space. We don't take a fee. It's purely for social good. So we'd love to work with anyone or collaborate in any way you can think of. We're happy to explore opportunities. We're just trying to get the brand out there and do some good. So yeah, please come see us, talk to us, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks, David. 1 minute 50 is really impressive, so I think I'm gonna try my hand at it today. So now for some mixed reality, we're going to have Ipshita Kumar beam in to present a keynote on the path of Web3 in music. Ipshita is the VP of Brand Innovation at Web3 creative agency Hype, where she's working to streamline the adoption of Web3 and the metaverse by making the technology more accessible to brands and consumers. Okay, Ipshita, take it away. Woo!
Good morning, everyone, and happy second day at Newconomics. Thank you so much for joining me today as we explore what the intersection of music and Web3 holds, a journey where the past 3 years have woven the melodies of technology and creativity into a symphony of endless possibilities. I'm Ipshita Kumar, Vice President of Brand Innovation at Hype, leading marketing agency in Web3. And as I sat down to write my keynote 2 weeks ago, I really wasn't sure which direction to pick because, let's be honest, it's music and there's loads to unpack. There were absolutely so many directions the speech could go, but then I thought, what really matters right now? So just to find that answer, I decided to lock myself up in my workroom, blast out some of my favorite Daft Punk tunes, and inspiration started to flow. That's when I knew music indeed is the strongest form of magic, and I wanted to focus on how emerging technology is shaping the work and life of our magicians, the artists. We've seen a significant wealth and fame gap, an imbalance that echoes through the lives of artists striving for recognition. Yet, here on the horizon, emerging blockchain projects are crafting more than just solutions. They're sculpting a future where creators ascend into the middle class. It's a movement, a promise of profound transformation, a narrative turned into unique needs of those who breathe life into music. In a world where artists are working for the algorithm, doing dance monkey, instead of the community, we see a seismic shift where platforms are finally prioritizing artists over listeners. The mere understanding of the power of owned community through blockchain allows artists to challenge that very own concept and in fact operate with no platform at all. Just last month, my team and I at Hype published a report on the state of the music industry, diving deep into the ecosystem. And our interview with Pools just blew me away, and it stood out for me for a number of reasons, especially on how they enable artists to create their own social tokens that gives fans access to the artist ecosystem. Social tokens, essentially the unsung heroes of fan and community engagement, are just the tool. Think of them as equivalent of cookies, just not the ones you eat, but the ones that track your journey through the vast expanse of web. But in this space, engagement is completely transparent, rewards flow naturally, and every interaction is a note in the grand symphony of connection between artists and their audience. Social tokens act as the perfect way to define that value. In a recent study by Goldman Sachs, they predicted that 20% of listeners are super fans of at least one artist, which can lead to a $4.2 billion opportunity for the industry. Don't believe me? Speak to a Metallica fan who's ready to pay $7,000 for an enhanced experience in their upcoming tour next year. Superfans want early access to tickets, music, they want community and merchandise. But most importantly, they buy products and services that offer them an identity, that very identity that helps them be recognized as a superfan of that specific artist. And this is our chance to finally see the artist creating for its community. My colleague James Kirkman explained this beautifully in his keynote yesterday. But what if someone told you that superfans get access to co-creating music with their favorite artists and also get to keep off that share? Because unlike traditional platforms that lean heavily on ad-driven models, Web3 finally provides a space where love-based networks can truly thrive. The future of music is not only tech-enabled, but also collaborative, building from the ground up. ChillRx, a community-led record label born on-chain, where members make decisions collaboratively with an aspiration to win a Grammy Award collectively as a community. Never happened before. They sold 10,000 NFTs that acted as a membership pass, allowing holders to collaborate with the label on their personal projects. And just last week, I saw an NFT project, Broadside, launch its project's theme music with the help of Chorus, an AI-powered platform by Pixelinks that allows absolutely anyone to submit music samples using their platform. So similar to what the record player did for music consumption, ownership, and identity, Web3 is the next technological evolution, expanding that very relationship between artists and fans. This doesn't exist in a physical or online world, but in a newly formed environment of its own. They say when it comes to innovation, timing is absolutely everything. And music is at the core of everything we do, because it's also one of the greatest ways for people to connect, since it transcends language and culture. And as we stand at the brink of the new era, the year 2024 promises a similar tsunami of innovation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ipshita. We're really lucky to have you and can't wait to hear your thoughts for our panel discussion on fairer futures for musicians. So I'd like to welcome our panel to the stage for the first panel discussion of the day.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh.
So thanks for joining me, everyone. I'm not sure if we still have Ipshita on the line. Maybe not. OK, I think it's just us. So it would be great if we could kick off with some intros, what you're involved in, and names, of course. James?
My name's James. I founded a company called Iconic. Probably most relevant for this, we deal amongst brands in music and sports and fashion and culture. But I guess most relevant, I spent a couple of years as Chief Business Officer at Defected Records. We did an awful lot of work during the pandemic, virtual events that created a lot of noise and notoriety, a lot of work in and around fans, and of course, very close to artists and fairness and the whole commercial game that entails. So very good to be here.
Awesome. Jacob?
Hi everyone, I'm Jacob. I'm one of the co-founders of Lemonade, which is a decentralized Web3 social and community platform. Started around like 4.5 years ago in Barcelona, where our living room was the first so-called lemonade stand, where I was pretty much running around the streets in Barcelona, just calling out street musicians to come and play in our living room. And usually they ended up making 10 times more money than what they would have earned, like playing on the streets where actually no one is really listening to them. So that's how we started with like a social apps, and then we kept developing new and new features to truly empower the creator economy. And yeah, now we're pretty much a global Web3 company, empowering not only creators but also small, medium brands and big brands. So yeah, that's why I'm here, I guess.
Hi, my name is Scott Green. I'm the co-founder of Loungers TV. My background has been involved in various different startup businesses, and about 3 years ago, just after COVID, we launched Loungers TV, which is a platform that democratizes talent, and it really helps millions of talented people around the world to monetize their content fairly, which clearly we'll be able to talk about in more detail today.
Awesome. Okay, I suppose maybe wanted to ground this a little bit in the past and think about where we are now, but it feels as if music and musicians have kind of the most to gain from decentralization and Web3, but it maybe feels like one of the kind of least charted or kind of slightly more blurred trajectories as an industry. Why do you think that is? Or if you disagree with that, please, it'd be great to hear why.
Well, from what we're seeing is on Loungers TV is that there are lots and lots of artists and musicians out there that are just not getting a fair revenue share from whether it's labels, whether it's media owners. The revenues are all driven by ads, so you need millions of eyeballs before you can actually start earning some meaningful revenues. So I think Web3 allows them to have much more better fan engagement. It allows them to be able to sell NFTs. It allows them to kind of communicate much easier with their fans. So I think the reason why the music industry is suffering is because they are generally suffering more than any other genre out there. In fact, the average wage of a musician in the UK at the moment is just under £15,000 a year. So you've got to be able to look at other ways to monetize your content and monetize your talent outside of traditional ways of the music industry.
So do you feel like part of, Jacob, you were speaking about kind of literally going out on the street and finding musicians and artists. What's the kind of route to finding artists and kind of getting them in on Web3 platforms that you're building?
I mean, there are so many artists out there, and usually also like tapping onto that problem, usually have 1 to 2% of the creator economy which is really making money. Doesn't matter on which of these platforms. And what we have kind of like seen as a problem is that you need to have so many different platforms to engage your community, to build your community. So you have like, I don't know, let's say an Eventbrite for events, you have Telegram to engage your community, you have like different Web3 platforms. So everything is kind of like scattered around all of these different platforms, but an individual musician doesn't really have the time to manage all of these platforms. So it's actually very expensive, and it costs also a lot of time. So that's a huge problem right now, and that's one of the problems we're solving, but that's also where we are actually seeing the power of collaboration, right? So I just talked actually with him before, so maybe there are actually ways how we can collaborate, so we can kind of create one platform where musicians can actually go to, and more than 2% of the creators can actually make a living.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point in terms of the onus that you put on the artist or musician. So at Defected, arguably different from a major label, it is of course an independent, but there was an incredible emphasis and onus on getting the artists to do the work, to go out and get themselves out there and work their socials hard and be advertising their product and sticking their pack shot on their stories. And beyond any marketing campaign or marketing initiative, the first element started always with the artist. I think that we have to understand, and again, maybe harken back to your last question, there's an almost collective industry, almost like learned trauma in and around music. It was only, 16, 17 years ago, Napster changed everything. I mean, changed arguably the digital industries, full stop. It certainly led us to today. Yeah. So that is pretty seismic, and the music business has been like a continual canary in a coal mine. Like, what happens there first ends up kind of happening everywhere else for whatever reason. So when you've gone through such seismic shifts and change what Napster, and then the digital downloads, and then no, it's not digital, forget about that shop front on iTunes, it's actually now all about streaming. It's like, Christ, okay, and then these are big shifts and differences. And you have quite a few things then going on at the same time, because it is true that a kid tonight in a garage could make a track, and a platform like TikTok can genuinely blow that up to 1 million views tomorrow. That actually can happen today, which is quite different to even a few years ago. But paradoxically, also the truth is you've got this absurd long tail of artists scraping a barrel, not getting their 1,000 stream now echelon that Spotify are insisting you need before you get any money, and they're going to struggle as a consequence. And yet, at the same time, Sheeran, Taylor Swift's a billionaire-esque, so you have this mad mix at the moment. And thus, you would assume the kind of thinking we can do in and around bringing decentralized into it, bringing Web3 thinking into it, where a bit like we covered a few times yesterday, but you can be closer to the artist, fans can get that true relationship. You would assume and hope that that's a real benefit to this kind of slightly crazy industry where people are always looking to find that what's next.
Ipshita, I wanted to ask you about superfans and kind of super fandom. You mentioned that, there are a lot of superfans out there. When it comes to Web3, should there be an understanding of the nature of super fandom, but also how do you keep an eye on kind of growing fans as well, who might be super fans, but right now they're just listening to the music?
Absolutely. Before I answer your question, I would echo what the rest also said. If you think about it as a creator in general, most creators currently spend an obscene amount of time not creating, but just managing their business across different platforms. So like Jacob said, you see creators often spending an awful amount of time trying to do that and not really having the energy to create, which is what a creator should be doing in essence. And when you think of creators wanting to do live shows or even hosting concerts, a lot of times they would depend on external agencies and labels because that would allow them to get the tickets sold, because in the end, the artist wants to spend more time creating. But in that entire process, they don't have much of an understanding of who their super fan is. I'm a big fan of, let's say, Blondish, or let's maybe Tale of Us. I've spent 3 years going to every single concert that they've played at, but they have no clue I'm their super fan. And what Web3 essentially does, it allows the artist to directly own that relationship with the super fan that was not possible before. But I would look at the super fan funnel very similar to like a product marketing funnel. That is, first you create awareness, and then that specific, let's say, listener becomes familiar with your music. Then they start considering if they like your music or not, and then they become a casual listener, and then you basically topple them over to become a fan. So that entire journey that you are looking to create a fan will somewhat follow a similar funnel of, let's say, product marketing, for that matter of fact. But I think there's also a misconception within the industry for musicians is that, okay, if I'm going to do stuff on chain, or if I'm going to launch an NFT project, or I'm going to get into NFT music, I will become rich overnight, or I will become famous overnight. That's not true. The only thing that's different is you've been given tools and advanced technology to make your process easier, faster, cheaper, more efficient, but the work still needs to go in. So I think that even to reach the level of super fan, you have to consider that the entire process still remains the same, but you're just able to do it in a much more efficient way and in a direct manner.
I think that's a really, really good point about, the funnel's the same, but ultimately the experience and the work still needs to be the same. But I wondered how, ownership of an artist's IP might change the way they kind of see themselves and maybe identify with their work. That's a question to the whole panel. How does this change how you feel as a musician, if you can command this?
I think putting yourself in their shoes, I think that's a really good way of looking at the problem or the challenge or the opportunity. And harking back to that last point and the Blondish example, and Blondish not knowing that you're a super fan, which is really cute. But it's like, again, in the last few years, there's an awful lot, for example, of DJs and artists who will be moaning at the amount of work they have to do on socials, and there's like often discourse and debate on Twitter that the DJs spend longer on their socials than they spend longer on their artistry and so on and so forth. But putting it back to them and trying to subvert or flip those pillars of what it is to be an artist, you can no longer just stand behind a set of decks. You can no longer just take your appearance fee for that one-off gig and event and think you're done. You just can't. We're in an entirely different fan system. And if you really lean into that and think, what are all those pillars from backstage moments to AAA passes, and if we can subvert them and use them in a Web3-like way and leverage the tech we've got in front of us, then chances are your fandom will rocket, and commercially you'll do better too.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, you know, all the stuff that you wouldn't actually see at a live event, you could do online, to hybrid stuff, you know, things like meet and greet, about backstage, see what happens before the event, before, after the event, integrating merchandise into a Web3 environment so fans can buy things they couldn't actually buy at the concerts. All these kind of really innovative things allow not only the fan to earn more money, but actually allow the fans to get closer to their artists and have meaningful relationships outside of, you know, looking at them on Spotify or the other platforms that exist.
I suppose, you know, we had this quite terrifying period of the pandemic where musicians were out of, you know, earnings in terms of a live context. Do you sense that this also, you know, decentralized systems and working with Web3 might actually future-proof them for things like that? Is there an element that might protect them?
Kind of like, I really like the idea of like the tokenization, right, for different creators. I remember back in the days, sometimes you can sense when someone is super talented and you really want to keep supporting them. And actually now, like looking back, like 5 years later, you were actually right, because you see these guys are now really big and super successful. But I could have supported them over the last 5 years much more even, right? If I have actually like some kind of ownership also on them and I keep supporting them, right? So, but the crucial part for anything which is related to Web3 is it needs to be super easy and super seamless, because most of the people, right, like especially when you want to build like a fandom in Web3 and in this community, in this environment, like no one really knows how crypto is working, how wallets are working, and so on. So for the end user, it needs to just be super seamless, and obviously for the creators as well.
Yeah, we're a simple species, right? I think a lot of the stuff that happened during the pandemic was because it had to, through necessity. People were sat on their arse and they weren't earning any money. So they're like, oh Christ, maybe I need to actually lean in and open my laptop and get on a Zoom party because there's no festival going on, or, you know, try and flip the script a bit and get involved. Some didn't. It was very interesting, certainly in dance culture, the best were actually the ones who've already made it. Carl Cox, Bob Sinclair were insanely on it digitally, but a lot of the young ones just assumed it would blow over and come to them. And I think they've since learned. But it's often born from that moment of necessity, which is unfortunate. I think the opportunity might be, there might be ideas or concepts like we've just heard where those moments can be infectious. So if someone sees someone else doing incredibly well and it's suddenly catapulting them to stardom and they're getting great commercial clout from it, then everyone will copy. We're a simple bunch in that respect.
Yeah, and I guess
Going back to,
Go ahead.
going back, I think someone touched upon the point about how simple the onboarding has to look like. And I love, for example, what Medallion, the platform, is doing. They're working with artists, bands like Jungle, artists like Agoria. So I had no idea that Jungle essentially launched their own fan club, and I randomly just wanted to really go watch them live next year. So I went on their website and I saw Jungle Fan Club and I clicked on it and it immediately popped up saying, sign in with your wallet, your email, and it gave me options. And that's when I knew, amazing, no big PR move, just seamless integration, because they just want to be inclusive and they want to make sure that their community has access to signing up with the way they want. So we're going to see more of these trends come up where artists will just seamlessly integrate. Like, again, I think it was Jacob who said, you don't need to know how the functionalities work. If you look at TikTok or Instagram, no one needs to know the work that goes, the coding that goes behind building or like creating a reel. You just want the entire functionality to be so seamless that creating and uploading a reel should be less than 10 minutes. So I think that's what we're going to see more as well as we progress.
That's a great point.
Well, I think that's a fabulous point to end on, seamless integration. But this has been, yeah, I feel really excited leaving this talk. So thanks all for your insights.
Thank
and
you.
Thanks, Peter, for your keynote. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
See you. So, I think we are going to take a quick break now. And after that, we're going to have Rachel Chung, who is Global PR Manager at BitGet, who'll be here to deliver a keynote on decoding mass adoption. So don't go too far. everyone. Welcome back to the stage. Thanks for your patience. In a rapidly changing blockchain landscape, understanding mass adoption is key. We're lucky enough to have Rachel Chung, Global PR Manager at BitGet here, to deliver a keynote on decoding mass adoption. Thanks, Rachel. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us so early in the morning. I heard the traffic out there is bad. Glad you make it. And today I'm sharing with you how to decode mass adoption with some of the platform insight and the surveys that we have done at BitGet. Hopefully, it can provide some insight for you and inspire some of you to accelerate the mass adoption of crypto together. Today's session, I will divide by sharing some traders' motives in terms of regional economics, gender dynamics, as well as demographic. And then I will end the session with sharing some copy trading secrets with some of our platform data. And hopefully, you take home with some success in your copy trading as well. When starting to understand trader motives, we start with analyzing the regional economics. We find the traders are actually deeply influenced by their regional economics. One finding we saw is in South Korea, actually 46% of people try to trade crypto to improve their personal living standard. Whereas in Malaysia and Taiwan, they score 36% of respondents reported they are trying to improve family living standard with crypto investment. That's quite an interesting finding that we saw. As well as the investment amount also differs from different regions. In South Korea, Japan, Turkey, Europe, and English-speaking nations, people report they're investing 1,000 to 10,000 into crypto, whereas in China, the statistics actually jump from 50K to 500K. That's interesting. And moving on to gender dynamics, we find that women in the world generally experience unique preference in crypto investment for their family, with an exception that we saw in South Korea. Actually, male reported this goal more so than female do. And also, onto funding education, women are more interested to fund education with crypto investment. And South Korea also, and Japan came up as an exception as well, with male actually reported more on with this financial goal than female. And this is some statistics that we also can know a bit more about gender roles from the trader financial goals. And let's delve into generations. While 35 below make up of our most of the copy trading users on our platform, they account for almost 76% of users. And but one thing to note is actually when asked about their interest of copy trading, the 55 plus actually score second in terms of their interest. So I would say with this statistic, the more mature generation, actually, they are interested in starting to trade crypto and trying to learn more about crypto with copy trading. So talk about copy trading. What exactly is copy trading? I can make a brief introduction. Copy trading is actually a favor strategy that allows inexperienced users to directly replicate portfolio of some more experienced user to lower their human delay mistakes and as well as some of the inexperienced market analysis so as to increasing their win rate in trading. And at BitGet, we provide a very diverse pool of traders for them to follow, including a wide variety of tools which they can make the decision on how and what to follow. In 2023 first half, BitGet already accumulated 109,000 followers on our platform with 16 million successful trade and accumulated profit of 74 million. And the most important thing, while they are achieving these profits, they actually spend less time on our platform. We find that copy traders actually spend 23% less time on the platform and achieving these goals. So consider your lucky day today. I am revealing our platform statistics and insights as to the users who earn 1,000 or more in copy trading. With futures copy trading, they tend to follow 4 elite traders with an average order size of 6,000 and with a leverage amount of under 50x. Holding position less than 24 hours and prefer to trade BTC, ETH, and BGB. If you don't know, BGB just hit all-time high, so it's a very profitable trade for them. And when deciding who to follow, they focus on overall win rate, total trades, and total profit. As for spot copy trading, they follow 3 elite traders with an average order size of 1,000 and holding longer than one day with preferred token of BTC and BGB, and also some meme coin and AI tokens. And when picking their followers, their traders to follow, they focus on people with 60% of win rate and executed more than 60 trades with a total profit of 100 USDT. So there you go. That's my sharing. Hopefully, you gain more insight as to why people trade and how people trade, as well as how to do copy trading right. And if you want to stay in touch with me, feel free to follow me on this channel, and I'll see you around.
Thank you, Rachel. Do you want to stay on stage for our panel now? Thank you. So if we could be joined by the rest of the panel, and we're going to be discussing and understanding more about copy trading and traders' motives. If you want to join me on the stage, that would be great. So today we're going to be understanding more about copy trading and traders' motives, but I will give a disclaimer here that any copy trading secrets revealed in the next 20 minutes Human Protocol can't endorse, and your capital is at risk, but we could move through the red tape now. It would be great to do some quick intros on the sofa. So, want to kick us off?
Cool. Hey guys, I'm Johnny. I lead marketing at dBridge. So we're a cross-chain interoperability protocol. So we handle and facilitate everything from message passing to cross-chain value transfer. Yeah, that's me.
Rachel?
Hi again, I'm Rachel, the Global PR Manager at BitGet, and BitGet is actually a top 5 derivative exchange on CoinGecko, Cointelegraph, CoinMarketCap, and we are focused on copy trading, as well as we are also a Web3 company, which Web3 wallet.
Hi. I'm Alex Ray. I'm CEO and co-founder of Albus Protocol. We are doing on-chain KYC, digital identity and compliance as a service. So that means we opening new opportunities, new business opportunities and new liquidity streams for Web3 projects through the KYC AML compliance, in taking the upcoming pain which they will have through all of the upcoming regulations, which will be applied soon.
Hi everyone, I'm Jan Philip, or JP, one of the co-founders of W3S, which is a crypto investment banking firm. We partner with leaders in Web3 companies, venture capitalists, and DAOs on strategic transactions such as mergers and acquisitions, capital formation. We've facilitated over 20 transactions over the last 2 years. Have worked with companies such as Uniswap, Zerion, for example. And yeah, great to be here.
Hi, I'm Zia. I'm the ecosystem manager at RAM Network. So we do on and off ramp to be quite simple, and we are the ones trying to bring all the Web2 users, and making sure that the experience is really, really streamlined, and getting all the partners to keep on building, and without having to take care of any of the legal and compliance. And we work with companies like them just to make sure that everything is quite easy, and we get the next billion users and help everyone out.
Great, thanks everyone. So, thinking about motives a little bit, I know, Rachel, that you've been a Bitcoin investor since 2017. What attracted you at the outset, all those years ago?
I think at first it was the mysteriousness that attracted me, but as I got into the white paper and the technology, I can see the application and potential of the blockchain technology, and that got me into the rabbit hole like a lot of the others here. So I would say nowadays I drink, eat, breathe crypto, and I can't really get back out.
And I think maybe there's a perception to kind of the wider world that you need a background in finance to trade, and so I wondered, whether you think that perception is starting to change, and barriers are starting to maybe break down in this industry. That's to any of the panel.
Yeah, I think it's a bit like a restart for trading as well, because back in the days, traditional finance seems like a very big boys club where it's all controlled by big capitals and all the people who are very experienced. And in crypto, the information is actually limitless out there, and everyone can spend time to look up information on any kind of tokens, white paper, and if they want to learn about the technology, how the token is coded, anyone can do it, and it's very transparent, and also the entry barriers is pretty low. Anyone can open an account with a wallet or a crypto exchange with only 100 USD. That allows more people to get on board, and it feels less daunting to get into it.
So, Zay, I know that we've got a lot of new audiences here, and different demographics and locations differ wildly. How does Ramp work to get to know potential new audiences?
So for us, we, at Essence, we're a global company, and we want to have that reach and touch everywhere, but we work together a lot with our partners to make sure that we are always aligned. So it's not so much a Ramp decision to what we're going to do or where we're going to be, and what payment methods we need. Is just really going after partners and understanding exactly what they want, because at the end of the day, we thrive if we get users to our partners, not necessarily to us, Ramp. So this synergy needs to happen. So we're really focused on how the market is moving, and this the availability of white papers and new wallets, new exchanges that are way easier to navigate helps us as well. So we make the journey to get in easy and straightforward, but we need the ecosystem to actually be welcoming as well. Because back in the day, it was not as well either. You either needed to be from finance or tech, and nowadays it completely changed to we want to be available for everyone, every project that has that ambition, and us, we combine that, we make sure that that is possible from a legal, regulatory perspective, and that everyone has the same experience as if they were interacting with another project. And this goes across the globe, so we obviously, US and Europe and Asia, there's a lot of hubs, but we start seeing Africa coming in, South America with a massive boom. So we are following those trends and making sure that we're there and we can deliver.
Yeah. So, JP, you said before that the biggest challenge to Web3 is kind of public stigma, which has really been stoked by some pretty public and catastrophic setbacks. What do you think it will take to set it on a new path or reset the path? Is that kind of language, terms? How can it be maybe more barriers be broken down?
To drive adoption of Web3, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think, obviously the industry as a whole suffered a lot from a lot of events over the last years, right after the peak bull market, and it's all about regaining confidence and trust from, not only retail investors, but also institutional investors. I think we as a company, we work a lot with institutional clients, and obviously a lot of people have lost money and have lost confidence in the industry, and I think the industry itself needs to obviously reorganize, right, and make progress. And I think over the last 2 years, with a lot of big projects launching, we've really made a lot of progress on the infrastructure side, on the technological side, which eventually will also attract again institutional investors to really become active in the industry and deploy significant resources.
So investors kind of become, like a mouthpiece, or become maybe figureheads, I guess, kind of getting people in. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I think, obviously the ETFs that are all over the news right now are a big milestone for the overall industry, right? And as soon as a company like a BlackRock launches an ETF, this will basically give other institutional participants a lot of trust and confidence again, right? And I think we need to reach those milestones in order for the whole industry to grow really beyond what is now the crypto native crowd and the crypto native users, both on the retail and on the institutional side. And I think we as an industry as a whole really need to work together to make progress, right, on that front.
So, Johnny, we mentioned like sort of some quite catastrophic, maybe PR, but what is good PR and marketing in the world of crypto trading? What is best practice, and how is that evolving?
Yeah, I think, I know a lot of Web3 companies hire PR agencies and allocate a considerable amount of resources for like their monthly budget. And I'm not convinced how high the ROI is. Like, I would say that essentially, it depends on your audiences, but like if you're a DeFi protocol, for example, we're essentially, in the DeFi space at dBridge, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to be spending a lot of money to get placements in CoinDesk and various kind of publications. It comes down to who's reading those things, because DeFi natives, like the teams that we want to build on top of us, they're not really reading CoinDesk and kind of thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to build on dBridge now. Maybe for kind of if we want to reach investors and to kind of build our profile in the more kind of corporate world, like the PR, allocating resources and time to that makes more sense. But in terms of like DeFi native PR, like everything's happening on crypto Twitter, CT, or in Telegram. So I would say, actually PR, like I've talked to a lot of different teams in DeFi, and like everyone kind of struggles with their PR strategy for that reason, because they just think, you know, they raise, say there's a company that raises like 50 million and they're like, oh yeah, PR, like we know that we should have someone that works on PR because that's what you do when you're a company.
Yeah.
And then they don't really know what to do. So yeah, it's interesting.
Is that because they're not kind of familiar with Telegram and crypto Twitter? What's the barrier to kind of that we can't do that?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just like, it's such a, yeah, it's, again, like the distribution of the way that the channels that are the most active, like often they're hiring kind of Web 2 native PR agencies, and yeah, like they're still, you know, they're doing a great job to get placement in some of these publications, but I just don't know if like the ROI is really there, like compared to if your company can do like a tweet thread, and then like you get a ton of different big players, like it all comes down to reputation. So if you can get like the founder of Solana to retweet your thread, then that's going to have way more impact than paying $10,000 to get in TechCrunch or whatever, you know, I think.
So it's a bit more who you know and
Absolutely.
who you can connect with.
And you have to work on those like those relationships yourself.
Yeah.
It's very like relationship based in crypto. Yeah.
Have the rest of the panel found that you know so much of this is kind of new networks that you're having to connect with, and you know events like this perhaps, is that now a big part of your roles?
Yeah, I agree. Like in crypto, especially for startups, maybe getting on the top publication is not the top goal for them. Whereas like it's better efficiently allocated the resource to influencers marketing, because the nature of the field is built so much upon reputation and transparency. And a lot of times, a traditional way of PR just seems a bit too official and too polished for most of the crypto bro or like the developers out there. So I would agree.
I love that. I think that's a really kind of great point for a lot of us to take away, and anyone working in PR. You know, this is obviously a new area to be to kind of work within. So back to, I guess, the nature of Rachel's presentation. A lot of that was about knowing your customer and knowing their motives. But Alex, you know, I know that know your customer processes are really crucial in the space. Who do you think is kind of doing that really well?
Please.
So know your customer processes. Who do you think is doing that really well in this space?
Now it's not possible to do that, to know the customers in general, because all of the peoples, humans, or whatever in behind the wallets are unknown, are pseudonym. So, but to know the customer in general, that's a good idea, because if you know the customer as a business, you can offer the customers personalized services. Then you can make decision if you want to take the legal or compliance risks of the customers or of the businesses or humans which are behind the wallets to you as a business. You can manage your risk appetite, and you can manage your risks which you want to take or not with the end customers. Because now in the turbulent time we are living right now, there are multiple jurisdictions and multiple people which actually the businesses don't want to work with. And they know your customer, make it possible to choose who are the people to whom you distribute your money as a liquidity provider, or to whom you offer your services as DeFi protocol. And on our hand, all of the upcoming regulations which will be applied soon means in 18 months, in 2 years, they will force all of the DeFi protocols to know their customers somehow. For example, 3 weeks ago, your console, they signed new regulation, new extension to fiscal regulations in EU. It will be applied on 1st January of 26. And all of the crypto asset service providers, in sense of MiCA, will be forced to share the taxation numbers with the fiscal authorities. How it is possible if all of the people are unknown?
Yeah, it sounds like regulation is something that might hold things back, but in sort of preparation for that coming in, are there processes that companies should be looking to kind of get on board with sooner rather than later, so that then it's not such a sea change when that happens?
So you mean how it will happen that the customers will get onboarded in sense of KYC in blockchain? Yeah. There are multiple ways. Also, the first one, you need to teach the end customers that actually they don't need to be afraid of the KYC. Actually, they're not crypto people as a normal people. The common people, we are doing the KYC multiple times a month for different reasons. And that's not a bad thing. And of course, the people need to be educated that it's not a bad idea to do a KYC on chain, but we are offering the possibility to do that in a distributed way. That means the identities are collected in their own data wallets of the end customers, and we generate ZK proofs, so it means the proofs that they comply with some predefined policies, rules of the businesses without to disclose their personal data. That means we're trying to combine all of the needs from all of the participants, like end customers, business, and regulators.
I think, we've got two maybe opposing forces, kind of accessibility and adoption, and how can the acceleration of accessibility and adoption, how can that be done kind of ethically going forward, knowing maybe that regulation is incoming? What does ethical mean now in this space?
I can grab this one. So us, since the beginning, inception, we touch fiat, right? So we touch crypto and fiat. So we got this sort of issues we've been dealing with it since the beginning, because we need to have that reporting. We have almost the regulation as if it were a financial service, because we touch on both sides. So for us, what we've been doing, and the reason why we're, for DeFi protocols and all of our partners, we take care of all the KYC, all the AML, all of the everything that will need to happen in the future, and unfortunately, it will happen, and we take care of it. And that's a bit of our focus, is to make sure that no one else has to take care, and that the people don't need to do 10 KYCs, to use 10 different projects that they use every day. It's just they do one KYC, they have that, we have that information, and if we are partnered with all of those dApps, you can use that one entry, and that is covered, and we take care of everything, all of the regulatory framework and all of the regulatory side. And this is something that will come in. Obviously, the inside, when our crypto or blockchain and everything started, we were not looking for this, but it is the reality right now. There will be MiCA incoming, and there's a lot of other regulatory frameworks coming in. And people just need to adapt, and we tried to do that as much as possible. And I think for most projects, it will be a massive hurdle for them to do that directly, to have that information, because then you add a lot of layers of issues. So if you have that information from your customer, now you have GDPR issues. So we need to make it secure, because that is sensitive information. So do you really want to have that information? So that's why I think and something that really works well in our space, that everyone is very collaborative, and everyone wants to make sure that the ecosystem grows and it's easy for people to come in, and that's where we sort of all have our parts. So the KYC, there's different providers that work with us work with the projects. So at the end of the day, you need to comply to this, but you don't want to make everything around this. So that's why you sort of just need to combine forces and make this as smooth as possible, although it's not ideal, obviously, for a user experience to have to go through all those hoops.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a nice point to end on. So thank you so much, panel, for joining me today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of Newconomics and the rest of the day. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Rachel. So I think we are going to head straight on to our next keynote today, who will be Jacob. We had earlier for a panel, but he's speaking in a slightly different capacity, delivering a keynote on Network State Protocol, for which he's a founding member. So I'm going to welcome Jacob to the stage. Thanks so much.
Good morning, everyone. Super nice to be here. Thank you for organizing this great conference. I'm Jacob. I'm one of the co-founders of Lemonade Social, which I kindly explained before. And I'm also one of the founding members of the Network State Protocol. So what's the Network State Protocol? Just checking if the clicker works. How do I get back? Cool. So it's a decentralized cooperation framework for communities and countries. So basically, there's a lot of stuff going on right now with DAOs and decentralized organizations, and it's really hard to manage all of this, and that's why we initially started building the Network State Protocol to simplify this whole process and to launch a no-code platform to launch countries. So what's the definition actually of a network state? So we started building on this over like 2 years ago, and then last year Balaji was actually writing a book about the network state. So he obviously put the definition of a network state the best. It's a highly aligned community upon the capacity for collective action. So collective action I really want to highlight here, because right now everyone is kind of like building completely in isolation in Web3. This is also like a really good quote from Lex Sokolin, and he put it really well. So we have been building in Web3 for the last decade, infrastructure, services, products, but everyone is really building in isolation. At least it feels like everyone is building in isolation. So maybe it needs a Web3 nation and a network state to completely align everything and to really make a change in the world. So we came up with 4 pillars to turn a group chat into a network state. Now I'm going to present now the 4 different pillars and how easy it really is, the whole framework and infrastructure. So identity is the foundation of any decentralized community and network state, because you really truly need to know who are you presenting yourself within a community, who's everyone else, right? Like who are the other players in the community? And on top of it, you truly need to own your own passport. So right now, in countries or nations, like people could potentially say, hey, give me your passport, and then you don't own a passport anymore. But since this is like truly on-chain, like no one can take it away from you. So true ownership. So we came up with our own SSID stacks, self-sovereign identities. So they are truly multi-chain, permissionless. They are actually not JPEGs because they're on-chain vector designs. They are customizable, upgradable, and inclusive. And I will show you in detail like how that works. In terms of like customization and making them upgradable, so you can pretty much for a passport photo use any of your existing NFTs. You can obviously also use like a Ready Player Me or any other passport photo, and you can always change it whenever you want. So it's upgradable and customizable. For the username, you can use any of your existing usernames, or create a new one. And whenever you use this on-chain username and refer other citizens, you can also actually earn a kickback of 10%. And the decentralized timeline, so you can truly represent who you are in Web3 by showcasing like your posts, NFTs, and your decentralized timeline. They are truly secular. So we truly believe in multi-chain. And how we have done this is we're collaborating with XLR and also with Chainlink for on-chain price feeds to make it possible that everyone can choose on which chain they want to have their passport on. So the base layer is actually on Moonbeam, and then XLR and Chainlink basically make it possible that everyone can choose, oh, I want to have my passport on Ethereum, I want to have my passport on Arbitrum, and so on, right? So everyone can choose in which chain they truly believe. These passports are completely inclusive because anyone can purchase them either via credit card or with any cryptocurrencies. You can earn your citizenships because they're gonna come with like $100. So not everyone, especially like in other countries and regions in the world, like $100 is actually a lot of money. But you can earn your citizenship by like referring other citizens. And you can also crowdfund your passports. Second pillar is information. So in decentralized communities which are gathered across the world, one thing is really important. You need to know which information you can actually trust. So right now in the world, there's actually a lot of fake news, AI-generated content, biased content, censored content, right? So how can we solve this problem in decentralized communities that you can truly trust this information? So first, we integrated the Matrix protocol, which is an open source, end-to-end encryption messaging service. So kind of like think of a decentralized Slack, which can be used within these communities to keep the engagement going on and to actually message within these communities. You can also token gate it, and it's completely censor resistant. With Lemonade, as I mentioned before, we have been building over the last 5 years tools for creators to truly build communities and engage these communities. So what these communities, especially when they're all over the world, are needing is actually true engagement. That's also what's missing right now in a lot of different decentralized organizations. So we have like different tools to host events, virtual events, in real life events, to have messaging, NFTs, to truly engage the community. For the knowledge bases, we're actually collaborating with Arviv. So how this works is, think of a Web3 Wikipedia, where the community members come in, they provide a knowledge base, and other community members are actually coming in and flagging wrong and false content. So like this, you make sure that the content which is provided within is always true and correct. So it's managed by the community, actually. And everyone who's flagging content, and then it actually gets approved by the community, they can actually earn tokens for flagging this and helping that the knowledge bases are correct. And obviously in Web 2, we have like lots of different like analytic tools to really find out like who is in my community, who are the most engaged community members. So that's also something what you actually need in Web 3. So it's truly important like to know like who are the community members and who are like the top engaged members, and then to potentially also incentivize them. The third pillar is permissionless commerce. So that's where the fun part actually happens and true action can actually also happening. So we're collaborating with Genesis Safes. So every network state, decentralized community, automatically when they purchase one of these passports, they also get access to these community treasuries, where everyone within the community can actually vote on how to spend this money. So truly decentralized and giving the power back to the people and how they can actually spend this money. But only from passport sales, it might be quite hard to actually like sum up big sums of money. So as I mentioned, we have also built lots of different tools which you can use to generate even additional funds. So you can have like your own decentralized shop systems. You can start selling and minting NFTs, and then you can also earn on the royalties of these NFTs. So truly a way to actually create more funds within these communities. We're providing for every new user a custodial wallet to make the onboarding process for everyone who's outside of Web3 like super seamless, where we're covering all the gas fees to make the onboarding process and coming into these organizations super easy and seamless. And we're working on a non-custodial wallet because as soon as someone is actually like generating tokens and creating assets, right, they need to have true ownership of their own assets. So the last pillar is power, separation of power in state and governance. So how usually these communities start, usually it starts with, let's say, 1 person, 5 people, right? It starts usually very small. And we chose these words of like tribe, village, town, city, and so on, because even back in the days, if you wanted to create a village, usually different tribes came together to actually form villages. And then if different villages came together, they actually formed cities. So everything starts super small, and a network state is nothing else. It wouldn't make sense to start purchasing like big amounts of land, but then you actually are like only a crew of like, I don't know, 10, 15 people, right? So it always starts very small with building a community, engaging this community, being highly aligned on vision and mission. And then depending on the size of these decentralized communities, also the governance structure becomes way more complex. So what we want to do is pretty much we want to give like a certain framework to all of these communities. Everyone is governed themselves, but I think it's important to have a little bit of a guideline, right, for it. And how we're seeing the decentralized governance is so we're collaborating here with Tally and Aragon DAO to make this possible. We have a legislature, executive, judiciary, and reserve. So the legislature are actually the community builders, the people who truly engage everyone. The executive is everyone who's contributing to the protocol, so the actual builders, right? So they can keep innovating and helping the protocol to be the best solution and to make this super simple. And this is the vertical separation of power. So it's just like an outlook, because it's really important that you actually give power to everyone. So it's a bottom-up approach, right? Because otherwise you would only give the power to the people who are on top. And this is really like to represent minorities as well. So everyone, even who is like a small tribe, can actually have voting rights within the protocol. So this is theory. A lot of this is live, and we're launching actually next month. But to show you also how easy it is, it's 4 easy steps to launch your own nation state. So everything starts with just chatting to an AI bot, which helps you completely getting onboarded. So you set up your own lemonade stand. You start communicating to other members, to other people, find out who they are, what are they representing, what is potentially their mission and vision. And you actually join communities or build your own communities. And then, once you actually found your tribe, you actually start collaborating even with other communities, tribes, villages, because again, many tribes turn actually into a village. And the last thing is actually that you start launching your network state, where the true power is happening to make a real life change in the world. So these are just some of our ecosystem partners who we are collaborating with, and I really want to highlight this. It's an open source public good, so we are not capable of building this completely in isolation and alone. So we're collaborating with lots of players in the Web3 space, and everyone who thinks who can contribute to this vision and mission, we would really like to collaborate on that together. So for example, to highlight human protocol, as soon as you have these nation states of like 10,000 plus people, each of them actually will need different jobs within their communities, and Human Protocol will actually come on board as a partner to make this vision possible. We have currently more than 50 nation states actually which are going to launch. So Vinyl Nation, for example, is a community to truly empower artists in the music space. Her AI, for example, is a female community of developers who's developing non-biased AI models, and each of them will create like their own passports with their own designs, and everyone can join these different nation states because they truly believe in the vision of these different communities. So yeah, I thank everyone for listening. I hope people are actually coming in and contributing and working with us together. The QR code is actually leading to our website, which we have launched 2 weeks ago. And on top, you see also like our Twitter handle. So everyone who wants to reach out, yeah, I would love to collaborate with everyone who's in the space and to make this big vision possible. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, sure. Oh yeah, of course. Hi everyone, we're going to take a very short break here, and I know it's been a packed morning so far, but we're going to keep rolling on in a couple of minutes, and we'll be welcoming Michael Healy, co-founder at Unique Network, for a keynote and small fireside chat. Thanks. have a fabulous fireside chat ahead of us with Michael and Miguel, so I'll let you take it away.
Cool. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. So, hello everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. Love to introduce myself and introduce my friend Miguel. He's an old friend. I met him through the Global Sustainability Network. It's on a mission to solve global slavery. You know, there's a vast number of people in the world who are unrepresented, and I met Miguel at the Vatican about 5 years ago, and we've stayed in touch, and it's an honor to bring him, to invite him here today. A bit of my background, so I'm half Singapore and half British, been in the crypto industry since 2010. I was working for WikiLeaks. I built their Android app in late 2010, and around then, the governments froze our bank accounts, so Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, and we were forced to use Bitcoin as a way of fundraising. And it was really lucky, because without this technology, we wouldn't have had the ability to keep running. So got my first Bitcoin at 9 cents, invested in a bunch of protocols since then, started a video conferencing app, an encrypted video conferencing app, had a few million users. I sold it in 2014. And my latest project, I've been running it for about 5 or 6 years, is this vision called the Unit Network, and it's powered by this idea of the token economy. So, like, what does that mean? Why should we care? You know, how does it relate to the topic today of solving wealth inequity, changing global finance? So, the way we look at the economy at the moment is it's still very much pieces of paper. You know, it's a small minority of society that largely controls and governs it. These are the politicians, these are the investors, you know, the people on Wall Street, the people in the City of London, right? They largely dictate who gets the opportunity, you know, where money flows. And you've got the long tail of society, right? You've got most of society is an employee, is a customer, and they don't partake in the upside. It's all the founders, people like Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, all these guys, and the few investors who support them. We're really excited for this future where everyone partakes in the upside, right? If you look at something like Bitcoin, there wasn't just a small number of people who benefited in its upside. If you compare it to PayPal, right? It was the PayPal mafia that made lots of money from its success. You look at something like Bitcoin, you know, myself as a 16-year-old, being able to be part of the movement 13 years ago, I was able to partake in the upside. And we see the future for every single business globally, right? The same way, if you look at the internet, right? The internet's been around for 30 years. It really revolutionized the way we access information, right? Before the internet, you needed to go to a library, you needed to read a book, you needed to talk to an expert like Miguel. And the internet just democratized that. Now, access to information is just seamless, right? You look at the smartphone. Before the smartphone, everyone had a BlackBerry, you know, everyone had a Nokia. It was like, who's going to pay $1,000 for a phone, right? And then what the smartphone did, it really democratized access to communication, right? And what I'm really excited for with this industry is I think we're just at the beginning, really at the start of this revolution of global finance and making money and the economy is something that is radically different from how it is today. So, like, what does that mean? How does it affect me? Why should I care? So, you know, fundraising. I used to work at a fund in London, third biggest in Europe. We had maybe 3,000 pitches a year, deal flow coming in, and we would invest in maybe 7 companies, right? How ridiculous is that? Most people, you know, with an idea or, you know, an entrepreneur tries to raise money, the fundraising piece should be the easiest piece, right? They should be able to be given an opportunity, have access to make it happen, and then they'll focus on their business. But the way fundraising works at the moment is it's really, really easy for a very small group of society. You know, if they want to raise a few $100 million, if they want to raise billions of dollars, like, sure, you know, a pension fund, you know, a sovereign wealth fund, it's like, here, good luck, make something happen. But for the vast majority of society, you know, if you're trying to raise $10,000 or $100,000 or $5,000, it's really, really hard. And what really excited me with ICOs in 2017 and even 2015 was fortunate to be an investor in Ethereum and Binance and firms like this, is it really showed how financing is going to revolutionary change. There's going to be revolutionary change there. You know, if someone here has an idea, they should be able to create a token, create a DAO, get it very easily funded, and then they're off to the races, right? They're not going to have to worry about the capital allocation piece behind it, right? The cool thing about NFTs, 2021, ICOs of 2017, is people realized that tokens can be applied towards real-world assets, right? It's not just another blockchain protocol like in 2017. It's not just someone writing a white paper, right? What I anticipate to happen in 2025 is people are going to realize that tokenization, NFTs, blockchain, this industry is going to radically improve the way people run businesses. So if you look at the way businesses are structured at the moment, typically you set up a company, whether it's in the US and Delaware, in the UK, whether it's a Portuguese company, and then you get a piece of paper, right, a shareholder agreement, and you kind of hope that you sell some of these shares, raise some capital for it, make that company successful, right? I'm confident that every single company and every single business in the world is going to have a digital token that sits on top of it, kind of the way people have social media accounts. And these digital tokens are going to be the holding entity, the parent entity behind their company, right? It's going to help them to fundraise more easily. It's going to help them distribute value amongst their organization much more effectively. It's going to help them to achieve their goals much more efficiently. Yeah. So those are some of the things that we do at the Unit Network. We make it really easy to create DAOs and tokens. We're one of the leading real-world asset tokenization exchanges. We've got a community of about 50,000 users. We have about 1,500 assets. The same way, Binance launched in 2017, and people kind of were like, do we really need another exchange? And you see now they're a leader in trading crypto assets. We're excited to be this leader in 2024, 2025, where we want to trade not the top 300 assets, things like Bitcoin or Ethereum or Polkadot or Solana, but the 300,000 and 300 million assets that are to come. So how do we do that? We provide a bunch of really effective tools. I'll touch on that a bit, but over to you, Miguel, please.
No. Amazing. It's great to see your conclusion. By the way, by my accent, I'm Portuguese, so bom dia. I started actually as a rapper. I'm a Portuguese rapper that learned entrepreneurship by the hip-hop culture. And a leap forward that took me to the United States and then to Dubai, and eventually led for me to do the Chamber of Commerce for Portugal in Dubai. With that, representing not only the Portuguese culture and diplomacy, I was very keen to change the system that jobs were created and the inefficacy of the universities. So through that and this family from Pakistan, the Jafar, we partner up with the Vatican, where Michael Healy and I met, the Church of England, the United Nations, the Rockefellers, and also one of the sheikhs of Dubai. With that, to tackle global modern-day slavery, we wanted to go to the macro solution of what would it be to take people out of trafficking or simply corruption. So that would be job creation and obviously a lot of sub-points that we're not going to touch. And that's actually the conversation that Michael Healy and I had, which was all about how the Web3 and the token economy could tackle into job creation. Now, all of you that are here are for sure experts in the realm and are believers of it. So with all the knowledge and depth that you took, could you delve more about the cooperative economy that the tokenization brings?
Absolutely. So the mission behind Unit, right, is to provide this operating system for businesses. The way organizations operate. You can think of a government as an organization. You can think of a charity, a company, a fund. They're all groups of people with an aligned mission. And it depends, some are trying to deliver investor returns. Some are focused on, providing a product and service. Some are responsible for taking care of a group of people, like a country, like a government. We see this line really blurring over the coming years and decade or two, where if you look at things like, I was born in Singapore, right? It's a 50-year-old country, right? It's gone from a tiny fishing village, on the edge of Malaysia to one of the richest cities in the world. And how has that happened? It's come from good leadership. It's come from a very sound framework and an economic system. We think there's going to be many more experiments like this. If you think of Germany, it's since '89. You think of the United States, it's only 300 years old, right? So people kind of think of these institutions, these countries. I really enjoyed the session before on network states. I really think this is such an exciting realm of innovation. People underestimated mobile when Instagram got bought for $1 billion in 2012. Right now, it's the most valuable asset of Facebook, worth over 100 billion. People underestimated the internet in terms of its, massive impact on society. I'm confident that this industry, the token economy, blockchain, is going to be bigger than both of these put together. And why I'm so sure that to be the case is because when the smartphone came out, people kind of thought, okay, great, it's a better version of the phone, right? How's it going to affect my business, right? And now the way people communicate, the way people access information has radically shifted through the smartphone, right? Same with the internet. The way people access information, the way people learn about products, radically changed the way people learn about things. Where the token economy fits into all of this is I imagine a future where, now we've got 10,000 coins and tokens that exist. We're going to see a future where there's 10 million and then there's 10 billion coins. Everyone in this room is going to have their own token, and it's going to be very clear what this token represents. Maybe someone's a musician, maybe someone runs a restaurant, someone is into impact investing, and these specific tokens are going to help people be much more likely to achieve what they're striving for, right? It's going to help them to not have to worry about the capital allocation piece, the economic side behind what they're doing, as much as they do now. If you look at the way businesses are at the moment, or the way you look at countries at the moment, people are either heavily socialist or heavily capitalist. They're like, oh, we should pay lots of taxes, we should give everyone social security or a stipend to kind of survive, free healthcare, those are very left wing. And then you've got the right wing, which says we should pay no taxes, it should be entirely privatized. Where I think that the token economy sits is a hybrid between the two. It doesn't say that business fundamentals don't exist. You can't just spend money and hope that things are going to succeed, right? But it also ensures that everyone gets a piece of the value creation pie. So in terms of unit, why we're so excited and confident that we're going to play a really big role in this is we make it really easy to create a token, right? So if you wanted to create a business at the moment and you wanted a token or a blockchain or a DAO piece of it, it's really challenging to hire a blockchain engineer, to get audited, to worry about the security aspect of things, to worry about the legal side of things. And we just provide this decentralized infrastructure for creating a token, and then we provide a bunch of modules, right? If you want to fundraise, you can very easily create a sale, raise the capital you need. We've got this idea of a bank and a treasury. So this is really cool. The bank basically provides you operating transparency, right? Now, if I invest in a company, I need to hope that, that the company's doing okay. And if I want to find out how well it's doing, I need to call up the CEO and say, hey, are you guys still, making money? How much runway do you have? And this idea that it's all transparent in real time, right? That's the bank within Unit. The treasury is this concept where every single asset is going to have a lowest price. So at the moment, you look at digital assets, it's very much based on speculative value. If it goes up, if it goes down, more people buy it, there's more demand. We're really confident that this idea that assets are going to have a lowest price is going to be really interesting. How that works is, let's say there was 100,000 Michael shares or tokens, and there was $500,000 in the treasury, you would know that the lowest price is $5. So if you bought it at $10 or $12, you know that it's got $7 of speculative value, $5 of underlying value. And we think that that's going to take a lot of the traditional methods behind valuing businesses into the token economy. We provide other features, things like a contest, things like polls. We have an exchange built in. And what we're looking for at the moment is collaborators and projects which are looking to build on top of the token economy. Anyone with a restaurant, anyone with a real world business that says, hey, this alternate crypto, blockchain, token economy is relevant and interesting, and you have a feeling that it's going to play a big role. We'd love to support you, whether it's invest in it or use our community of 50,000 people globally to help drive the number of token economy businesses that exist. And please feel free to reach out. I'm at Michael on Telegram, or get me afterwards. We've got 10 minutes time left. Anything else, Miguel?
Well, just to be grateful for the invitation to you and Human Protocol. Our time is really running up. We really wanted to get ahead of how wealth inequity will be solved by crypto and obviously the global finance. So UNIT is onto it. I believe you're also onto it. So we should, all of us, communicate, especially at this very bright first edition of Human Protocol. So please, thank you so much for coming, and a round of applause for Michael Healy and to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Obrigado, mano.
Thank you. Cheers.
Obrigado.
Thank you both. That was so good. Such a great fireside. So it is a back-to-back special for you now, and next on the stage we have Grant Gudgel, founder, advisor, and investor who will be digging deep into AI advertising and separating the hype from reality. So Grant, take it away.
All right. Woo! How is everybody? Hey, Harmony. And Albert, cool. Is that you? Cool. I love being on the second day, like right before lunch, so everybody's both hungover and kind of hangry. So thank you for bearing with me. I'll try to make this somewhat interesting. I'm going to change it up a little bit. I'm not going to talk about Web3. I'm from the advertising technology and AI space, so I'm a co-founder of something called AI.pt. So I'm based here in Lisbon, and we have a team that's been building community around AI product development here in Lisbon, organizing a bunch of events and building teams around various projects with investments in a startup studio. So I'm going to talk to you, my talk is called Cutting Through the Fog, Unraveling AI in Digital Media. So my background is in advertising technology. I've been in the industry for about 15 years now. I talk, so I'm actually writing a book right now by this title called Cutting Through the Fog. You might have seen my co-founder, Kunal Gupta, talk at some other events. So one of the companies that we've started recently is called Spark Publishing. So we are an AI-enabled book publishing company for founders and thought leaders who have big ideas but not a lot of time. We help you publish your book in 100 days or less. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what I'm working on. So essentially, my book, Cutting Through the Fog, I look at AI and kind of the way that it's scaling in the industry and how it's impacting our markets and our economies through the lens of advertising. Who here loves ads? Anybody? Yeah, all right. So they say we should start with like a personal story. So I'm going to tell you guys a quick story just to kind of tee this up. So I'm a climber. I've been climbing mountains since I was 12 years old. And I had a really interesting experience when I was 17 years old. I almost died. I almost actually froze to death on a mountain. What happened was we were climbing a mountain in Colorado called Long's Peak. I was working for a guiding company, and we were up there in the winter on a training climb, and we got 2 days in, we were halfway up the mountain, and what happens in the winter when you're climbing is oftentimes you have storms that arrive. The weather is unpredictable. And we had a storm hit right as we were reaching the crest of this mountain, and I got separated from my group. The fog closed in. I had whiteout conditions. I couldn't see anything. And I wandered around for a couple of hours in negative 30-degree temperatures, so 30 degrees below zero. I became hypothermic, and I fell asleep next to a rock. Long story short, a friend of mine found me, pulled me into the tent where we had to stay for 2 days for the weather to lift. During that time, we couldn't see anything. We were closed in. We couldn't see the mountain. We couldn't see the path. I couldn't find my camp. I couldn't find my friends. And it was because of the snow. But when the fog lifted, we were able to see the mountain, we were able to see our objective, and we were able to see the path out of there. We were too tired and weak to continue, so we went back down the mountain. But I tell this story because I find that a lot of times when we're at the cusp of technological change, we're entering a sort of foggy area where the advertising or marketing hype around a technology often clouds what we can see of how the technology is going to roll out and how it's going to impact the world. And so with AI right now, anybody? Help? No? There we go. All right, so with AI right now, what we're seeing is a lot of excitement, but also a lot of fear. If you read the press, you get this equal mix of like, AI is going to be revolutionary, it's going to change the world, and then you also get people who are doomers saying, you know, AI is going to destroy us all and it's going to be horrible. I tend to be an optimist about these things, and I find that coming from the advertising industry, there's a lot of things that we've already learned. There's kind of already a map for how this is going to actually roll out. And I kind of agree with Yann LeCun here. If you don't know who Yann is the head of the machine learning program at Meta. He's also a professor at NYU. And he's been instrumental in kind of developing machine learning and deep learning over the past 15 or 20 years. And he basically says, if you're worried about AI causing mass unemployment, you shouldn't. He also says, if you're worried about machines taking over the world, you also shouldn't. And it's more important to look at what's actually happening and what is real. So I come from the advertising industry. Like I said, I've worked in it for a number of years, and there's actually a lot we can learn about how AI is going to impact the broader economy, I think, from what we've seen in this industry over time. So there's a reality that maybe some people ignore, but ads actually, throughout history, have driven a lot of innovation, or at least they've moved in lockstep with innovations as they come along. So join me on this quick journey. So it actually started 5,000 years ago. The first ad was this piece of papyrus written in Egypt by a guy named Hapu. He was trying to sell rugs. He was also trying to find a lost slave because humans are awful. By the 1800s, we had the first ad-supported content with penny presses. First TV ads in 1940. But then already in the 1960s, AI, or the concepts that would lead to what we call AI today, were already impacting this industry. So we had MMMs very early on, marketing mix models, which were the first attempt to apply regression analysis and other data models to advertising and media. By the 90s, we had ads going digital. This is actually the first banner ad that was ever run. It was run on Wired magazine back in the early 90s at the very advent of the internet. By the 2000s, advertising had the second contact with AI. So at the time of real-time bidding and kind of the emergence of big data, we started using these models again at a larger scale to optimize this time for advertising pricing, bidding logic, and the way that we actually purchase and transact on ads. So by the 2010s, AI was actually already everywhere. I'm talking to a crowd of technology people. You guys know this, but by already in the 2010s, every mobile app, every advertising platform was already learning machine algorithms, primarily for predictive models to predict pricing for the ads that they were running, also to predict specific outcomes and the activities or actions that users would be taking on a site. And then all of a sudden in the 2020s, AI kind of comes into the mainstream with generative AI. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody's minds are blown by ChatGPT and Midjourney and all of these things. I show this history, though, to kind of illustrate that this is not new. This has been going on for decades already. So we've been automating this industry for a number of years. In fact, the level of automation is pretty massive. And so if we kind of ascribe to the idea that automation and AI is going to replace jobs or replace humans or somehow fire Don Draper, the reality is that that's not happened. So while we've automated the industry pretty significantly, spending in the industry has actually dramatically increased over the same period of time. And what do you think happened to employment in this industry? Anybody? It didn't rise. It actually stayed flat. So what was happening was there was a lot of additional value creation in the advertising industry, a lot more spending, a lot more dollars coming in. There was a lot more corporate profits, a lot more of moving money around. But ultimately, the number of employees remained relatively constant throughout that period. And my point here is, it's not a simple story, but automation does not necessarily lead to job loss or other types of negative impacts on the broader economy. And the reality is, when people say that AI is going to enable us to cut costs aggressively, IBM CEO said that they were going to reduce their workforce by 30%. I don't believe that's going to happen, because I believe that competition leads to a place where the winners are the ones who create additional value with innovation, not the ones who use it to simply cut costs. So the winners are thinking in terms of delivering more value. So what does that look like in my industry? So one of the things that we've seen over the past 10 years and is now accelerating significantly with generative AI is more creativity. So this was actually a campaign we ran for Cadillac back in 2017. already in 2017, we were using automation tools to build hundreds of different versions of video ads. This was before generative AI existed. So today what we're seeing is this at a much larger scale. So large advertisers are now using these tools to generate literally thousands of versions of ads that we're then able to go out and try to test and optimize to deliver better results for the advertisers. So this is a case of not reducing the budget. This was, they spent over $1 million on this execution. The budget wasn't reduced. Instead, we just delivered far more value to the advertiser. The other thing we're seeing is better insights. So what machine learning allows us to do is to go in and do research and understand how consumers are interacting with ads in ways that we never have been before, because they simply were cost prohibitive and they were not enabled through traditional just teams doing the work. So you're seeing really robust multivariate creative testing, using this against the types of contextual. We have a computer vision company back in the back. We're using these technologies to deliver ads in a better way and to do it with privacy concerns at the fore. So as we see kind of cookies disappearing, so one-to-one data matching is going away, we're using these tools now to better adapt and test ads so that we can deliver them to the right consumers without having to track you across the internet and cookie your browser. And I think one of the most important things that I've taken away from all of this as somebody who works in the industry with agencies, with brands, is we find that as we reduce the amount of time necessary to actually deliver the value for an ad campaign, it allows us more time to build relationships. It allows us more time to train teams, to build skills, and to build customer relationships that actually deliver more value. So with AI.pt, I mentioned we've built an agency. It's called Jetson. You can find us at getjetson.ai. And essentially what we do is we help brands and advertisers apply these types of tools into their workflows to realize time and cost savings so that they can deliver more value for their customers. And so one of the things that when we started researching this stuff that we were really interested in was trying to figure out, like, okay, given where AI is today, where generative AI, what it allows, what the other types of machine learning models allow in bidding technologies and in media buying, how much time do we actually save? And what we've seen pretty much across the board is every incremental step in new technologies coming out and being integrated into a workflow successfully, it generally results in about a 30% time savings. We've seen this with our teams where we're able to do about 30% more in a given amount of time. And I point this out again to touch on the point that this means I still need humans for the 60% of the value that we're driving. The machines are just augmenting our ability to deliver more value. So as a few kind of takeaways, the way I see this is not something that is going to happen overnight. If you think about the timeline for AI, like deployment, you can compare it to other technology deployments. The joke in my industry is if you went to Cannes Lion, the advertising event in France every summer, since 2009, people started talking about what we called the year of mobile. I don't know if any of you are from this industry, but the year of mobile started in 2009, and you could still see people getting on stages with microphones talking about the year of mobile in 2018. In fact, there was a survey run by a trade publication a few years ago that surveyed 100 different ad executives in the industry asking when was the year of mobile retrospectively, and they got answers that varied from 2001 to 2019. So I say this also to illustrate that I think that AI, and probably Web3 as well, these are long processes of rollout and of tech adoption that take decades, not years. If I think about the timeline of the actual investments that are going into AI in my industry today, everybody is getting up on stages talking about it, but the budgets to even start testing these tools are just being allocated in large organizations for 2024. So the timeline for a large company to go and test an AI automation in their workflows for advertising is at least going to be another year. So I think we're still a decade out from any real major impacts on jobs and on kind of the industry. So where we are today and what I help clients with is testing and learning. We go into brands, we go into agencies, and we help them build protocols that take existing workflows and then try to automate those workflows. We run tests and we try to understand where can we actually deliver more value for our clients and where are the areas that are going to be less valuable. this helps, obviously, business leaders understand where to be investing and where to be training staff for the future. So that is all I've got. Again, I am Grant Gudgel, so AI.pt, you can't see it down here, the Gudgel. Find me on Twitter, find me on LinkedIn. And then, like I said, our website is getjetson.ai. If you are looking to automate anything in the way of marketing or advertising, give us a call. Also, if you want to write a book, talk to me. I've almost finished mine, and we would love to help you do yours. So thank you very much. I'll let you go have lunch, drink some water.
Thank you, Grant. That was epic. So we're going to take a really quick break now, but don't go too far, because we've got Adidas's Erica Wick-Sneed after the break, walking us through how the world's most iconic brand went from nag me to wag me, plus a panel discussion on whether decentralized working is really working. So we'll see you very shortly. after the break, I'm thrilled to introduce Adidas's Erica Wick-Sneed, who's the Global Vice President and General Manager of Adidas Three Stripes Studios. She's been pivotal in taking one of the world's most iconic sport lifestyle brands into the open metaverse across blockchain, Web3 gaming, and virtual experiences. After Erica's done her keynote, we'll have a panel discussion on whether decentralized working is really working. So, without further ado, Erica. Woo!
GM. Today is not a tech talk. And it's because I'm not going to be presenting Web3 as a technology. And that's because I don't view it that way. And I'll explain to you why and how we really started our journey as an organization into what we're calling the open metaverse. I view Web3 as an underlying set of principles, as updated values. And my career, spanning over 18 plus years, has been studying Gen Z and youth culture through all of the macro and microeconomic shifts. One thing that I have learned, if you're going to be a brand that's relevant in this next generation, you need to have updated values, and then how you act on those values needs to change. So I'm going to share a bit about why we went in, what we've done as a brand, and what we've learned along the journey. Because I think it's very important, if you're working in this space, to share the learnings as you're going on this journey. Because again, one of the core values of Web3 is decentralization. And if we're going to bring everyone on this journey, we need to teach you all how we've gone from not going to make it to we're all going to make it. So here's an awesome headshot of me. I'm Erica Wick-Sneed. When I joined Adidas 3 years ago, I was the Chief Marketing Officer of Adidas Originals, which is the lifestyle pillar of the Adidas brand. I say Adidas because I'm from California. Sometimes I say Adidas because now I live in Germany. But that's a bit about me. When I joined, I became the founder of the Adidas Web3 and Metaverse Task Force. Yes, you can be a founder in a 75-year-old company. I helped create and scale the Web3 flywheel for the most iconic sports lifestyle brand, just by posing the question, what should Adidas do on blockchain? What is this new revolutionary technology? How should a brand like ours take advantage of it? Are there opportunities for us to make money? Is it just going to be a marketing vehicle and an engagement tool? I posed that question, and then I've stuck around a few years to figure it out, and now I'm leading the whole initiative for the organization. And it was in this role and in this time when I was at Adidas Originals, also doing a very important body of work. When I joined the company, we were a very heavy number 2 in our category. There is a very, very well-known number 1 in our category, and they do like to call themselves a digital company or a technology company. I knew that that wasn't Adidas. But I knew that our competitive advantage that makes us unique as a brand is culture, and that we have been pioneering in culture for 50 years, and that is through the lifestyle pillar of Originals. So what I did was commission a global study, an ethnography. We went to every single one of the 15 key cities in the world. We talked to hundreds and hundreds of influencers and influential people. And I don't mean the Kim Kardashians of the world. I mean the entrepreneurs, the creators, the artists, the subversive artists, people that are living at the edge of culture and creating the things that we talk about, maybe in the dark channels, over drinks at a bar, things that are like really asking us to question, what are we doing in this world? Why are we here? What are the things about? What are the interests and causes that we care about? And it was in this role that I got deep into the Web3 rabbit hole, and I feel like that's a moniker that sticks. So with that said, we were one of the very first brands, and we were a non-tech brand to enter Web3 back in December 2021, 2 weeks after Facebook Blue changed their name to Meta. So we were very early. We didn't do it through an acquisition. We did it by building slowly and methodically and taking this big organization on this journey with us over the course of 9 months. Let's watch the video that launched this mad journey.
I see trees of green. I see them blue. And I think to myself, what a wonderful
So when we dropped this video just hours after getting the rights to use that iconic song, it really sparked a moment in digital culture. Because all of a sudden, here was the Three Stripes brand collaborating with the Bored Ape Yacht Club, G-Money, the Punks Comics, and where are we going on this journey? But we're using this word metaverse for the first time that no other real lifestyle brand had done. One of the most fascinating stats after this is that in December, right after we dropped this video, of all of the Google search volume searching around the word metaverse, Adidas captured 10% in our largest market in North America, which as a marketer and someone who looks at media data, that is unusually unheard of and a staggering number. Sometimes we always put on the last slide, what was the big accomplishment? I'm just gonna tell you up front. This launch created a tidal wave in popular culture, and it ended up being the #1 most iconic hype drop of all time. It received more media mentions than the 2017 Louis Vuitton and Supreme collaboration. Since then, we now have our own business unit with its own P&L that's operating full-time within Adidas. And there's been some things that we've done along this timeline and along this journey. At the time, when we went into the metaverse, we partnered with the Bored Ape Yacht Club, who is now Yuga Labs. It's over a $450 million valuated company building a metaverse gaming ecosystem. We partnered with Punks Comics, who's known as the Marvel of the Metaverse, and they have gone on, and they're also building a new brawler game and have plans. What they're unveiling is a community co-owned gaming ecosystem. We partnered with G-Money, who is now the founder of the luxury brand 90cc, and he's an iconic staple you see at the red carpets of fashion weeks at the likes of Prada and many other fashion labels. We have amazing partnerships, and we do bring along with us Web3 startups, so Token Proof, Fireblocks. We're working with MoonPay, just a few, but these are companies that know how to work with us, have governance, have security, and also can reach the scale we do because the community of 20,000 is in 137 countries. We've conducted the world's largest airdrop by volume when we launched our first ever virtual gear collection of 16 hoodies. I'll show you those in a minute. We've also launched a new identity project that's connected to Adidas's membership platform called Adi Club. It's called Alts by Adidas, and we've been on that journey this last year, and if you are an NFT holder, thank you. It's great to see you, and it's great to have you with us. But also since then, the broader crypto and blockchain conversation has evolved, right? We've just seen FTX and that whole debacle, and Sam Bankman-Fried going to jail, which seems like forever. We've seen the crypto market get somewhat convoluted within the NFT market, and therefore trading volume is probably at the lowest volume it's ever been. We've seen a lot of cash grabs and grifters along the way, but I think because the market's not attracted to them anymore, it's great for those of us who have the updated values because those have since gone away. People are more skeptical. It's also forced a lot of the startups and companies building technologies to be more thoughtful and to make sure that they're building for the broader use case and not just for the narrow-minded niche. And I think we've seen the first hype cycle, which really disrupted art. And I think we're now going to be watching that move into music, gaming, and immersive entertainment is up next. And you've seen little bits and glimmers of these closed ecosystems start to open up with the announcement of platforms like Epic making Fortnite more available to creators in a creator economy, and Roblox, they're going to be betting the whole farm on that business model. So we've done a lot. And we're not a tech company, and we don't try to be. What we're trying to be is the most credible and culturally credible brand in Web3. And to build credibly, you need to make sure your approach is not a launch and leave. And a lot of brands have done that, but we did not. And we knew that is the way to survive hype cycles. Because what brand knows hype cycles better than the brand who's perfected collaborations and perfected the hype drop? A brand's ability to connect their business objectives to their core offering and live those values and first principles is what we believe is going to separate those that are not going to make it from the ones who are going to continue to make it. And just like anything in life, you want to be on the side of WAGMI. So who do we do it for? And I think it's important to put this slide back up because even when I give any type of talk, I always want to reference again, who are we doing this for? And this hasn't changed. Our consumer at the end of the day is that we're trying to sell culture to the premium streetwear consumer who wants this idea of new luxury. And that means it's all about being part of these niche communities that are in the know, the if you know crowd. And sometimes that can mean leaving folks on the sidelines because they're not going to make it. Well, if you understand Web3, then you know it's important that you want to get into the game, you need to get off the sidelines, you need to roll up your sleeves, you need to build yourself, you need to go down the rabbit hole yourself, you need to be self-educated. And self-education and being self-taught is something that is a core inherent value and skill of the Gen Z digital native. Over 85% say their future is determined by choices that they're going to make and things that they can control. 87% say that their digital identities are becoming more important than their offline identities. And that is proven by some recent Roblox data where over 65% care more about styling their digital persona than thinking about what they're gonna wear in the real world. 7 out of 10 Gen Zs and millennials were interested in the metaverse, and this is back in 2021, where 38% said they think it's gonna become part of their everyday life. Now, over half of people's purchase journeys, which influences what they're gonna buy and when, is moving online, and that's also where they're seeking inspiration, inspiring others. And I don't know if you've been watching the fashion runways last year, but a lot of what walked down Paris and Milan was heavily influenced by the style and the colors that are coming out of the metaverse, including this track jacket. All of these values that we've identified, and this took hundreds of interviews and slide decks that probably have thousands of slides sitting on Microsoft server somewhere, we boiled it down into one. What is on the bottom here on the slide are the values that mattered the most to Gen Z, and we think this is what's going to be standing the test of time as this generation comes in and controls share of voice, share of wallet, share of spend, is they want agency. And boy, does that pair nicely with the Web3 offer of being trustless. They also want iconoclasm. They see these systems and these crises that they are inundated with, and they know these systems don't work for them, and they have the power to tear it down themselves. We saw that during the GameStop meme short squeeze. They took control, jumped on a Discord, and actually collapsed a venture capital fund on their own. And wow, that really works in the value of being immutable, things living forever, wanting to come together to build something that has permanence, that doesn't consistently not work for others. They're also efficient. And wow, that would be great if we could really realize the value that Web3 promises of composability, being able to have things work interoperably. I have to say these words slowly. And then finally, community, and probably the most talked about. But what this really means is decentralization in its truest form also brings along diversity, equity, and inclusion. So whether you're talking to consultants like McKinsey, art houses like Christie's, Guy Osiri, who's sitting on the board of the Bored Ape Yacht Clubs, but he's also the agent for U2, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Madonna, or producers like Timberland, and trust me, I talk to and I'm on text message threads with all of these people. They will all tell you that they believe truly that Web3 still represents the largest shift ushering in a new economy. Now, I have worked for accelerated technology companies. I've been at Google, I've worked at Uber, I've been at PayPal and Venmo where I helped put crypto into the PayPal app. I'm watching us move from the shared economy to the creator economy. And I really believe that the true essence of the creator economy can live on blockchain, which offers them to control their destinies in this new owned economy. So I think one thing I want to leave you is the most important thing I believe about Web3 and why it was so interesting for a brand like Adidas to come in is because this is where communities who actively participate and have deep passion and fandom can be cultivated. It's because the technology has features baked within, and when we use it properly, it enables those active communities to thrive and rewards them for going off and doing the brand advocacy on behalf of us and the creators that we partner with. And let's be honest, sport is all about active participation. So millennials, and I'm sitting on the cusp, I'm a millennial, right on the edge, older edge of the millennials, if you will, right at the edge. And the generations older, we were okay with the grind until you die. This generation is not. Gen Z is a new breed. They have updated values, they want a more relaxing and fulfilled life, and the reality that they see in NFTs and in blockchain is that they want to make cool shit, cash out, and live a chill life. And if you embrace the Web3 promises, it can enable that. The other thing about them is they do not live in the offline and the online worlds. They do not distinguish digital from reality. It is just life. There are people that will tell you, and kids that play games, that when they score the game-winning goal in FIFA, it feels as deep as an accomplishment as when they've got their high school diploma. There is no difference to them. And we've proven that by looking at the brain and how the brain receives information of what you do in-game and in the real world. It feels the same. It creates a memory that you can come back to. And because of COVID and the lockdown that happened and this acceleration of needing to make communities and have social contracts and meet new friends online, those online friends where you can jump in and out of even more niche nuances around your personality are sometimes even more influential and important than your real world friends. And of course, you want to know what youth say? Youth says it's even more important and more influential than their own parents. So who do we build for? We're building for collectors who honor heritage. We are a 75-year-old sports lifestyle brand. Heritage is intrinsically important to us. And another thing that we learned during our research is that Gen Z, this is the first time they actually like and respect their mom and dad than previous generations. And when I heard that insight, I was kind of blown away, because that means that heritage brands who have archives like us now have an ability to make that relevant for a younger generation. And we can use the folks who'd been with us on our previous journeys to help us pull in and tether in this younger generation. And secondly, we're after communities who actively participate. And what do we want to give them? Ownership, an active role, and freedom of expression. Now, in order to do this, it's going to really make a mess out of your organization, especially a big democratic or bureaucratic organization like a DAC company that Adidas is. So who did we have to bring on this journey? It starts in-house, and it always starts with the people, and it always starts with the D-gens who get an idea and just won't let go of it. And we found D-gens sitting in legal, treasury, tax, in operations, and so we were able to have these difficult conversations over a course of 9 months to plan our path in, because at the end of the day, we were putting 3 Stripes and an Adidas trefoil, our most beloved IP marks, on an open ledger with no precedent before us about who legally is going to own these things when you put it on a blockchain. So we've had agreements for how we're going to give people rights, like commercial rights, how we're going to co-create with them, and how we're going to use our brand marks and our iconic designs, how we're able to give people royalties and remuneration for co-creating with us, because now this is new business models we can create with partners that we didn't have access to before. It also allows us and forced us to start building community first. So we're not just using social media as a channel to push out advertising and commercials. It's truly a two-way dialogue. So of everything I've learned, and if there's one slide, I've put it up. This is probably the most important takeaway, is understanding the 5 paradigm shifts. And we've used these as a lens to help get our approach right and keep us true. These took us a long time to get here, so screenshot it. It's my gift to you. And if you want to be part of this movement and you want to wag me in this movement, you need to know that community is the new influencer, ownership is the new sharing, collectors are the new audience, collaborator is the new consumer, and bonding is the new access. So let's move from the theory into the practice. And there's a lot of people who say they're experts on Web3, and please don't believe them. We are all students on this journey because we are building something that's never been done before. And that's why it's important to get involved and do the work. But it's also important to make sure you align your values with why you're in this space in the first part. In March of 2021, we organized an internal team called the Metaverse Task Force. By May, we developed our strategy on how to enter, and we used the 4 Cs: consumer, category, company, and culture. By July, we presented our vision to our Chief Digital Officer and to the SVP who heads up Originals. And we were saying, look, this is really about a collective, and this new era of iconic brands are going to be defined by the quality of the communities that they cultivate. And as long as these communities would collect your products, your services, and experiences and feel they have an active stake, they're going to be so brand loyal and connected to you that they're going to help move you into spaces you can't go on your own. We're now a fully funded business unit who oversees digital goods, on-chain experiences, and gaming across the open and closed metaverse environments, like Roblox and Fortnite, just to name a couple. We have a robust community of over 20,000 living in 137 countries. We have a full-time moderator team of 7. And by now, we have landed Sandbox. We have a 3 Stripes Council. We've done events all over the world. We're up and running. One of the things I'm most proud of when I talk about community is our issuing of soulbound tokens to connect us to some individuals that were voted in to what's called the Adidas 3 Stripe Council. These are advisors that were voted in by our Discord community of 20,000. So their peer set saw their contribution and feedback in the Discord, and they said, yeah, I think these people should become a filter for what Adidas is putting out into the world. So we work very closely with these individuals, and here they are at NFT Paris, organizing themselves. But these truly are our own community advisors. Don't call it a DAO, but it certainly has governance rails that kind of operate like one within a centralized organization. We've also launched a program called Residency, and we launched this in Seoul, Korea this summer. It gives artists the most important thing that they crave is discoverability. We use a big spotlight, and let's be honest, there's probably no bigger spotlight like one like Adidas with a big platform, thousands of stores around the world, very engaged social channels, and we're putting these artists in the same sphere as Grace Wales-Bonner, Jerry Lorenzo, Bad Bunny, Pharrell Williams. And one example is we've pulled an artist and plucked them right out of our own community. Their name is Roz, where they did an open and closed edition that we launched in Berlin, giving him a very big platform, helping to drive new revenue for us, because now we're selling artwork that we never co-created, and we get to curate a new gallery space for them in our own channels, and we're going to be rolling this out further. And so who knows, maybe we can find the next Yeezy this way. These are just 3 examples of the virtual gear collection we launched. These are fully on-chain. They're going for $30 US up to $30,000 US. The promise of interoperability should mean that if you hold one of these 16 hoodies, you have the ability to wear it on your identity, whether that identity is going to be walking into Gaming World, Sandbox, Decentraland, wherever you want to go in the future. So that would be our plan and our hope for these types of products. One thing I don't think that we knew at the time is that people want to collect the entire range. That was something that surprised us. There really are a deep inherent desire to own all these pieces. Another thing that we're building is a first of its kind auction mechanic that's now available in Adidas sales channels. Now, when you're a company like Adidas, your business model is that you sell clothes, you sell apparel, sneakers, right, accessories. And then those clothes might go off and have a second life on StockX, Depop, eBay. Our business never makes money on those secondary sales, royalties, right? So that was an opportunity for us to say, you know what? We're selling these at an MSRP or an RRP, and we're limiting our ability, and mostly our partners' ability, to make money, and that's going off somewhere else. So what if we move those auctions onto our platform to give the creators more funding for the drops that they're doing instead of pushing it onto secondary marketplaces? So that's the reasoning behind why we're doing this. And we've done 3 drops now, Montclair with Bape, and the one we just launched last week with Bugatti. All of these have an NFC inside the product connected to an NFT. We would really like to see exchanges reward secondary revenue again. We think that's an important model that's broken in this ecosystem that was a promise. But the belief there is we can start to teach people to hold on to things longer and to be able to trade them and to buy things that are going to have value built inside. So it gives us more profit, it gives us more margin, and we think it's also going to reduce some of the, let's say, waste or the overconsumption that's going on in the space. Let's watch another video.
Vamos, Karim. Sunny, everything's brown. Nobody's faster than me.
Okay, so you saw just a little bit of if you know, you know. One of the balances we're trying to do here as a mainstream brand is not overhype ourselves. But this is the Adidas World Cup advertisement that went everywhere. And we put our Bored Ape Indigo Hertz on the cereal box, and we didn't say anything at all. And then we had Benzema wear the tracksuit that I'm wearing today. It was in his closet. It's actually the only product he wanted to take off the shoot. So that was pretty humbling for us to see and exciting to see. But when the community saw this and discovered it, that's when the internet exploded again in the space. And then we delighted them further by video mapping this on the tallest building in the world in Dubai, the Burj Khalifa. Community saw it, they responded again. They started making their own iconic stunts. They started making their own cereal boxes. And that's the fan content, this earned media wave that is just like so possible when you lean into these niche communities. Collaboration, we're on this journey, like I said, with the Alts by Adidas, and every single creative step of the way, whether we're developing how you're gonna get into this space by issuing keys, what's the mechanic, the vending machine, what types of traits you're gonna get, what's the feature of trait swapping, all of these ideas came from the community. So we're collaborating with our own Discord to bring the concepts and ideas they have into our art direction. So we're literally making the creative director our community and collaborating. Now, I talked about bonding being the new access. These events were not funded by me whatsoever. I didn't have to go through any hefty approvals whatsoever. These were co-created by the community who at this place knows the brand so well, is so deeply connected to us. They are protecting it, and they're basically funding their own meetups and community group events. So this is something that happened in London. This is something that happened in Amsterdam. We even have someone who's doing their own radio show just following our own journey. These are all unofficial initiatives. And finally, community art. This is what speaks for itself. And I want to say it was like a couple days after we launched our drop into the metaverse, someone created the meme, Wag Me, with the Adidas trefoil. That sold the next day for 72,000 US dollars. But what's grail to a marketeer and to a brand is when other people make art on your behalf because it keeps you relevant, it renews our brand in fresh ways, and it also, it's a conveyor belt of content we would never be able to fund to produce ourselves. So imagine going through the legal departments and the approvals I would need for this. It would never work. I'd have to get the person who owns the identity of Courtney to give me approval to use Courtney. I don't have to do that. The artist has done it themselves. So these are just some examples of things that we've seen. Now, the founder of Adi Dassler said this quote, and I like to put this up because I think it's so important to organizations and to the growth of nascent and new spaces. Those who are against new development or the testing of new things should not hinder those who are willing. This is hard. We're building in a really down market. But I will say, what I do not run into in my company, and when I do, I throw this quote up, are the defectors. And if I do run into them, I just stop meeting with them. So in short, please don't stand in the way of a good idea. And if you don't understand it, no, you do not have a right to stop it. You have a right to get involved. You have a right to ask questions. But you need to embrace the idea of empowering your teams to continue to explore. And I do believe still Web3 is a movement. I believe it might be a bit underground because of some complexities, but there's power in the ability for Web3 to put updated values into commerce, commerciality, and most importantly, pop culture. So I hope you've learned something today. I hope you left a bit inspired about what we're doing, and I hope you join us on the journey by either jumping into our Discord or grabbing an Adidas NFT and just continuing to walk the walk with us. So thank you very much.
So good to have you back on the stage. Do you want to join us on the panel?
Yes, I do.
The rest of the panelists are going to join me now on the stage as well, because we're going to be discussing the big question, is decentralized working working? Thanks so much.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, hi.
Yeah, so
How much time do we have?
I think we've probably got about 15 minutes.
Okay.
20 minutes.
20.
The clock has just reset.
Cool.
That's fabulous. So thanks so much for joining me on the sofa today. We've got lots to discuss, but I would love to start with some intros and maybe a little bit about the project you're working on or company you're working with. So James, do you want to kick us off?
Hello again, I'm James. I founded a sort of marketing consultancy brand culture business called Iconic. We try and give brands a key jump to the front of popular culture. Very excited to be here.
Hi there, I'm Marina. I am an entrepreneur and an advisor, and occasionally I wear an investor hat as well. My projects include London Fashion Fund, which is investing in sustainability companies in fashion space. And my recent projects also were, I created accelerators for a blockchain protocol called Newcoin. And one of the biggest projects is I was one of the founding members for Farfetch Accelerator, which is the biggest company for fashion innovation. So that's me.
And I'm Erica.
Obviously. And I'm Max, Growth Director at Human Protocol, and my background is in product and communities.
Hi everyone, I'm Ross, the CEO at RAND. We have the largest NFT marketplace on Algorand, about 80 to 90% market share. So all the NFT volume that passes through Algorand generally passes through us. We've also got the largest, or the fastest growing NFT marketplace on XRPL.
Great, thank you. Can all the panelists hear one another?
Just.
Just,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Well, let me know if you can't, turn the volume up. So although we might not call it that, decentralized work has become a lot more common since the pandemic, with whole companies going remote or mixing remote with in-office work. What can we learn from that kind of tussle between the old guard and the new guard there? And how is sort of decentralized work working in this new sphere with Web3?
Who wants to start?
I can go.
I can start, but we started the business 3 years ago in the middle of the pandemic, so we didn't have a choice. We had to start remote first, and then the decision was made to keep being remote as we grew and scaled the team over the next 3 years. You know, frankly, if you look at Web3, there are not enough developers for us to really just hone in on one location. Like, you know, there's maybe one chain that has over 1,000 developers. So for us to acquire the best talent, we need to have that remote first approach, I believe. And then you need to then make sure you hire the right people, firstly, but also put the right systems in place to be able to grow and manage those teams on a remote perspective.
I can mention like I'll tell you what's working. As long as we've connected the business objectives to what we're building as product and promoting, that's working really well. And so we've now obviously had a decentralized task force building this, but it was really hard to keep this going as our side hustle on top of being, you know, whatever our jobs were as our front hustle. So now we've kind of centralized this group. We've gotten really clear on what we're working on, and so we feel centralized, but we've built decentralized tenants into the business models that we're deploying. I think the thing that's not working at times and where we have tensions is we do work for an organization that wants to put up quarterly results. And so they want to see us exploiting what the opportunity is right now. And yet we built this trust with the community, and our business model in Web3 is really challenged right now because the secondary royalties that we were using dried up about a year and a half ago when Blur and OpenSea changed their policies. And so I think there are some things that are broke in Web3, and so we're having to pivot into gaming worlds and closed ecosystems, which are challenging our original value statement and mission statement. So we're having to find this right balance, and I think at the same time, we as a collective community need to agree on the values that we want to stand for, and even if the business models are under attack, we need to try to find ways to still reinforce why Web3 exists. Otherwise, we're probably going to need to become a traditional Web2 gaming studio in the future if we can't find the right revenue streams.
I think it depends also what sort of business do you run, and then decentralization can only work on a certain scale. So you can't, I think like it's really challenging to be completely decentralized for a company. Obviously there are very native Web3 companies who are trying to do that, such as protocols. but they are also finding it pretty challenging. And it's quite a new phenomenon, actually. So the DAOs and the whole decentralization started a couple of just years ago. And because also blockchain is such a new early stage innovation, there are a lot of tools that are developing right now. And actually this year was all about infrastructure and about like what tools can be developed for DAOs and decentralized business models. But I think it will take a bit of a time before those tools can work. And obviously it's really important to understand what do you want to achieve with the decentralization, as you mentioned as well. I think there is definitely a need for that, that companies are moving towards more impact and more kind of like decentralized decision making and so on.
Well, I just think you've just got this tension point. I might be slightly contrary actually to a lot of the opinion. I think you have a tension point between unbelievable convenience, seamlessness, you can get the job done, tech orientated, get it licked, have that conversation in whichever video based format you want to, and there is an efficacy and an efficiency to that. But I think the tension point is between that and a bunch of intangibles that is a really human connection thing that can't be sussed or solved through your little square window, because all of these bits of body language which we are currently conveying and portraying are really important, I think, with the way you deal with people, full stop. I don't know anyone who's got this licked, by the way, or solved entirely. I think we all have versions of it. I built an agency in my 20s that I didn't set it out this way, but it had a gang mentality. The crew of people around you, physically, literally around you, meant that you felt like you could do anything. You had an audacity which was born from your little crew and your tribe. I just believe they're more difficult to attain in a decentralized model, and yet the tension exists because there were other times when we tried to go global, back then, pre-pandemic, many years ago, and actually it was prevented because we only had a couple of days stateside, and then it was followed up with a conference call, and that was horrid. And that would be so much easier to seamlessly do now in a far more obviously decentralized post-pandemic way. So if anyone's got it entirely licked, I think fair play. It's a very tricky little balance, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. I think from what I've learned from 6 years plus in blockchain and decentralization is that vision should be a bit centralized. And I think you still have to get people to believe in something in common, and also to have leaders. Leaders can be, that can be one person, but that could be also a collective of persons. And then execution should be decentralized. And I think people kind of enjoy being able to execute in a decentralized way, and they feel respected, and they feel empowered, but you don't get to get anything done without a beautiful vision that makes people believe in you and want to go to war for you.
And when you're in the depths of such a decentralized system and the natural leadership occurs, educate me because you know far more, is it that do people naturally respond to such leadership in a way that would seem normal?
Definitely. And that's the beauty of it, because if you think about it, a light paper is centralized. Someone at some point decided to write something and say, this is my vision of the world, please read it and tell me if you agree on it, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's pretty much how things are going in this world, and this pretty much organic. Obviously, we can talk about token price, so things like that, but I don't want to talk about that. I just want to talk about the ability of people to read something, get their head around it, and just say, you know what, I'm going to make it my day-to-day life for the next years. And this is amazing, but at some point, people need to go back to this feeling of this was a centralized vision that I believed in. And most of the time, people are getting lost in their way, organization getting lost in their way, because you start with this kind of ideal, and you end up getting, as you said, like what's your cue for, performance?
Yeah.
And a lot of people that are here for the beauty of this new world are lost because that's not the same language.
And I will say, to put into practice something that I'm saying, even though you allow execution to be decentralized, let's take, for instance, once we got into space, a lot of people started to design their own sneakers. And they started to share a bunch of memes and their own designs they've done in Clo, in Illustrator, and share that on Discord. we're a big company who's still governed by Web 2. So if we all of a sudden took that and went and built it, we could enter ourselves into a legal situation because we are a Web 2 company at the end of the day. And so if you share any concepts with me on the Discord, we legally have a right to own it without any agreement, because that's now the legal language we had to put out there from our lawyers, because we are a centralized and very regulated body of business. However, when we see some of this badass community work and there are some really cool creatives, and we said, well, fuck, that's kind of better than some of our stuff. We've plucked people out of the community and given them jobs. So there are folks in the studio now that we pulled out of the team because their execution was so flawless. And so we centralized them, if you will. And we've now protected them and given them even more runway within Adidas.
And that's one of the benefits of Web3, right?
Yeah.
Like, sometimes people often ask, say, how do I get into Web3? It's actually not that hard. Just join a Discord and be useful.
Yeah.
And the more useful you are,
please be useful.
The more likely things are going to happen. And I own an NFT marketplace. We've launched over 1,000 creators. I have a huge pool of talent globally who really want to make a name for themselves. They're working full-time in Web3 and they're contributing, and we've given loads of them lots of projects. Some of them work for us, semi full-time, and it's been really great to have that talent come to us.
Yeah.
So you two, sorry to interrupt, I was just going to say what you're both describing there, which I love, and I've not considered it like that. It's almost like this two-state solution for decentralized and centralized. The way you're describing, you've got the limitless pool, you've got the convenience, you can access anyone, anywhere, in any country on the planet. But when we want to, we can pull them into little hubs or nodes that are ultimately centralized and brand endorsed or creatively fueled. So both act together and operate together.
Yeah.
I love that. I've not considered
Well,
that.
we're a centralized entity, right? So it just is similar to Adidas. But you're quite right. Like what you were saying at the beginning, where it's great when it works, but when it doesn't work, you do need that sort of face-to-face time, and the management team needs to meet up, or the whole team needs to meet up, so you can just feel and you can actually get things done. We've had a few oh shit moments over the last few years where it's been like, we just need to get together and we need to be in a room, we need to thrash this out. That's obviously the core team, but it's difficult to replace that when things
It's
are not
interesting
going so
how
well.
it started to develop the whole decentralized or DAO space as well. There is a research that shows that it does really work for some business models. Like I looked into fashion industry, for example, quite a lot, and your example of creators, where everyone can contribute towards the design, and I think it's one of the really good examples for decentralization. But also I looked into accelerator business models. In my opinion, I feel like when you create an accelerator, it has so many points who have to contribute, lots of agents that work together, such as mentors, investors, scouts, and that could be also a really great way to incentivize everyone. And obviously, like there are already some other business models. There are quite a few investment DAOs. So investors get together and they make a decision together, invest in one startup. So I'm really fascinated about how the space is going to develop.
Yeah.
Because as I mentioned, there is definitely need.
But let's talk about when it can go really, really bad. Let's because I've thought about this too. Like when could it go wholly off the rails? Goat rodeo. A goat rodeo could be when the people that are the baddies maybe buy up all of your tokens and take control, right? And start to, let's say you put rights into your collection, and now all of a sudden the baddies have bought up your NFTs and they are doing a bunch of bad stuff and making negative content and, let's say, contributing to world chaos and discourse using your brand or your iconography because you put it on chain. I don't think we've seen it happen, but that's the stuff that keeps me up at night, where I'm like, that could happen. And there are communities that have high value. Let's say, like, Bored Ape Yacht Club could be one. They've put the rights out there. So what do they own? They own a skull logo. But what happens if like 9,999 apes all of a sudden start creating content contributing to some world event that's happening? that's a really scary thought.
So is that always going to be where brands are going? So Richard Welsh from Decent Partners, who's here somewhere, was talking about this yesterday, and he was referencing, I think, the Dow mentality full stop, but many instances where you're seeing people get burnt or even overthrown, and that seemingly lovely level-headed levelness of a system is suddenly at odds. Will that mean brands, and you're representing one right now, are always going to be guarded? Much in the way that 10 years ago, a brand wouldn't want to do a piece of UGC because a bunch of people would start sending in dick pics.
Yeah, our legalese on the stuff we do in Web3 is probably longer than the marketing copy by 10x. And it's because the lawyers have also gone down these dark alleys with me, and we've had these long conversations, and you're trying to mitigate against these types of risks that could happen in these decentralized worlds.
Same with the way DAOs are structured, right? So the word DAO is decentralized autonomous organizations. The reality is there's some DAOs out there that are none of those words. But that autonomous piece is very interesting, right? So can anyone put forward a proposal? And then can that just be voted on, right?
Yeah.
So we're launching a token next year. Part of the utility of that token is governance. So we think about, okay, well, what if anyone can put together a proposal, and what if that's voted, and is that negative towards our business and the future of the business? So, we're moving from centralized to decentralized, but how do we manage that? And we don't have all the answers to that right yet.
I think one example when DAOs or decentralized organizations fail is when nobody can actually make autonomous decision. So there are a lot of people who are in the DAO and they sometimes don't even vote. And so there is no decision towards the end. So that's one of the
but most of the time also the thing is there's a cultural misalignment between people because DAOs are supposed to be governance bodies. And most of the time, Web2 people are expecting people to be business-oriented and to have a huge business acumen. But most of the time, these people are just degens, just wanting to do some cool stuff online and then get a drink. So it's very hard for people that are really trying to push a business forward to put time and effort in creating with legal, because also in crypto, most of the time, legal is running marketing. You have to know that.
True.
So it's very hard for people that are putting effort to then see people saying, "They're too long, don't read. I don't want to vote on that." So let me get a bribe from someone who has coveted interest on that to get all the votes and make sure that the project goes their way. That's quite challenging, but I guess we're a bit running out of time, so.
We are, but I would be really interested to hear from the panel kind of which issues related to work and employment you'd like to see solved by technology. This could be a one-word, little thought for the future. We've got.
Sorry, what was the question?
You didn't hear the
what
question.
problems would you like to see solved in kind of work and employment by technology? Which bits of work do you think we just need to apply tech to? And
I can start with that. So, and it's one of the reasons I started the business. One of the reasons I got into Web3 is that talent is evenly distributed, but opportunity is not, right?
Yes, I've heard that before.
I didn't come up with it. But that, deep in my core, that's what pushes me every day to get up, and that's what I'm trying to instill as sort of a high-level value and vision for the business, is that we are empowering folks from around the world. There are folks who work on our platform and make money on our platform, enough money to not have to work on anything else. We've launched over 1,000 creators from Indonesia to Turkey, and we've transformed their lives, and that feels good, right? So equality is the word for me.
Equality. I think as a brand, in order to get other brands in, I think governance is important, and I think there could be some ways in which you have your brand guidelines protected, you have a way for people to maybe get credit for the things that they are creating, and there needs to be maybe a system and tools where we can have an information exchange. It's not just Discord. I mean, I would love to see us not just have to use Discord as the only tool. Please, can someone help streamline the exchange of information and content out of just a Discord for sake? That to me would be really helpful, because I want to look at creative. I want to be able to find this cool shit that's being made and king make and queen make those individuals. But right now that's difficult, and I also think I want to give them some sort of rights that then can be rescinded if needed Because if they are baddies out doing bad stuff, I want to be able to remove that opportunity from them.
Yeah, totally.
I was going to say, I don't want to be on a down note, I think mental health, I think, you know, I was very much at the vanguard of social media, and I have an almost guilt complex at, frankly, the shit that social caused for a generation of kids, teenagers, and the problems that were seemingly just kind of circumnavigated conveniently by the biggest tech platforms. As often is the case, it's almost for the next generation and the next generation of tech to fix the problems of the past. And I think the opportunity here is for some brilliant opportunity and ability to solve that massive mental health crisis caused by addictions to Instagram and so on.
I wouldn't say that's a down note, I'd say a hopeful note, hopeful note for the future. But I think we're going to have to end there. I feel like this could have rolled on for another 20 minutes at least, but thank you so much to all the panelists and Erica for your keynote. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks. Thank you. So I think we are going to take a short break here, but before next up and before lunch, we're going to have Jose Simao, who's head of retail licensing and merchandise at Benfica, and he'll be talking about Benfica's journey into Web3. So don't go for too long, because we'll be back shortly. Thanks. welcome our next speaker, we have next speakers. We have Jose Simão and Jacovina from Benfica, who will be telling us all about Benfica's journey into Web3 and NFTs. So Jacovina and Jose, take it away. Woo!
Thank you. Good morning to everyone, and thank you for the spectacular organization. Congratulations for that. And before starting the presentation itself, and for the ones who don't know what Benfica is, and not talking about, well, the greatness of sports that the club represents, either in Portugal and other international, I'm going to give you some other points that you might don't know about what Benfica had in the past and historically in all the context of sports. You know that Benfica was the first club in Portugal to play in noon with artificial lights in 1990. It's interesting. Our ex-founder took that example from what he has seen in England, and he said, well, let's put some candles like they were putting in England. And so we were the first club doing that, playing in the night. Do you know that in Benfica, the cycling with bikes have started with 2 women in 1924. Do you know that the first, or one of the first partnerships that Adidas had since ever was with Benfica in 1969, and it was not regarding a sponsor like it is today. Do you know that until today, António Simões is a football player younger that won a Champions League final with 18 years, 4 months, and 18 days, until today. Do you know that Eusébio, it's one of the biggest footballers since ever, recognized by FIFA and UEFA, was the first footballer receiving the Golden Ball, and also he was the first receiving the Golden Boot, ascended or attributed by France Football until today. And I've started with this, and why? Because when we start this journey, we started on 2018. It was our first agreement that we had with Sorar. And if I would show you what the concept that we were writing down about what an NFT would represent, at that time it was NFT and the blockchain, you would laugh itself, because it was so complex and so different of what it is today. So in 2021, after the top shots in NBA, the market itself, like it was, have said, what is this about the NFTs and the business that is behind? So we have started from scratch first, and it was for purpose that I've talked a little bit about history, because we went down deeper in recognizing what assets do you have for potentializing all these potential NFTs, collection, and so on. We went to the museum with our structure. We have more than 20,000 objects and elements, and we have started to digitalize some of them. We have identified what type of IP rights belong to us and not, and so to have that as objects for potential use. We went to our CDI, it's the Documentation Information Center that we have in-house, with 20 persons daily basis working on that, and we have identified more than 100,000 documents to be used in potential usage of NFTs or collections. We identify what were our assets. Normal. Everybody wants players. Okay. But ex-players. So we went to some families and some ones that have the rights, and we identified what we could use it. This was the first part. Then among that, we had divided all these assets that we had, and we identified the way that we could go to the market in 2021. We identified the biggest companies or the ones that were different from the others in specific items, in specific collections. We had more than 400 meetings with so many companies from 2021 to 2022, and we had set up all 12 contracts on NFTs area, and we are going to send and to set up more 7 to 9 others among that area. And so we have divided all this, and among that we have pushed all these negotiations from companies that were from one part of the world to the other part of the world. And Jacovina is here, is our partner, with our partner in all the legal aspects. And why? Because this was all new for everybody. And so the balance between what we wanted to do and the legal part, it was our, I would say, main concern, because nobody knew at that time what would be possible and not only for us as a brand, but also to our consumers.
So we stepped in around the same time in May 2021, and we picked up all the preparatory work that José and his team in Benfica did, and we tried a bit to decipher it into a contract. So we asked ourselves, how do we take this strategy, this very robust NFT Web3 strategy, and turn this into a contract that will not survive just a couple of years for the term of the contract, but it will be future-proof, will take advantage and leverage upon the immutability of smart contracts and NFTs, and will also give value to Benfica, its fans and consumers, but also to the partners involved throughout the value chain. And how did it look like? So first of all, we started by the scope, by the intellectual property inventory, and we tried to strike a balance between the tension that exists by definition between this transitory nature of contracts and intellectual property rights and the perpetual nature of NFTs and the programmability of smart contracts. So what does that mean? So your classic intellectual property monetization, when it comes to licensing, has an end, has a beginning and an end. The end is usually the termination of the contract, the sell-off of stock. But we know that's not really true for Web3 or for NFTs in particular. So how did we try to resolve this tension? For the first time, we created a new perpetual right and new perpetual obligations. And the objective for this was to create value. That will mean that we needed to include secondary market revenue shares that will pass throughout the value chain, will take into consideration the entire life cycle of the NFT, yes, the indefinite one, and at the same time it will mitigate risks associated with the lack of regulatory clarity, the sort of tension as well when it comes to consumer protection, data protection, and also find a way to protect intellectual property rights of Benfica, the image rights of the players associated also with the whole inventory that we did, both on and off the chain. And of course, one of the clear objectives that Benfica passed to us from day one was they wanted to create value for the fans. And to create value for the fans, they needed to create a very transparent environment, high quality experiences in terms of NFT and Web3 innovation. So we needed to make sure that the NFT providers will also reflect what we had put in the B2B contracts, also in the online policies with the players. And that was our baseline approach. And we used that to scale on phase 2, as José will explain. But also, it was sufficient to get us shortlisted also by Financial Times earlier this year.
And then we are always trying to innovate, and we had identified all the assets that we have. We had acquired the rights that for those assets, directly and indirectly. We had identified also, because Benfica, for the ones who don't know, is one of the clubs, and at the moment is the only one that we know, that had for several years the rights of the footage of the Portuguese League in his own stadium, in his own TV. So that footage since 2010 until nowadays, some part of those rights also belong to us. So we could try to set up an agreement of the video moments at that time was important, like the NBA Top Shots were. But besides that, we also identify what? We went to the market and said 20, 30, the best ones and the ones that have more social involvement of the digital artists. We have tried to push them to make co-editions regarding that. We have made several agreements with them. Some of them, of course, were also new in terms of standards in legal. But besides also that, some of the traditional artists, like one that is one of the biggest fashion designers in Portugal, also he was not expecting, in this case, to have the NFT or the Web 3.0 asset to be sold in that area. And also we had to develop all that from scratch. And upon that, we had a huge effort legally. I don't know if you want to, please.
So the logic from physical to digital was something that we were trying a bit to resolve, but it started happening a bit the reverse as well. So having contracts that they were starting from a digital environment, passing to a physical environment, you sort of needed to contemplate upon both. So that was first one of the biggest challenges that we had on that second phase, including to accommodate different ideas and objectives from artists from around the world that they were creating new content for Benfica. And that part of the immersive experience, that hybrid environment, I think will be the baseline for whatever we create together with Benfica for the third phase of the project, for more Web3 experiences for the fans. And the other very interesting and complicated issue was, so we kept on monitoring what was happening legally. And we were looking a lot on the market for crypto assets regulation. So we passed earlier this year, it covers crypto assets as a whole. And your classic digital collectible, so the NFTs, are out of the scope. However, because of the technology, it is the closest thing that we have to sort of foresee the trend in the future of how to regulate NFTs and the Web3 marketplace. So we thought we can draw some conclusions from there and start adapting now to make sure that we will keep on having future-proof solutions. And the most interesting one had to do with consumer protection. So far, the majority of your terms and conditions go and say you cannot exercise your right to withdraw on a virtual environment because really, how are you going to do it? Something that happened on the chain is immutable. But there is a way to go around it, so we started introducing that on the latest contracts that we had, leading us to the third phase of the project.
I will come back a little bit just to... There's a word that since the beginning of this process, and for everybody that is in this Web 3.0, Web 3.0, is community. And for the ones that want to promote their products, their blockchains, community is what clubs and brands like Benfica have to be available for those processes. It's not only one community, as you might, because we have several communities inside the big community in terms of the Benfica brand. And if you go back a little bit in the process, and for all the companies that were, first they launched only the digital asset. Then they felt, no, but we need something physical. That's why if we come back and said, no, people will only recognize the digital if it has a physical asset. Either if it's a certificate, either it's a product that is signed, either if it's a product that is given. And this was the process. And nowadays, and that's why the phase 3, we will say, when we enter in the next stage, we have started in 2008 into prehistorical concept in terms of what NFT means. And now the digital asset, what will be the future in terms of metaverse and all the social networks, in terms of the assets that will be provided in those applications? What will be? We don't know. One thing we are sure is that certification will be needed, in several aspects. Regulation is also has to be needed because credibility in one part of this process, as you know, is a part that will push all the recognition of all the consumers, not only the 300,000 members that Benfica have, paying members, it's the second club in the world that has more paying members, but also the millions that have abroad the world, or in all the world. So this will be very important, and for that, also legally, it will be something that we have to achieve.
That need for reinforced trust in the market, it's also very much reflected on what is happening at an international level, at a European level in terms of regulation. And what is very interesting is that we're seeing a bit of a mindset, a different mindset from the regulator. It's something that the community of Web3 already knew, that is not really the technology that is compliant, is the use cases. So there is not a compliant internet, AI, Web3, but they are compliant use cases. The only thing that we are required to do is identify those and try to implement them as we move forward. And now, while we're passing a bit to the Q&A, we'll let a bit of a video play.
Yeah, if you have any question, we'll be glad to answer, of course. If not, just see in an 8 minutes video what is the Benfica universe and some of the touch points that we are at the moment and what we represent in the world. And some of the innovation things that we have done since ever, okay? Any questions? We are totally available for answers. Huh? If not, we'll be available outside if you want it. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time.
For that brilliant deep dive into Benfica's strategy around Web3. That's all we've got time for before we break for lunch, but thank you so much to the audience for your patience, for your questions, for your insight. We're going to take an hour-long break, are we? Okay, 45-minute break. We'll be back at 1:30, and we'll be having Human Protocol's very own Alex Newman and panel discussions with the likes of Cynthia Huang and Robbie Young on topics like collective versus artificial intelligence and Web3 marketing. So bon appetit, and we'll see you back at 1:30. day 2 of Newconomics. My name is Megan Carnegie, and I'll be your moderator for the rest of the afternoon. For those of you who are new today, we're all here for the first Newconomics from Human Protocol, an event dedicated to Web3 futures, how we can work together, and what blockchain can mean for different communities around the world. We have 1,600 attendees at the event this year, and we're delighted to welcome everyone, whether they're Web3 experts new to the field and looking for information, or somewhere in between. I'm really pleased to introduce our panel for this afternoon, and we'll be discussing breaking down the impact of AI on society. So if I could welcome the panel to the stage, that would be wonderful. Thanks so much for joining me today, everyone. Before we get into quite a meaty topic, I would love for you all to introduce yourselves and tell us a bit about what you're involved in.
Sure. My name is Andreas Schem. I'm Ecosystem and Operations Director at Human Protocol. And yeah, we at Human Protocol, we are hosting this conference, but when we're not, we are there to provide an ecosystem for people to build new economy, new markets, especially in jobs and in AI.
Hey, I'm Alex Newman. You might know me from GitHub as POSIX4E. Before I founded HCAPTCHA, I was a Linux contributor, and now I help write the codes at Human Protocol.
Hi, I'm Richard Welsh. I run a company or a collective called Decent Partners. I've been building communities on the internet around fans and platforms for about 15, 20 years. And I'm kind of just interested in how incentives and people and technology sort of play together.
Hi, hello. I'm Miguel. I'm the founder and CEO of Betty. Betty is the first football assistant powered by AI that predicts the goals before it happens.
Awesome, thank you so much. So Alex, I would love to know a little bit about your role as a protocol designer. What does that involve, and what impact is AI having on your day-to-day right now?
Well, by protocol designer, I mean I have read and understand all the lines of code on the repo and help kind of facilitate the technical development aspect. So Human Protocol is a protocol, right? And someone has to design it. Oh, sorry about that. I hope I'm not making too much noise. So yeah, I mean, just kind of helping to steer the technical direction, although honestly now we let the community run most of the roadmap, and I just try to make sure everything kind of fits their vision. I'm sorry, what was the second half of your question?
And how does AI kind of fit into your role, and how are you adapting to it?
Yeah, I mean, so as a little background, HCAPTCHA, which is the previous thing, I think we said had about 300 million monthly actives about 3 years ago, and all of those workers are contributing to data labeling with AI. So in essence, data labels are what powers the intelligence of AI. Like, how do computers know how to see and understand the world around them? You tell them what they're looking at, and they learn just kind of like a baby does, except for much slower.
And so in terms of the impact of AI on society, what are the things that most worry you or unsettle you? Or equally, if you're very pro-AI and how it's integrated, what makes you feel excited?
Yeah, I think the way you frame that question is incredibly timely. And I think that I'm very much against AIs controlling nuclear weapons or autonomous killing machines. I think that, as long as there are people, there will be war, but we should keep the people in the loop. And so I think in regards to nuclear weapons operations, military endeavors, there's really not enough discussion about that subject being something that should be powered by AI. I think in terms of, am I afraid that AI is going to eliminate jobs faster than it creates them? I think that's very unlikely. If you look at the history of technology, we've never seen that before. So we've been adding technology to the human, basically one of the main things about humanity is the use of technology. Whenever we've added new technology, there's been more jobs
And I think productivity increases from AI are the only way we avoid a societal collapse. So in that sense, you could view me as AI, as pro-AI, but thinking that we need regulations on AI from a vertical basis. So I think that we as a society need to say, you know, for instance, we should not have AIs controlling nuclear weapons, that human beings need to be in control of nuclear weapons. And this is actively being debated. So right now, there are countries where nuclear weapons can be launched without any humans in a loop. The example is Russia, and I think that's incredibly terrifying. That if you know, with a computer accident, all of Russia, which has the largest amount of nuclear weapons in the world, could launch all of them randomly. I think that's just wild, and I think that needs to be stopped. But as far as like, do I think that we should limit the strength of AI or slow down development of AI? I think that that kind of horizontal approach should only happen after we exhaust the verticals approach of saying, you know, when do we not want AI in the loop?
And I guess, you know, it'd be interesting to hear from anyone else in the panel, you know, when do we not want AI? Nuclear weapons sounds very solid.
Yeah. I welcome people to debate that.
It's good we jumped straight to nuclear weapons, because I was afraid we weren't going to go there. But,
we went there.
I think that's all of that stuff is actually. I didn't expect you to have that position. Actually, I thought you would be more dystopian on the kind of the jobs issues. But it does make sense that again, there's a sort of a natural cultural backlash against anything novel and new that seems to come from nowhere. But obviously, AI research has been going for a long, long time, right? And so it's almost like the iceberg that you see coming up, but there's a lot of space underneath the sea that actually that's the work that's been going on for 50 years? Like, well, I'm not the...
150.
150 years.
So Geoffrey Hinton's grandfather was George Boole,
right?
Who was in the Royal Academy.
Yeah,
the guy, you guys might have heard of Boolean logic.
Yeah.
And he wrote a book on the calculus of intelligence over 100 years ago that actually, you can read it, and it talks about, in essence, a symbolic version of LLMs. And so, yeah, I would say it's been at least 100 years.
So in a strange way, like what tends to happen, and you see it with social media now, it's like, it's the sort of media environment that everyone's in. So it's almost like there's the story of the two fish in the water, where two young fish swimming along, and they're like, oh, they're swimming along normal. It's an older fish comes to them and says, are you enjoying the water? And the two young fish say, oh, what's water? And so there's this environment that everyone is kind of in, which is the media environment, which is the world of narratives, which is the world of kind of attention, and obviously attention-based media it works for people on both the upside and the downside to have like terrifying stories. And so, I mean, I'm slightly terrified of Russia now and nuclear weapons and the fact that could launch today. So, like, I don't know how I'm going to deal with the rest of the day. So, thank you, Alex. But I think that's almost this weird conversation that because media is so fragmented, because the incentives around media are so weirdly kind of schizophrenic, that's when you end up with the sort of the narratives sort of shaping popular opinion and shaping politics in ways that are kind of detached from the actual incentives of the technology. Like, it's very rare for you to have a politician stand up and say, well, this AI technology, it's been around for 150 years. Like, they don't start with that. It starts with, is this either the worst thing ever to happen to humanity or the best thing to ever happen to humanity? And it's like, it's kind of probably not really either of those.
Yeah, it seemed like the UK, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, hosted a big AI safety summit, which, you know, seemed to lean really heavily on like the worst future applications of AI, but it seems to already be like kind of applied at scale, or being applied in ways that are already happening, like it's already here. And so I wondered what those big events by, you know, bodies like sort of the UK government do to the perception. And how can the perception
Wasn't
of AI...
Wasn't that Rishi Sunak trying to get a job from Elon Musk? I thought that was the aim of that. But.
So I think the high level that people have to realize, and I know this sounds dumb to even say out loud, but corporations are pretty strategic and smart. And so if you look at the types of regulation being pushed by people at the head of AI, it's to solidify their stronghold of it forever. And I think that when you talk about real dangers of AI, the real dangers of AI is that it's not in our hands, it's in the hands of Google or Sam Altman.
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I think that's the real problem with these type of regulatory frameworks, is that all of these politicians are looking for jobs when they're done. And they know they can pass the law that solidifies Sam Altman as God King of the universe for 100 years. And I think that the reality is, it's probably, we probably need to look at it exactly the opposite way and say, what does the future look like without remarkable increases in productivity with a population that's has upside down demography, and that most likely without having some ability for productivity to keep up with demography, we are, we go back to the nuclear war argument. And sorry, just one other thing I'd like to point out. These aren't just strategic nuclear weapons, these are tactical nuclear weapons. So this means that they're meant to be used as a part of normal battle.
Right.
So we most likely, if this Ukraine thing continues, will see the use of nuclear weapons on the battlefield in Ukraine, controlled by AIs, in the next few years. Like this is, and there's no one talking about it. And I think that what you do see people talking about is everything other than this, and I don't think that's a coincidence. I have a big hero friend, Frances Haugen, and she's been traveling around the world to pass regulations vis-a-vis social media. And the one thing that is fairly clear is that the regulatory framework, rather than focusing on building transparency and understanding what's going on, there's a big focus on telling companies what they can or cannot do, or even how they should do what they're doing. And before we even have any transparency of what's going on. So like another way of saying this is, perhaps before we say whether or not you can build a model this strong, we should have some type of framework where governments are saying, okay, AI companies, I want you to tell me how many people under the age of 14 are using this technology, how many people under the age of 14 are using this technology past 2 a.m., right? Like simple, obvious things aren't being discussed. And instead we're having the conversation of whether or not these AIs are going to gray goo the whole universe, right? Like, and that is not by accident. These are not dumb people doing this, right? This is a way to stifle any real control of society. And unfortunately the media, as you point out, if it bleeds, it leads, is playing a huge part in that.
So actually we've got Stephen on the line from New York, who is a lawyer in this space, and I would love to kind of pose a question to Stephen about, the future of, regulation of AI and how the industry is kind of readying itself for that or adapting to that. What do you foresee, maybe in the next year or so in terms of regulation in the space?
And nice to join you all virtually.
Nice to see you too.
It's good. It's good to hear that you guys jump right into nuclear proliferation and how AI is going to impact that. I guess I'll take a step back. In terms of regulation, I think what we often find, and I think that probably the easiest or best way to try to understand new innovations in technology, and this is true with the semiconductor, semiconductor development, or even the development of the railroad 150 years ago, is to sort of reason by analogy. I think oftentimes some of the frustration that we see with regulation is that technology just moves very quickly, a lot faster than House of Commons or US Congress and other governmental agencies. And so what we find is we have this sort of dead space, if you will, where technology is rapidly progressing, or it's a sort of new concept, and regulators have to try to understand exactly what the impact of this technology is actually going to be, and that can actually be quite difficult to do. I think from what I've seen, and the House of Commons just released quite a comprehensive report in July, detailing what the challenges of AI are going to be, the merits on both sides, and I think there certainly are important considerations on both sides of the coin with respect to work and with respect to AI's impact on how we are going to intermediate lethal weapons and so on and so forth. And so I think we are in a discovery phase, and I think governmental agencies are in a discovery phase. And I think there's, that's an important task to engage in. To Alex's point, we don't want to be in a situation, and as we've seen in the past, for instance, laws that have to do with social media are sort of, I think the large criticism is that they tend to be quite reactionary. And so there is a balance between not being too reactionary, but at the same time, we don't want to be overly prophylactic and create regulation or a sort of framework for thinking in that way that it doesn't actually end up making a lot of sense once the technology has sort of blossomed.
Yeah, just to jump into what he's saying, I have a really short thing that you can keep in the top of your head to figure out if they're moving in the right way in regulation, right? So you can regulate and say, we want you to give us information. We can say, we want you to don't do these things. And we can say, here's how we want you to do your business, right? And when we're in these early stages, it's transparency that we need. And like, we should all be asking ourselves as a society, like, let's take the nuclear weapons thing. Does anyone disagree that AI, does anyone disagree with this point? I assume all of us want humans in the loop with nuclear weapons, right? So this is something we can all agree on, right? And I think transparency has always got to be the first step before you start telling companies what to do. And it's often the last step that regulators want. And I'm just going to be a cynic and say it's because they don't get any power when all they do is pass a transparency law. But ultimately, transparency is usually all you need. Like, whether it's Facebook or OpenAI, I'm sure you guys have met these people. They're some of the nicest people in the world. They actively really do want to do the right thing. So just by causing companies to have to self-report and actually provide information, one, it means regulators can actually pass laws that make sense. But more importantly, in companies, the only thing they can do is stuff that's measured. If anyone has worked at a large company with KPIs, it's a tyranny of the KPI, right? So all the government really has to do is say, we just want you to measure the amount of 14-year-olds, under 14-year-olds on your platform, let's say on OpenAI. And rather than saying, like, there might be some pushback where someone will say, like, well, does that mean we have to ID everyone on their platform, right? And that's what I would say is bad regulation. You're telling them how to do their job. There's 100 ways we can detect 14-year-olds on the platform. Mainly, 14-year-olds are horrible, and they'll just tattle on each other because they, like, messed each other up on the playground. Like this doesn't require rocket physics, right? And so, you guys help me advocate here, right? Have your government start with transparency and allow the companies to just say what their plan is to deal with these issues. And then we can start talking about regulatory once the discovery process is done.
So could I up you on your terrifying dystopia?
Yeah, go for it.
So your terrifying dystopia is about Russia and nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
So right now, people are building or attempting to build parallel financial systems in Bitcoin and different cryptocurrencies. Like at the moment, like Bitcoin threatened to change the banking system. It hasn't. It's just illustrated like how it works, and people have learned a lot. But the more advanced stuff, there are networks like Polkadot, which is trying to build sovereign political machinery that actually exists without checks and balances, that exists entirely outside of the purview of governments.
Or the network state.
Or the network state, and the crazy thing about those things, like Balaji and the network state, that it's got huge amounts of following,
And
it's got capital, and it's idealistic, it's like, there's idolatry, there's sort of hero worship, and so, like, maybe Balaji will be the person who, like, has the missiles, like, and so with people who are maybe kind of, I think there's almost like this, everyone is, as you said, that everyone's focusing on one thing and avoiding looking at the other thing. There's almost this sort of, like, as the sort of revolution of crypto technology kind of emerges, you're creating an entirely unbounded new financial space that can exist entirely parallel, that also meshes quite nicely with AI. So I think that's like the sort of the terrifying on the terrifying is that, and that's kind of like where there is no government to slow things down or moderate or mediate. It's entirely like people creating new belief systems that are extreme in many ways. You said that 14-year-olds, it's easy to tell them online because they argue with each other. Having hung out in a lot of DAOs, it's mostly 40-year-olds and 20-year-olds. Like, everyone manages to argue pretty well, like, however old they are. So I think in some strange way, there's this sort of weird, almost emerging new parallel kind of like organizational and capital formation system that is potentially the part that will take some of those ideas and maybe even for just shits and giggles, because it's the internet. Like, so it's an ironic firing of a missile. Like, I don't know.
I'd still take Balaji over Russian ChatGPT.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah.
But then you're trusting one man.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not great, but you know, and I want to point out that I think that all of these technologies represent a serious harm to children. I think that's the other one that I think we really have to figure out. But the thing that I've noticed is that Generation Z is the most isolated generation in history. And so the thing that I struggle with is, what does it mean if this is going to become their best friend for kids that don't have any friends?
Yeah.
Is that something that I want to, that one I haven't got my head around, but it's definitely here.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people that feel a lot more comfortable speaking to an LLM than a psychologist. And I don't know what I think about that, but it's definitely here.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think, you know, those are kind of the issues on the side. But, you know, once again, I think that with all these conversations, I was recently in Australia, and they have this remarkable ability to pass laws that somehow the Green and the left wing and the conservatives all agree in. I think that's something that we've kind of lost in America, at least. And so I'm trying to get people to think, like, what's something that we can all agree to, right? And I think that, you know, humans want human beings to be the prime species on the planet, even if it's biology.
I think there's quite a lot of people. There are weird. I listen to a podcast. Sorry, I'll go off on a tangent. But there are people who want human extinction. Like that's like an actual position. So
that's a good point.
Yeah.
I hopefully not many though.
No.
I would love to come in with a more positive note after all the doom and gloom. And that is, I think there's a lot of focus on that, and rightfully so. But there's also positive aspects.
Right.
And I think one of the things that needs to happen is democratizing access, where a lot of people, like, if you can't afford an 18K a year data scientist, like, you're struggling in your company. You mentioned that with big companies are shaping this. So there is something where we need to democratize access, that people can easier build their own models, that they easier understand what could help me in what situation, and what wouldn't, what would do harm, what would do good. And I believe there is projects out there, and Shameless Black, we are one of them. But basically, we are really in this because of these reasons, right? There needs to be fairness, there needs to be transparency, there needs to be education, there needs to be openness to new technologies.
And it's good for the economy.
It's good for the economy. Yeah. Everybody is there. There's, like, when coal came, everybody was like, no, what about the other stuff? When the renewable energy came, the coal workers said, like, no, what about us? So there's always the next step, and there's always a positive solution for people to switch gears, basically. And I believe with more and more people being able to use AI for good, and their whole conference is dedicated to that, right? I believe the outlook is not purely bleak, although I agree there is certain things we absolutely do not want to have.
The nuclear weapons thing, we can stop.
Right.
Like, this is something that when you poll has 99% support, you just have to tell your politicians.
What about you, Miguel? So, you know, as an AI scientist,
yeah, I basically agree. I have a more positive vision about AI, but I agree with Alex related to the transparency. I think it's the principle to really grow and use the AI. I think even the economy based on transparency and AI could be very good for the development of humankind. So I see if we want to survive a human, if you do the proper thing, I think we are going to have a better life and not so struggle using the AI to support our evolution and not rather the different aspect of AI.
And just to take that to you, I mean, the transparency is how you discipline the network states to work for humanity, right? So if we assume this is going to happen no matter what, AKA, if we assume rich people are going to take their money to Caribbean islands and start independent communities, which they've been doing for 100 years, the question is as they amass more power, how do we discipline them? Well,
they probably should be having some metrics on these types of things, right? And and it doesn't have to stop with transparency, but without the numbers, I don't see how anyone can regulate anything.
Right, right. But I think if the transparency and we as humans push the freedom of our data and connect a bit with F3, we can have the data as a new commodity. So, and could be very helpful for humans and also for corporations, because the AI models now they are scraping all the data from the internet, and I think in 3-4 years we will not have more data, and you have the power of computing all the data, and we are being without data for the future. So, are you using synthetic data produced by AI, which is a risk, or we collect, for example, the companies can sell to the AI companies these data to improve models, and we as users can do the same when we are navigating through internet. And I think if we drive the AI in this path, I think could be very good for us as humankind.
You should probably tell the audience what synthetic data is.
Sorry?
You should probably tell the audience what synthetic data is.
Synthetic data, basically the AI models with the data they produce more data based on the data to learn with this synthetic data. So this is a process, but could be a random and could be a danger using this kind of data because could not be real.
I joke it's training AI models on AI dreams.
Yeah, exactly. It's perfect.
But you said about the danger is with regulators and the concentration of power, and obviously bad regulation concentrates power and protects the incumbents, so who do all sorts of bad things, and then ultimately the regulators don't understand enough, and so you end up with like just sort of regulatory capture, and you've got WorldCoin being the solution to a problem that OpenAI is creating, and so I think that for me is like, again, sort of going back to the media, because what I know, that you saw this with regulators stopped the BBC from competing with Netflix before Netflix was a thing. And ultimately, Netflix then absorbed all of the money and all of the power into Silicon Valley and West Coast America. And so media has concentrated in that part of the world with Google and those companies. So how does this not become a battle of 4 or 5 companies that are all probably based in America or like the largest states? How does that not become the sort of, like, everyone has to mediate with those guys and they sort of set the terms of the deal? So that's the issue right now with governments, is that like Facebook and Google and Netflix, they're so powerful, and again, Rishi Sunak wants a job, so like there's an incentive for people to sort of bend the knee to a certain extent and go, well, they're so big now, what are we going to do? And so it's like, how does this start with a sort of more grassroots way of the data kind of emerging through some sort of shared ownership, like where actually that could emerge in South America, and we're not just going to end up with more expansionist sort of proto kind of colonialist like 2.0, like how does that not just end up in that? And it's not, weirdly, it's not dystopian, I don't think, because at least there are the sort of the lessons of history that you can look at this stuff and you can go, this is what happened when regulators stopped the BBC from being a public service broadcaster that expanded its remit to be global, because that it should be national. And but the other side just saw opportunity and this new kind of way of capturing attention.
Yeah.
So, well, I think the EU regulators definitely have gotten smarter with DSA versus DMCA. So I don't know if you guys realize this, but in essence, the European economy did not grow from 2008 till now, adjusted for inflation. And the American economy almost doubled, but it's almost all big tech. So why is there no big tech in Europe? I can tell you, it's DMCA. You cannot run a company like Google within Europe. The DSA is a lot smarter regulation because they just exempted everyone that's less than 45 million people on their platform. And I think that's kind of the reality is that the life of companies is short compared to humans. The average life of an S&P company is now down to 7 years. When I was born, it was like 15 years. My parents' generation was 40 years. So the life of these corporations is very, very short. You know, we used to have Dell and HP and all these things, and you know, Apple's really the only one that's actually been able to reinvent itself once. maybe Microsoft. So I think that the question is how do you start? And so the answer is, one, regulators need to allow small companies to be small companies. They just need to get out of the way because they can't comply. And we need people like Human.
Right.
So I'll let Andreas talk a little bit more, but you need protocols which can support small companies.
Before we get into that, I would love to know Stephen's thoughts on whether it is too late to kind of rein back in big tech as almost like, as you were saying, kind of proto-colonial approach. Have we missed the boat on that?
Yeah, just an easy question to answer. No, look, I mean, I'll answer that. I think there's a sort of important thread that everyone was just talking about, and Andreas talked about it as well, which is really democratization of the technology. I think one of the most important things that's often missed, and understandably so, is what the value accrual is actually going to look like in terms of economic output of AI. There's a lot of talk about how this is going to affect jobs, whether it's actually going to displace people from doing things, how that's going to impact concentration of wealth. Going back to the railroad, I mean, we had this sort of, the railroad was really the precursor to a lot of the trust busting that we saw in the 1920s and the sort of advancement of the antitrust movement. None of that would have, I should say, a lot of the sort of growth and concentration of economic output that the railroad brought out, amongst other things, really led to the conditions that we saw in the 1920s in the United States and really in other parts of the world, but really in the United States. And so the question is, how do we sort of more equitably distribute that economic output rather than allowing it to sort of concentrate into the hands of a few people? And I think that's sort of the basis of the question. This is, to my mind, and I spend most of my time really as a blockchain lawyer. That's what I do here at Fenwick. And of course, invariably, there's AI that gets inserted to that all the time. And so I've asked myself this question, what's so great about Web3 blockchain? Why did I decide to do this? And for me, it's really about taking away the inefficiencies that we can often get from sort of centralized, concentrated areas of power, whether that be in a sort of banking financial system, whether that happens to be with how we actually distribute potential inputs or uses of AI, and how we collectively, in a sort of very decentralized way, distribute the benefits and value accrual ultimately of the use of AI. And I think that's really the promise of Web3 and blockchain to me and to many of the clients that I work with, which is how do we make things more efficient? Because what we found is over the last 100 years, we have, if you want to look at the banking sector, for instance, it's very much Victorian age technology and processes. Think about how you write a check to somebody, or think about how you access your money or how you send money to someone else. Behind the scenes, there might be 7 or 8 different intermediaries that are actually helping move, a ledger balance, a sort of Web 2 or Web 1 ledger balance from one account to the other. And the question is, why does it have to be that way? In 2023, in the 21st century, why should we be using this sort of Victorian era thinking? And I think Web3 really allows us to do that cryptographically backed transfer of information, whether it happens to be a ledger balance or whether it happens to be something related to AI. And so, I think that is the promise of Web3. And I think Human Protocol is doing a lot to democratize not only access to the AI tools. I can go and I can hire someone. I can put out a job request for an AI tool or project that I'm working on, which normally I wouldn't be able to do. I'd have to go to a big guy, raise a bunch of money to do that. And then there's the other side. That's the input side, and then there's the output side, which is there's a equitable distribution, meritocracy, if you will, that you're paid for the work that you do or what you contributed to that system. And I think that's an incredibly powerful tool that we're going to see. It's already emerged with blockchain technology, and we're going to really see grow, and I think in lockstep with the growth of AI.
Quick question: Do you think you should those two technologies or areas that are emerging together, they should be kind of regulated in sync, or because they? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. So great Great question. I mean, I don't know if I see AI and blockchain as sort of needing an omnibus regulation. I think, but at the same time, and this is sort of a, I'm recognize that I'm giving a very lawyerly answer here and trying my best not to. I think really it's a complex system to navigate. We don't, at least with respect to blockchain, we don't really, the only thing that we really have to grab onto are regulations that have been in place, for 80, 90, 100 years, some of them newer, but really that apply to the traditional financial system. And so there is a lot of gray area in terms of trying to navigate, what that regulation for blockchain ought to look like. And U.S. Department of Treasury and FinCEN and others are, actively at work trying to understand the technology. And I think for the most part, well-intentioned. The federal government, at least on the U.S. side, I believe, sees the power of the technology, but it has to be used in an appropriate way. I think the same is true for AI. AI is it's such a loaded term, such a broad. The span is quite broad when we talk about AI, and it has the ability to impact all different sorts of industries. I think historically in the United States, we tend to regulate on an industry by industry basis. Whether or not that actually changes with AI, I think, is an important question, and one we'll see, whether or not it will follow the status quo of regulating on a industry by industry basis, or Congress or regulator in the United States or the European Union or a collection of governments. They come together and say, no, this is of a different kind, not just a different scale, and it's not going to work for us to regulate on an industry by industry basis. We need some sort of omnibus regulation for AI.
Well, this has been a really in-depth conversation. We've veered from nuclear weapons to work and regulation, but we've covered a lot of ground. So I want to thank the panelists for brilliant insight and a lot of future gazing. So thanks so much, and thank you for all your,
Thank you all.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you very much, guys. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, all good. Yeah. So, next up we have, we may take a short break, but after that we have Dima Badorin, who is the co-founder and CEO of Hacken, who's going to be talking on white hats versus black hats. He is actually ready to start, so if we can roll straight into that, I want to welcome Dima to the stage. Thank you. Thanks, Dima.
Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Please, I will try to make it funny. Don't go. It's only 10-15 minutes. So, hello, everybody. My name is Dima. I'm for the last 6 years, I've been building Hacken, it's a Web3 cybersecurity company. I'm Ukrainian. We moved the company to Portugal just a little bit before the war, to this beautiful country. Thank you so much, Portugal, for having us. So this small presentation, is it here? The small presentation will be about simple people, like from Ukraine, that with goodwill and with good intentions, how we changed and influenced the industry. And if we did it, for sure you can do it as well. So yeah, white hats and black hats. So our industry is we all love Web3 industry, but we have a lot of different actors that damaging our industry. We classify them as hackers, the guys who know computing and steal stuff. Fraudsters, these are the guys who basically, like the worst, they are building some products, they are like Sam Bankman-Fried, they have a good reputation, but in fact they're scamming people. And scammers who are doing some rug pulls and stuff like that. So our journey began in 2017, and we came to the industry from the web to cybersecurity, and our main focus of interest was centralized crypto exchanges. And the whole story about the centralized exchanges is all lie. And especially in 2018, people were classifying those exchanges by the volume, but in fact, the volume was just the API number that they were given to CoinMarketCap, CoinGecko, and it was, of course, all fake. And we decided, okay, let's try to do something with this because our industry deserved to have the valid and legit data. So we started to make a lot of researches. We built tools that identify the wash trading, and we made few researches that revealed fake volumes at biggest exchanges. And those researches, they were all around the crypto, and all the big newspapers, they released news about it. And in fact, I was one of the first people who met Brandon Chess, the CEO and founder of CoinMarketCap. He was attacking me by saying, you don't have the right to say that CoinMarketCap data is not legit. And we started our conversation with a fight, but after some talks, they have understand that something needs to change. And the adjusted trading volume was introduced, and then we formed the CoinMarketCap Data Accountability Transparency Alliance, where all the exchanges came into, and basically there is, at least right now, there is more or less accurate data of the volume at exchanges. So we understood that even with the bold researches, you can influence the industry, you can change how CoinMarketCap looks like, and we understood that okay, we have the power, let's do something more. And of course, we continue to research the cryptocurrency exchanges, and we started to make a research for the proof of reserve. So what we did, we allied with Etherscan, we allied with Crystal, it's a kind of chain analysis company, to gather all the exchange wallets and try to rank them according to the balance of crypto that they have. Because this is the only thing that we have on chain and public that can at least hint which exchanges have crypto and which don't. And we were making, again, a lot of publications, a lot of screaming, but unfortunately, even the CoinGecko introduced one rating of the blockchain balance of the exchanges, but unfortunately it wasn't very loud. And as the result, first we have Quadriga, then some other exchanges, but as a result, yeah, we all end up with the FTX and with a lot of people losing their money. So proof of reserve didn't work out. So okay, then let's focus on our best area of expertise that we have is fighting with hackers. And the next thing that we did, we make the rating of cryptocurrency exchanges based on cybersecurity. So we ranked, we made a huge analysis, we spent around, 4,000 hours to research 500 exchanges, top 500 exchanges of CoinGecko, and we ranked them based on the different parameters. And this rating was accepted by CoinGecko, and they have taken this rating and introduced 20% of this rating into Trust Score that is very publicly available, and everybody sees that. And what happened in the results, that surprise, surprise, exchanges start to make penetration tests because obviously their ranking dropped. They start to make penetration tests, they start to make bug bounties, they start to make ISO 27001. And the result is that in 2018, there was exchange hack almost every month. And right now, did you hear about some big exchange hacks? Okay, maybe 1, 2, 3 maximum per year. So this again proves that doing a big research and doing a goodwill, it can influence the industry, and we are very proud about it. So then the next stuff is, of course, our bug bounty platform is that we gathered 25,000 white hat hackers, and we are making the bounty for the biggest protocols, and we are able to find critical bugs, even in such established protocols like NIR, and we help them to, like not to lose like hundreds of millions of dollars. We're again very proud of it. So yeah, Hacking Today is the company with a track record. We have more than 1,500 audits done till today. We have 110 people, and the list of our clients is it's easier to say with whom we didn't work. So the next, so what is now? Like, what is our next thing? What we are working on? So yeah, again, we are fighting with scammers, fraudsters, and hackers. So what we're gonna do with scammers? So our first focus is tokenomic audits. Why it's important? Because the data about circulation supply in CoinGecko and CoinMarketCap is still not proved. It's still not very accurate. And in fact, this data, it influences a lot of investor decisions because people are thinking, okay, maybe this coin is super low market cap, it will go up, or this coin is very big market cap, it can be trusted. But in fact, it's just the number that you see is just the submission of the team, which is not verified. So this is our, again, like big research. It requires a lot of efforts, but we're gonna do it. Education, blah, 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 of course, we're investing in this a lot, building the DYOR, Do Your Own Research platform, to educate new wave of crypto enthusiasts that will shape the bull market in the next cycle. And of course, we're working in standardization, which two initiatives. Ethereum Enterprise Alliance, we're building the standards for DeFi security and for smart contract security. And there is a standard for custodial, is CCSS. If you are an exchange or you are wallet with custodial service, you definitely should look at it because it will help you to set up the private keys properly so not to get hacked. So what to do with fight with the hackers? This fight will never end because hackers, yes, they are black hat hackers, they're always a little step ahead. But in fact, the industry is moving forward, and audit is important right now, yes, but we're entering the era of on-chain preventive solutions that will use the circuit breakers that will actually be embedded in smart contracts. And if something suspicious happening, they will block the liquidity and they will protect the funds from being drawn. And this is something that is appearing right now, and we are working on this as well. Our solution is Hacking Extractor. We invested already so many hours, like crazy, and it's been an interesting journey. If you want to know about Hacking Extractor, please let me know. And of course, another very big important topic is to gather all the security data of our industry, of all the smart contracts, because right now people are thinking, okay, I see the badge at CoinMarketCap that it has an audit, but in fact you don't know what is this audit. And in 40% of the time is just audit of some small, not very important smart contract, but the reality is that the big smart contracts are not audited, and the completeness of the whole project security, you don't know. And this is what we are working on. And of course, the biggest enemy is still centralized exchanges. They still don't reveal information about their assets and liabilities. And we know for sure, like there are some exchanges that are transferring the crypto to some bigger ones, and they are not informing you, and they are very dangerous. And the outtake from this presentation that I want you to remember is that not your keys, not your crypto. Please don't keep your assets on centralized exchanges. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Dima. Thanks for that, Dima. We're going to take a really short break, and then we'll be back with Fabien Aufrechter, who'll be speaking on Web3. So he'll be back after the break. Newconomics. So on next, we have Fabien Aufrechter, who is Vivendi Vice President, and he'll be speaking on the geopolitics of token economy. So Fabien, come to the stage. Woo.
Thank you. Well, I've been actually watching plenty of presentations at the Web Summit, so I just thought it would be better probably not having another pitch deck and just telling you stories. Stories are good, especially when, as I am, I'm from a group of media, a group of entertainment, basically Vivendi being, since Napoleon III, the main European group in terms of telling stories. From Canal+ to Dailymotion, from Prisma Media to Vivendi Village, the festival, we've always been telling stories. And actually, there's one of these stories which is missing. I feel like there's one of the story which should be at the top front of the headlines and which is obviously not. The one about geopolitics of the Web3, the geopolitics of the token economy. You remember geopolitics? Geopolitics was about states. It was since the Treaty of Westphalia, actually the war between nations. It was exactly having countries fighting each other. And actually, having countries fighting each other was very comfortable because actually it was simple. It was kind of the geopolitics, meaning the politics of Earth, the politics of nations. And this has been structuring our history quite forever. However, things have been changing. And it's nothing new, actually. Things have been changing with the digital era. However, to be honest, at the beginning, it was kind of the same. There was no state. There was a new kind of state. These new kind of states, you know their name, were basically the GAFA. It was no state, but they were almost states. There was so much almost states that actually, they even for some, started to look like cities, region, territories, and even states. What has been the difference? I'm sure if you've been to the Silicon Valley, or even in China, you can see how, even in Korea, Chaebol are replicating the schema of cities. But you've probably read that the big difference has been when the companies started to think about money. And the first of these has been obviously Facebook with Libra a few years ago. Starting to shift in some term between a company to something more than a company, but sticking with this geopolitic broad idea of having kind of always states in the middle, states plus something new being these new corporates. This is this whole story, the shift between international relation, nations, and public relation. Having new players, new public, not only corporates, by the way, but also NGOs, associations, and even with social media, probably people. Anyone can interact on the social media with organizations, with corporates directly. And this has been this big shift. However, this was just the beginning. And this was still quite comfortable, to be honest, because actually it was very vertical. This was not really changing anything about our point of view. It was just new players, very centralized player, building a new way to connect. This has been the story until very recently, and you probably have some ideas of where I'm coming. This story has been radically changed very recently, shifting from this centralized ecosystem to a new ecosystem, very decentralized. This shift has been very obvious for people like you, which are very connected in the Web3 industry, in the blockchain ecosystem, in the crypto ecosystem and community. However, this is not so obvious. And to tell the truth, most of the people have still no idea of what this impact in terms of geopolitics. And this is what I want to share with you today. I would like to share with you today the top five things that you should know about geopolitics of token economy. Actually, in the Web3, we always forget about geopolitics except for the first one. And I'm sure you have it in mind, regulation. This is when states are crossing our ecosystem. And this is probably always very interesting to discuss with any of you, because you will probably, each of you, have a very straightforward vision of regulation. white or black, good or bad. For the cypherpunk, any regulation is anyway bad. For most of the people in the crypto community, any regulation is just not enough. On my side, this is not just for being VP of Vivendi, but also because I have another cap of mayor in France. I would say any regulation is already a first step. It's not perfect, but any regulation allows you to develop your business comfortably. Regulation has been a huge story because actually each of the countries, especially in Europe, but not only, has been discovering how regulation can be a very nice weapon, a weapon for attractivity. And this is actually my second thing. With MiCA being in force next year, regulation become a real weapon to attract new companies. In France, we've been pretty good attracting, for example, I know he's speaking right after me, Binance in France. We've been very good to develop new ecosystems with Station F. If I take Europe as a whole, we've been lucky enough to host you here or to host Web Summit at the other side of the city of Lisbon. Building ecosystem require actually the regulation. Regulation leads really to building ecosystem based on the attractivity. And yesterday, to tell the truth, there was a little thing which was even more important than regulation. It was taxation. But to be honest, most of the players of the Web3 today have been changing their mind. They're not looking for the best taxation rate. They are looking for the best and more clear regulation. And that's why I believe, especially after what's happening in the US and globally in America, that Europe has a real chance when it comes to Web3. Regulation, attractivity. The third one is actually liquidity. And the geopolitics of liquidity is something pretty interesting. Today, you would be probably pretty impressed to know that the top one country today in terms of liquidity is, if I'm correct, Vietnam. It's just nice fact. In Europe, you have countries such as Spain with something like between 3 and 5% of citizens holding cryptos. But if you go in the eastern side of Europe, I was in Bulgaria a few weeks ago, I was very impressed. More than 15% of people were having cryptos. Why? There's two reasons, to be honest, to explain this liquidity of crypto. The first one is basically how people are trusting or not their government, and I really believe this is something structuring this geopolitics of liquidity. In Bulgaria, the fact that they are within and outside of Europe, of European Union in the meantime, is something explaining probably the distrust of the government, of the state, and in the meantime, how many people have cryptocurrencies. I was very impressed myself. In the meantime, you have other countries with a real shift. A real shift when actually crypto as you know it is being replaced by something else, building a new kind of liquidity. 2 weeks ago, I was actually in China, and you probably know already, China is not really the country where cryptocurrencies are really legal. So therefore, the liquidity should be none. You know, obviously, that is not absolutely true, but actually, the real and interesting thing is that the government pushed for building their own CBDC, CBDC being my fourth element of geopolitics of token economy, and pushing all the citizens to go from their money to this CBDC, a retail one. I was very impressed. I was very impressed to see how people were really easily actually adopting CBDCs. And the adoption was explained actually just by easy tools. Easy wallet within actually WeChat tomorrow probably, but other very easy tools. Having something simple, a simple funnel, a simple channel, simple tools is probably the key for adoption and explain also the liquidity more macroeconomically speaking. I used to say that this liquidity is actually based also on application. If you have good application, good use cases, you will have a lot of adoption, or at least a good rate of adoption. But to explain this liquidity, I would say that actually, more than just having good use cases, you also need, remember the number one, the government use cases. And for me, this is why CBDC will really change this geopolitics of token economy, because actually, when tomorrow you will be able, through your token, to have your DID integrated within your wallet, you'll be able to use new use cases directly day to day. And obviously, this is something game-changing for the industry, but also probably for global finance. Christine Lagarde, the president of the BCE, the European Bank, said that in 2 years, we'll have actually the crypto euro. But we'll not wait 2 years to have already the CBDC in China or in other countries, in Africa, in Asia, in America, South America. CBDC is really game-changing. This is game-changing because this is simple, because it's comfortable even for the state, but this is also a revolution in terms of ideology. Remember what I said at the very beginning, that at the very beginning, geopolitics was very centralized and was going to be changed, transformed due to the decentralization. However, CBDC is opening the door to something new, which is actually re-centralization. And we have to keep in mind that all the people who yesterday were very afraid of crypto, of Web3, of Bitcoin, because it was anti-bank, decentralized, anti-third party, are little by little, in this new geopolitical landscape, going to be the first winner of the Web3, since Web3 is driving tomorrow toward a new re-centralization. And this is the fifth thing I wanted to tell you, re-centralization. I'll give you an example, very concrete, talking about Vivendi. Vivendi has been founded, as I told you, by Napoleon. It was at the very beginning a water company, the water company of the Perrier brother. You know the Perrier bottle of water? This was how Vivendi has been launched. Then it became a real estate company, a finance company, and today it is an entertainment, media, and gaming and advertising company. I mean, creating content is our job. But actually, we are very decentralized. We are very decentralized because actually our brands, the one you have here, are more famous than the one of Vivendi. Most of you know Gameloft. Most of you probably know Canal+, but maybe you didn't even know about Vivendi. During years, because of the regulation, because of GDPR, because of all these frames in Europe and outside Europe, we were not able to do centralized CRM. Sharing the data between these BUs were very difficult. It was very difficult, not to say impossible. Tomorrow, this centralized model will allow us, and probably you, by the way, to build new model and to re-centralize your data, while still respecting, by the way, your consumer, your clients, your ecosystem. And for me, this is the key. Web3 is providing the re-centralization, but with something more important, ethics, a new re-centralization with ethics. For years, especially in Europe probably, hard sciences were more important, or at least seen as more important than social sciences. Web3 will be this revolution with a comeback of social sciences. The new geopolitics will not be decentralized. The best proof is actually this event. We are actually re-centralizing the content in one place, even if after we can share it. The future of geopolitics in terms of digital economy will therefore not be decentralized. It will be probably a new way of thinking the content, thinking the value, and actually, this is probably for the best. I'll finish with maybe 2 little stories before being out of time. First story is about how you can probably have countries knowing exactly how this recentralization is coming. 5 years ago already, I was actually in Slovenia. I met with officials, and actually, I was very impressed to see with them how liquidities were actually pouring on the Web3 ecosystem of Slovenia. And we were wondering why. After a while working, studying, analyzing, we discovered that the funds were coming from China, and that China, in fact, following their politics of one road, one belt, were just actually trying to lock the Web3 ecosystem of Slovenia. Why? Because they knew already that the recentralization was going to be based on the best product of Slovenia, exchanges and wallets. The new point of contact, the single point of contact of this recentralization. And actually, Chinese people, Chinese government, was just following the policies they were leading since the Middle Age. They had said that one road, one belt was going to be until the Adriatic. They wanted the harbor of the Adriatic. But from the Middle Age, Slovenia was saying that it was the real identity of their territory. Even the Habsburg had said that these harbors were part of the sovereignty of their empire. But in China, they were not really in any hurry. They were just waiting the right timing. They waited until 2008 to acquire the Pire harbor in Greece. And they were saying to the government of Slovenia, we're not in any hurry. We'll wait. Tomorrow, if you have to choose between your financial, economical sovereignty based on your wallet and your industry and your harbor industry, what will you choose? Choosing what will be your sovereignty tomorrow is not actually something coming. It's already here. Geopolitics of the token economy is already a real matter for states, for sure, but also for you, startups and corporates. Second story I wanted to tell you is actually how you can probably already have in mind this recentralization. Next year, you probably know it, third-party cookies are going to disappear. Third-party cookies, with their hand, will be ending a real industry. We will be impacted as a media industry and advertising industry for sure, especially if we don't reinvent anything. And I believe that when the history is opening a new page, for the good or the worse, by the way, this is always a good timing to think about what are the impact more globally. Here, the impact will be super important. Why? Because for the first time, there will be a need of a replacement. We're not going to let this huge industry disappearing. But actually, the only way to reassure this industry and all the clients, you are the clients of the cookieless world which is coming, will be probably based on three things: ethics, transparency, and new kind of value. Building the new world based on new value, this is your job. This should be at least your job. And I'll end here, hoping that you will be part of this new story starting right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabien. That was awesome. So, next up on the stage, we will be exploring the state of DeFi and the biggest trends for 2024. So, I want to welcome the esteemed panel onto the stage, whenever they're ready. Woo! Thanks, everyone, for joining me. So somehow we're at the end of nearly at the end of 2023, and it's a good time to reflect on what blockchain has meant for different communities this year, but it's also a perfect moment to look ahead. So I'm joined by a fabulous group today, and we're going to kind of do a little bit of crystal ball gazing to think about the biggest trends for 2024 in decentralized finance. But before we do that, I would love for everyone to introduce themselves and a little bit about what they're working on at the moment and the company that they're associated with. So, Ed, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. First of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm excited to participate. My name is Ed Sullivan. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Trust Exchange. I am a serial entrepreneur. I've built multiple companies, raised probably about $200 million in venture capital, and have almost $1 billion in exits from the various companies, starting in 2000, 2002, and then the two companies I have now, one of them is called Aria Systems, which is e-commerce in the cloud, and then currently Trust Exchange, which is a company that enables it's like a marketplace for business information. So we use platform technologies and network effects to enable businesses to create their own social network of experts and effectively collect, verify, and exchange information.
Thanks, Ed. Carrie?
Good afternoon, and thank you again. I'm Karin Arama. I'm a partner at HGH Capital. It's a venture capital fund. We're based in Paris. We invest primarily in the US and in Europe. Our latest fund is focusing exclusively on blockchain infrastructure. So obviously DeFi is one topic we are focusing on. My background is actually traditional markets, investment bank. So very happy to see how the story of finance evolves.
Great, thank you.
Hello, thanks for having me. My name is Vlad, co-founder of Primex Finance, that is a DeFi protocol, leverage liquidity protocol that allows us to use liquidity for different use cases. And the first one we implemented is spot margin trading. We recently deployed on Polygon and planning some other EVM chains in the near future. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thanks for having me. My name is Filippo. I'm the GP of, for those that don't know what a GP is, general partner of Agile GTM. We're the world's first B2B Web3 accelerator fund. We're currently raising, and we're based out of Lisbon.
Great, thanks everyone. So I think before we start thinking about 2024, I'd be interested to hear what you will remember 2023 as the year of. You know, I think we've had years of purpose where, sustainability has been, front of mind. What will you remember 2023 as for you personally or generally within this space?
A post-FTX world.
Okay.
I would say so, which is interesting in itself because it means the ecosystem is maturing. It means we are reiterating on the previous themes, like we were talking earlier on about tokenizing assets, which is not new. So it's like, okay, now we went through this, now what? That's what I will remember.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm beginning to see glimpses of enterprise adoption of Web3 technologies. If you look at the past several years, some of the challenges have been scalability, the ability to manage costs in a linear way versus a stochastic, random way. And those things are happening. And I think a lot of the game companies have kind of led the way in terms of proving out the scale, proving out the way to manage transactions, gamifying it, onboarding and managing of a big user base. And when you look at being able to go into, as a B2B salesman and builder, when you look a company in the eye, you have to be able to say, I can meet you on this scale, I can do this number of transactions, I can support the application, I can support your users, and we're just beginning to see glimpses of being able to do that at scale in Web3.
So it's going to be, is that something that you see carrying on into 2024? How will that develop?
I think we're on the upswing, so I think being able to get people to mass adopt, onboard them without many issues. It reminds me of the early days of the internet, right? When you had to go out and buy your own board and your own modem and install it. Very similar types of things, so it's a combination of hardware, usability, UX, design, and brute force, just kind of getting people online faster.
Yeah. So it'd be interesting. Yeah.
I was going to say we're at that point exactly. I agree. I think we're at a place where, I mean, this year is like the year when the enterprise world understood what the value of Web3 is from a customer-facing standpoint, and I think that we're moving away from that into them understanding what it can be for business operations and the back end of business. On top of that, we have institutionalization, which is bringing massive capital flows from all over the world, because all of a sudden, places like the UK and Europe are more blockchain friendly than the US, and they essentially become institutionalization is going to allow people to feel safer about the technology, right, in a wider scale. And if it becomes safer for brands and for institutions, then it becomes safer for the public. So it's kind of a secondary adoption coming from that. And so for me, I always think this is the year of opportunity, where it's like it's not a chasm, because it's not a chasm in terms of like the adoption curve, but it definitely is that moment when those that have been playing around are going to be weeded out, and those that are serious about it are going to stay and build further in light of what is happening. So yeah.
Yeah, because you're based in Lisbon, and I wondered, what has 2023 been? It sounds like an explosion, perhaps, and what role does Lisbon play in kind of the DeFi space at the moment?
So Lisbon, I mean, we were talking about this literally like earlier around the conference, but I think that Lisbon is going to be one of the major hubs for entrepreneurs in the next decade, because it is much more, let's just be honest, it's much more cost effective to be an entrepreneur here than it is to be an entrepreneur in New York, Amsterdam, London, anywhere else. I've been an entrepreneur, I've been a broke entrepreneur in Amsterdam, in London, and other places, and here is just much more cost effective. I'm no longer an entrepreneur, I would say, but I empathize with those that are, and if you're trying to build a dream, you cannot build it knowing that your runway is going to end soon, and that's also why people are raising crazy amounts without actually having built anything. And this allows it for that to happen, besides, of course, all the perks that come with Lisbon. So Lisbon is a great place, and of course there's a thriving community in the Web3 space specifically, and so it's great to kind of get to experience that.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. You kind of like the idea that the runway might be ending soon. Do you, the rest of the panel, feel that location is a barrier in terms of where you base your company at the moment in this space?
Well, I think it should not be. Ultimately, it should not be. Then there are different perspectives. Obviously, right now, you may not want to be in the US. I think this can change very quickly, though. From one day to another, you have a change in a certain part of the leadership within the regulators, and that can change. Obviously, the US has been a driver for this technology, and based on what happened, and now the position is very different. But again, it can change. So right now, Europe and Asia are better places. I think ultimately it will be much smoother from a VC point of view. We were talking about that jurisdiction matter. It was funny, actually. Yesterday, I was sharing with a few other VCs at the drink upstairs, and each of us were located in a place, and the jurisdiction was somewhere else. And one was like based in the UK with German fund, and the other one was based in Germany with a UK fund, and I'm in Paris with US and Luxembourg fund. So why? Because it's a technology which evolves from a regulatory point of view at different paces with different set of restrictions. Some allow fund to invest in tokens, other not. I mean, some countries, I mean. So yeah, but eventually it will not matter.
Yeah, it sounds like it's something that could change, within the week, within the month, for sure.
Exactly.
For me, as a decentralization maximalist, or location of the team really doesn't matter. We are spread across Europe, me and all our team. But of course, in terms of regulation and we have to follow some limitations. For example, for the US market, it's something that even a DeFi protocol has to respect. But on the long term, I hope that regulations won't that much affect DeFi if we don't speak about some specific interaction with the real world, like changing to fiat or anything that really requires KYC. But for example, for RWA, definitely KYC ML will be very important, and we have to be ready to prepare this infrastructure to really start providing all the capabilities for RWA, because for now, just stablecoins maybe is the only thing that is a RWA in blockchain, and it's bad for both sides. Real world could get all the benefits of programmability and easy interaction between different protocols. Yeah, if they enter the DeFi world, and DeFi will get a huge amount of liquidity. Yeah, and so definitely this will happen maybe in a year or so. Some first, I think, RWA will experiment. I mean, not through synthetic implementation that already exists for some type of real-world assets, but through something more traditional and regulated, like, for example, USDC stablecoin. Yeah.
So, in terms of trends for 2024, what are you looking to perhaps invest in, or looking to just tune your attention into that maybe has started this year, whether that's strategies or tools or partnerships that you're looking for that you think kind of will spread across next year?
Yeah, I would say it's healthy to differentiate institutional players to retail. And you know, as mentioned, DeFi is not new. It's probably the first segment, like subset of the blockchain technology. So again, there are a number of themes that we are revisiting on the back of all what happened for the past 2 years. And so institutional players and retail do not face the same problems right now. So, you know, as a VC, obviously, what you want is to fill a gap or solve a problem, and it has to be scalable. If I had to, you know, put it in a few words. So I think for retail clients, what matters the most, obviously, is security. Don't want to be hacked and scammed. You want transaction to be fast, and you want transaction to be cheap, you know, and you want to be able to navigate, you know, DeFi protocol in the smoothest way possible, meaning, you know, you don't want to go, I mean, for now, the barrier to entry is massive in terms of the knowledge you need, both on the blockchain technology, but as well on financial product, to navigate the various DeFi protocols. So that's for sure. So for the retail DeFi market to be mass market, you have to have ways, ease of use to navigate. So you need some form of interoperability between blockchain, DeFi protocols. In an ideal world, you want to be able to collateralize assets on one chain and possibly, you know, borrow land on another chain. You don't want fees at every stage between the, you know, the centralized exchanges and the decentralized exchanges and the protocols themselves. So I would focus on interoperability as a theme. Speed and cost are, you know, partially starting to be solved by L2 protocols. So you see more and more L2 layer 2 protocols setting up, you know, for DeFi for retail. I think I heard yesterday a few times from Swissborg the trend in GameFi and SocialFi, which is obviously very interesting in terms of ease of use. How do you access to DeFi product through those segments, those verticals, which are much more, you know, ground public. And very quickly on the institutional players, one is the regulation. There is no way, I mean, as I always say, there is no way investment banks are not going to leverage such an asset class. So expect them to arrive as soon as they can. And they're all trying to get ready through tokenizing asset classes, but also trading on, you know, crypto, and definitely navigating the DeFi ecosystem, which they know inside out. But, you know, for them to propose the product to the public, you need a stronger and clearer regulatory framework. So regulation, scalability, that's that. I'll leave you for the rest.
My top 4 trends for the next years. of course, RWA, AI, but for some specific use cases, not like now people are speaking about integrating OpenAI and ChatGPT in app, and yeah, it's not really an innovation, but some specific models for scoring in finance, for searching different market inefficiencies that can allow extracting profit. Yeah, AI could be quite efficient for this. The third one is very specific use of ZK to access historical off-chain and on-chain data in a trustless manner, so that it's accessible from a contract, from a smart contract, but it's not the current state of the DeFi app, but something in the past. Currently, it's quite an important problem that limits a lot what a DeFi application can do. And I see that there are already some advancement in this space. They're sometimes called ZK coprocessor, but in general, this trend is quite important, and it will enrich a lot the industry. Yeah, and the last one is, of course, user experience, improving UX for retail users so that they're not afraid of using this. It should be as simple as using a regular application. Yeah. That's it.
In terms of that sort of improving the user experience, what perhaps other industries can, DeFi take inspiration from? Is there any kind of industry that's doing UX really well that maybe they can look to?
I think gaming usually leads the way in terms of driving mass adoption. But I think 2024 is going to be a year where it's a series of technologies. So I don't think Web3 is an independent standalone, but the combination of network effects, platforms, and Web3 are going to converge and really change the way that software is purchased and deployed in the enterprise. All these technologies have been adopted by consumers in a big way, right? When you look at Uber, Airbnb, Waze, Facebook, consumers have adopted that a long time ago. Enterprises have lagged. They've not adopted. They still buy software. It would be as if we had to go to the store and buy our own copy of Facebook, install our own copy of Facebook, and build our own network independently. Every enterprise in the world buys software in that weird way, versus joining a platform where information, data, value can be exchanged almost end-to-end, multi-sided. And enterprises have kind of pushed against that trend, and consumers have adopted it more rapidly. And I think 2024 is going to be the year that businesses begin to see what are the values of opening up data, what is the values of joining a network platform that's powered by Web3 and network effects.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe we don't have a lot of time left, but our focus is, of course, B2B. We have specific verticals. We're not just DeFi, DeFi focused. We have specific verticals. There's 8 verticals that are in relation to what you were saying, the leading verticals of B2B, but I've actually written down while you guys were saying stuff for, I guess, main themes that I feel will take over DeFi or are kind of the underlying themes. One of them being institutionalization, like you were saying. I think stable coins and everything that we're singing. Investment products, real world assets, which is exactly what we were saying before. Interoperability, which is cross-chain layer 2s, and of course identity, which is everything that has to do with the next phase of NFTs and how that is going to be used for how they are going to be used for KYC, for loyalty, for investment collateral and staking. There's many ways in which this can go, right? And I think these are the themes that. And if you look at it, like, of course, there's specific technology at the back of it, but for us, it's like a matrix of here are the verticals that we see technology stick in, and then on the other side, we have specific tech that is emerging. The verticals are not specifically changing, but the actual tech that's underlying does. And through this matrix, you see, okay, does this fit what we're placing our bets, and also where the trends are going, because these two need to fit, because otherwise it's not going to stick.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a brilliant point to end on. Thank you for bringing so many different themes for us to look out for next year. We've covered a lot of ground, but I think lots to look forward to. So thanks everyone for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of Newconomics.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks everyone.
worries. So, I think we are going to take a short break here, a couple minutes before we have, thanks everyone, thank you, before we have Cynthia Huang on stage, who's co-founder and CEO of D-Travel. She's going to be speaking with us on why just building for Web3 will never lead to adoption. So, a couple more minutes and she'll be with us. Thanks. Cynthia Huang, who's co-founder and CEO of D-Travel. Previously, she co-founded Altcoin Fantasy, a crypto trading simulation game with over 350,000 users worldwide, and AirHost Forum, the #1 Airbnb host forum globally. She's with us today speaking on why just building for Web3 will never lead to adoption. And then following that, we'll head on to a debate about the new tactics in Web3 marketing. So, Cynthia, we're really happy to have you.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm going to ruffle some feathers today and talk about why just building for Web3 is never going to lead to adoption. I want to start with this quote from Brian Reed from 1997. And Brian Reed is a computer scientist who was involved with building AltaVista, one of the first internet browsers, and he was involved in a lot of other things related to the internet. Bandwidth is the delivery vehicle by which these companies sell their goods in the information age. Bandwidth in the late 1990s is important for commerce in the same way that railroads were important in the 1890s and seaports were in the 1790s. It's the way that you sell your product. And in the 1990s, if you think about bandwidth, we could actually substitute block space for bandwidth in this quote, and 2020s for 1990s. And that would apply exactly to Web3 today. Bandwidth was something that in the 1990s these companies invested in because at the time, even though there was basically no use case for bandwidth because we didn't have streaming services, we didn't have a lot of the social apps that we have today, these companies knew, or at least were willing to make a bet, that bandwidth would be needed in the future. And it's this same bet that we have been making in the Web3 space for the last 8 years. We've been investing in block space so that it's no longer slow or expensive to do things on-chain. And we're finally at a place where tooling and infrastructure is good enough for us to build cool things. We often get compared to the internet in the 1990s. And if we look at the adoption of two very key technological changes, which was the internet as well as the adoption of mobile, there are essentially three key things that needed to be solved for before mainstream adoption could happen. And these things are speed, cost, and utility. With the internet, it wasn't really until we got 56K modem that it was really useful to be able to load a web page and not have to wait 20 minutes for that, which sounds crazy now. And with mobile phones, it wasn't until we had 3G networks that it was practical to carry around a smartphone and be able to load things while you were on the go. In terms of cost, it used to cost thousands of dollars for a home computer. But in 2003, 2004, that cost came down significantly to about $400, so that it was actually practical and affordable for a family to have a computer at home. With smartphones, when they first came out, carriers actually subsidized the cost. So if you signed a 2 to 3 year contract, you could get a smartphone for a fairly affordable price. And because so many people had home computers and mobile phones, now there was a need for people to actually build things that you could do on the internet and with mobile phones. And so with the internet, we had the evolution of torrents or P2P downloads, search, email, social networks, and e-commerce, and most importantly, chat rooms and instant messaging. And I don't know if any of you remember social network or chat rooms back in the day, but you could meet and talk with people like Rebel Below the Waist and Meow Per One. And these are real usernames. I cannot make this stuff up. In terms of mobile apps, we had the rise of gaming, streaming, social media, sharing economy apps like Uber, as well as payments. And if we look at these 3 categories for Web3 today, have we actually solved these problems? Recently, the TON network processed over 100,000 transactions per second. And just to give you some comparison, Visa processes about 1,700 transactions per second today. So this is well and above what we actually need. In terms of cost, in 2017, it cost $100 to $200 to send cats on the blockchain. And today, with Solana, we can send things and process transactions for fractions of a cent, and maybe a few cents to 20 cents on other L1s and L2s. And most importantly, we can actually send other animals on the blockchain. So that just shows you how far we've come in our industry today. So what are the killer apps that we have in Web3 that is going to catapult us into mainstream adoption the same way that some of these apps did with internet and mobile phones? So these are some popular apps that we have today. Hopefully some of you guys recognize these amazing apps. So if we have block space and we've reduced the cost, why is it that we're still building DeFi apps and NFT PFP projects? Part of the problem is that, or maybe not the problem, part of the reason is we haven't focused a lot on UI, UX, and design because the space was started by really technical people. And as the space has matured, we've had more and more people come into this space. We started with some normal people and a lot of weirdos, and now we have a lot of normal people, but still a lot of weirdos. But in all seriousness, we need to build for Web3 adoption. And it's not going to happen when we're building niche apps for just Web3 people. And the truth is, we love Web3 people. They're our people. They're our tribe. They're like us. They believe in the same things that we do. But this is not going to lead to mainstream adoption. So if we don't build DeFi apps and we don't build PFP projects, what exactly should we build? My belief is that we should build for problems that we ourselves experience. And for me, I've been a short-term rental host for the last decade and also a community builder. And it's become very apparent that there's a lot of problems in the short-term rental industry that could be solved with Web3. So I'll share some of those problems. In 2020, Airbnb forced massive cancellations on hosts, resulting in hundreds of millions of dollars lost. Booking.com recently had payment issues, and so they held on to payments for over 6 months while hosts had to continue paying expenses. Guests and hosts are sick and tired of these excessive fees. And in the same year that these mass cancellations for COVID happened, Airbnb had the largest IPO of 2020, instantly minting multiple millionaires and even some billionaires, while many of these hosts that suffered mass cancellations went out of business. And it's these 3 problems, a lack of control, excessive costs, and lack of ownership, that we decided to solve at dTravel. dTravel is an ecosystem of products that's really focused on solving problems within the short-term rental industry, which is my background. And dTravel Direct is our first product. You can think of it like a Shopify for short-term rental operators to create a premium direct booking website so that they can send that link to a guest and book directly with them instead of using a platform like Airbnb or Booking.com. And the benefit to guests is that they save 20 to 30% on these fees, which I'm sure all of you know is a lot because these fees are very expensive. And on the back end, we use smart contracts so that the payments are all automated, they're transparent, and the host owns the smart contract, so we can never get in the middle of the transaction, and we can never hold on to those funds. And so we solved for control and also cost. And in terms of ownership, how we've solved this is that all of our community members get ownership via the TRVL token, which is our token. And this is an event that we had last month. Our community members came together, organized this, and actually paid for the whole event, which is amazing. And this just goes to show you how powerful ownership is in Web3. I think this is one of the most powerful things that we can actually do in Web3 is take ownership and apply it to Web2. And it just builds a different relationship that we have with our community members, with our users, with people who are within our ecosystem. And then they are driven to be owners and do things like this, and that's how we grow in Web3. And I share this example of what we're doing at dTravel because when we're building DeFi apps, NFT projects, or things that feel really niche, we're targeting the same group of small people. When dTravel is successful, this is the impact that we can have. 700 million travelers a year use short-term rentals. Imagine if we could onboard 700 million people into Web3. That would be mainstream adoption. And so we have to really try and solve big, hairy, audacious problems in Web2 using Web3 tech, because this is what Web3 tech was built for. It was not for us to send monkeys on the blockchain, but for us to solve really, really complex problems where we give ownership and control back into the hands of everybody. And so I challenge you all to solve these problems. And I'll leave you with one final thought, which is let's red pill the rest of the world into Web3. Thank you so much.
So we now have a fabulous panel on the stage to discuss new tactics in Web3 marketing. So if they want to join me on the stage, Tina and Nate. Woo.
Hi, thank you.
Hello, hi.
So thanks for joining me, everyone. I think before we get stuck in, I would love for you each to introduce yourselves with a little bit about kind of how you're involved in the space and the companies that you work with or represent.
Sure. Should I
Nate?
start?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Nate Whitehill. I'm the CEO and co-founder of CryptoSlate. CryptoSlate is a comprehensive and contextualized source for crypto news, data, and insights. We've been operating since 2017. We have a strong focus on Bitcoin, DeFi, Ethereum, tokens, Web3, and AI.
Awesome. And you guys heard about me. I'm Cynthia. I'm the co-founder and CEO of dTravel, which is a short-term rental travel ecosystem. And I came into Web3, or crypto as we used to call it, in 2017 as well, with Altcoin Fantasy, which is a crypto trading simulation game to help people onboard into crypto.
Hi, I'm Tina. I am a CMO at MetaView. We are the marketplace for in-game advertising and experiences that are scattered around the metaverses. We collect them and put in one place and make it more accessible for brands. So yeah.
Amazing, thank you. So Cynthia, in your keynote, you had quite a lot of graphics around the kind of up and down of Web3, the kind of snake trajectory. And I wondered kind of how can you be sure what you create will land if there is that much fluctuation? How can you be kind of sure of what you're doing in the kind of marketing space?
That's a great question. I think in Web3, we often have this desire to recreate the wheel. We love complex challenges, especially if they're technical. And despite, I think, this narrative that we want adoption, I think people actually love that we are insiders, right? That it's like this kind of core, small, niche group. But we don't have to recreate the wheel. Web2 has already done a lot of the work for us. Really what we need to get to is building a Web2-like experience that feels amazing, natural, easy, is very UX focused, but with the benefits of Web3. And they don't even need to know that it's using Web3, right? I mean, that's when we get to adoption, is when it becomes so ubiquitous, and it's not important for them to know how the technology works, but they get the benefits of it anyway.
Yeah, I feel like I've been hearing a lot about like kind of seamless integration in the marketing space, and not flagging that this is a Web3 activation. And I wondered, kind of, Tina, when you connect kind of brands and creators, is that something you advise, that we're now at a place that's maybe a bit more seamless?
Sorry, can you repeat? I'm not
Yeah,
able
of
to
course.
hear.
So when you're working, within MetaView and matching clients,
Yes.
brands, and kind of advertising, is that something you're seeing more of, the seamless integration?
Yes, we are. When we're planning the activation, at first we are gathering the information what brands want to achieve with the activation, and afterwards find the best solution for them. And it's not just us, there is creators involved in that, so the integration and the activation should be seamless. So yes, like lots of things are going on back when you see the activation, you see the campaign in Metaverse or in Web3 and etc. So yes, like we are oriented on seamless integration. If I was not able to hear your
No, it's a bit.
question.
Maybe I should. I'm actually going to move closer so I can hear on the sofa with you. So I suppose with Web3 and marketing at the moment, I think partnerships seem like a really major kind of aspect of this. What do you think partnerships kind of bring to the space? And are there any partnerships that you are maybe hoping to work with, next year or in the future?
So partnerships, oftentimes depending on the project and whether it has a direct cryptocurrency or not, partnerships, as we know, can have a pretty tremendous impact on the price of a crypto, depending on what the brand is being associated. I remember back in 2017 when Microsoft was announced as a partner for the Ethereum Enterprise Alliance, and how this would have been early 2017, and the price of Ethereum went through the roof at that time, as you had all these big Web 2 brands or legacy brands announcing their support or the partnership with Ethereum at the time. So I think for purely price speculation, partnerships can have that impact. We know that the majority of partnerships don't have a long-term impact on the price of a cryptocurrency. So the other thing that's really important is that the partnerships actually do have a tangible impact or a tangible effect on how the projects are building. Oftentimes we see that partnerships are just marketing, it's just promotion, and there's not anything meaningful or tangible that comes about from it.
Is there anything that could be done to make partnerships more meaningful? I wonder whether kind of bringing in, maybe long-term relationships as opposed to partnerships, is that something you think might change the impact?
Do you want to take that?
I mean, I totally agree with that. I think in Web3, we tend to have this tendency to have partnerships for announcements, and we really need to have meat on the bone, so to speak. And it really depends on, I guess, the objective of what the partnership is. If you're something like a metaverse or an agency, then I think onboarding makes sense, where you're onboarding a Web2 partner into Web3. But for us, for example, one thing I would personally really love is I'm a big music festival goer, so I actually would love to partner with music festivals all around the world to provide accommodations, and that is very tangible and also very relevant to what we're doing. So I would say from a Web3 project perspective, just the more that we can move towards actually having these very meaningful long-term relationships rather than partnerships, because it's like a one-off thing, I think the better it is for our industry.
Yeah. Music festivals is like a really good example there. I feel like immersive activations seem to be more in number, but I guess Tina, it sounds like you work a lot with kind of immersive.
Yes.
Can you tell us a bit more about how you feel that might progress in maybe the next year?
With the development of technology like Apple's virtual headset and Microsoft announced and etc., it will be much more important, and the experiences that we are creating right now is partially not so immersive, but at some point it will be, because lots of platforms that are right now, for example, we have a RP1 platform, our partner, the partners you're talking about, it's a fully immersive virtual world, and where brands can do lots of interesting things. So yeah, the more immersive activations is like the future and the logical continuation of the current one that we have right now. Yeah.
And now that, I mean, social media is quite a wild place, it feels at the moment. You know, I would call it turbulent. Some of it, you know, some people would say we totally cancelled some platforms. But how can Web3 develop those longer term, more fulfilling relationships with audiences as opposed to maybe partners? What, you know, maybe what comms channels should they be using, for example, now social media is kind of rotten?
Yeah, for me, I think a big part of it is education. Web3 as a concept is still not very understood for the majority of internet users. So there's education that's focused on what does it mean to have self-custody, what are the benefits of Web3 over Web2 versus just a Web2 brand becoming Web3. I think it's much more important to really just try to educate people better about the benefits of Web3.
Yeah, I have a similar but slightly different approach, but I agree on the education side. I think what's really interesting is that with Web3, we've actually seen that Web2 brands have been better at activating and educating people on Web3. And I think it's because they've approached it much more like a brand activation or this immersive experience rather than the technology being the thing.
Yeah.
So having a joint collaboration between Bored Apes and Adidas and having some really cool merch. It's like meeting people where they are rather than trying to shove the technology down their throat. And I think that's more of what we need to do. Like, we're kind of a little bit serious in Web3 about the technology, whereas we almost need to be a little bit more playful in getting people to onboard.
Maybe a bit kind of fitting in with maybe habits that you're already
Exactly.
seeing, rather than shoehorning, you know, something that can be quite complex and difficult to understand.
Yeah, I can just add that, yes, social media is the tool that we can talk to the target audience that we want to educate, and not just educate, just showcase what can be done. Because the Web2, from MetaView's case, our target audience are people who represent brands and the workers and etc. So yes, we use social media very actively to show them that there is a possibility and an opportunity to do something in Web3 and translate that in social media, by social media.
And Nate, what role do you think sort of platforms like CryptoSlate play in this? Because you're reporting on so much of this, and how do you think maybe media platforms should be? What role should they be playing?
We're trying to just tell the news in as honest and transparent, straightforward way. So one example is over the past year and a half, NFTs have seen quite a bit of downturn. We had an article a few months ago about Disney laying off basically its entire metaverse team. But just yesterday, we had an article about Disney is now going to be partnering with Dapper Labs, which is the maker of CryptoKitties, to have some of their iconic characters in the same kind of NFT form as the CryptoKitties were. So I think with the market cycles, this is one area in which traditional companies, they want to hop on the bandwagon, but if they're not timing the cycle right with what's happening in the interest in the space, it could be a mistake where they invest a bunch of resources and then they have to basically cancel a project. So for CryptoSlate, our goal is just to tell the stuff that people may not like to hear about layoffs or partnerships not working out, but then obviously cover the times where there is new opportunities being created by these partnerships.
Yeah, and I guess kind of show the wrongs and the pitfalls as much as the wins and the triumphs.
Exactly. Yeah. We're just trying to call the score, basically.
Yeah. Well, I'm really sorry, guys. That's all we've got time for. I would love for this conversation to carry on, but really appreciate your time. And I feel we're coming away with a lot of kind of new Web3 marketing tactics. So that's exactly what we came for. All right.
Cheers.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks. Thank you. So I think we are going to take a short break here. I know it's been quite a back-to-back afternoon, but after the break, we are going to have Robbie Young, CEO of Animoca Brands, who's speaking on the state of Web3 in Q3. So we'll be back very shortly. have Robbie Young doing a keynote now. He's the CEO of Animoca Brands, and he'll be speaking on the state of Web3 in Q3. So, Robbie, off you go. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Hi, it's good to be here today. So, and I appreciate you guys coming out. I know I'm probably standing between you and drinks, so I'll try to keep it quick. I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the things that we've been seeing during the last few months, because obviously this year has been quite a challenging year, both macroeconomically as well as particularly in the Web3 business. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Robbie. I'm the CEO of Animoca Brands, and we are fundamentally a game company, but we are also a very active investor in Web3. So we make all kinds of games from studios around the world, and we're also a very active, as I said, investor both in infrastructure as well as all kinds of content and entertainment businesses across Web3. So in thinking about some of the trends this year, and I think this is obvious at any event you go to or any publication you pick up, AI is at the top of everybody's mind, right? And what is it about AI? AI is something that we should all be using. It's something we should all be terrified of. It's coming to take our jobs, and it's going to dominate the world. But I think the most important thing is to think about some of the actual tangible use cases for AI that we see these days. And we're very lucky in the game business because we see a lot of these right on our doorstep, because actually AI is particularly good, especially the first generations of AI, for doing things like generative art. And we're big consumers of art in the gaming world. So I thought I would show you a couple of examples. This is from a company called Blockade Games, and this is something that they've been working on for a while, and the idea that they wanted to solve was generative AI is actually very good at making two-dimensional images, particularly photographic images. But it's not so good actually at 3D spaces yet. It will get there, but not quite yet. And so they wanted to see if they could sort of push the envelope and try to make 3D spaces, but solely from a text prompt. And so this is what they came up with. So essentially what you can do here is you can put in a single text prompt, and it will create a full 360-degree panable three-dimensional space. And so for game makers or anybody who's doing visual narrative storytelling, it's a fantastic tool because, you know, traditionally we would have a group of creatives in the room and they would draw out storyboards and they would talk about ideas, and this would be like weeks back and forth with storyboards trying to come up with the scene from their imagination and get everybody around the table understanding the ideas that they want to share. And now we can do this with a single text prompt. We're like, oh, we want to see Vikings in space. Okay, there you go, Vikings in space. And you get 3 dimensions. But the cool thing about AI is how fast it moves. And I'm sure you've seen this with the different iterations of things like ChatGPT, where you just start to get used to playing around with some of these tools, and then 3 months later, boom, something new, and it blows your mind. And so what they've been working on now, 3 months later, is taking those 3D spaces, and this is an early demo, but then knitting them together so that they become panable and have depth and motion. And so I think that, you know, it's an early demo, but I think what it shows you is, in a mere span of a quarter, how they can go from something that's just completely static to something that's immersive and has depth. Because what this says to me is, where will they be next year? And that's actually the exciting part. So another example, which is slightly different, but also comes from our game industry, is something called Rosebud AI. And what Rosebud does is they didn't focus so much on the generative art side, but they focused on the ability to generate code. Because of course, AI also knows how to code. And so when we think about making games, another thing that we can do is experiment with making the coding of games more accessible to broader audiences. And so what you'll see here in this demo is the idea of using a text prompt to generate the code and therefore build and compile a game. And in addition, you can then submit subsequent text prompts to modify that game, modify the attributes, modify the types of objects in the game, the way the gameplay works, and so on. So I think this gives you a little bit of a glimpse into the potential for how we can leverage these tools, not so much to kind of replace people on our team. I don't think that's really the goal, but thinking about ways to make them incredibly efficient, to think about all the hours that coders used to spend and designers used to spend crafting ideas and winnowing them down from, dozens of ideas to single ideas. That time scale can all be compressed now because the technology can take care of a lot of the busy work in the middle. And so I think that, to me, is really what's exciting me about AI at the moment. And the last one I will give you as an example is an AI example from the perspective of the gamer or the player themselves. And this is something that I think is pretty cool. So in gaming for a long time, we've had what we call NPCs, or non-playable characters. NPCs are all those background characters. When you're in Grand Theft Auto, they're the pedestrians who get inadvertently run over by the car, or the zombies that you kill with your machete, or something like that. And they're largely inert, robotic characters in the background. Bots, right? And so what's the difference between a bot and AI? Really just how intelligent it is. And so here's an example of, a very hyper-realistic 3D world in Unreal 5. And the cool thing about when you start to apply AI and large language models to non-playable characters is that it starts to change how you experience the content. Because every actor that you see in that environment becomes a real character with dialogue and with emotion and with ideas. So you can stop somebody on the street and you can have a conversation with them. You can just observe two people on the street and listen to their conversation. And you can leave and you can go back and it will be different and it will be unique. And so it changes the experience where you can also have all kinds of passive experiences as well as interactive experiences. And it really changes the medium dramatically. So I think you'll be seeing a lot more of this, particularly in console gaming and very large, immersive, like MMO-style games, because AI really brings these characters to life. So it's not just about you as the focal point as the player, but you are part of a bigger world of interactivity at that point. So, talking about our industry. So I put up this, this is the Web3 version of the bat signal. So this is ApeCoin. And this is actually a photo a friend of mine took in Hong Kong 2 weeks ago. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the events of the last few weeks, only because I think it's a good litmus test of where we are right now in the Web3 community. So what happened was we had 2 events in Hong Kong, which we worked a lot on because that's our hometown. We had FinTech Week, followed by ApeFest. So Yuga Labs moved ApeFest for the first time outside the US to Hong Kong. And it was really interesting because it was a chance for a particular segment of the Web3 community to get together and have their annual event and engage in all kinds of Web3 related activities. And I think it's particularly interesting because I think Yuga Labs as a team has done a great job of kind of setting out a roadmap of what's possible leveraging Web3 technology to build communities and to build IP and to build a brand within Web3. And a lot of that was in evidence in what was happening in Hong Kong. And obviously the atmosphere and the vibe was amazing. I think probably the biggest testament to the success of the event that I can sort of give as an anecdote is that there were people who showed up from the US who got a passport for the first time in their lives to go to ApeFest in Hong Kong. And that's a big deal. So I think, it's something that is maybe a little bit more lost on people in Europe, but not all Americans have passports. And so I think I wanted to talk a little bit about what happened at ApeFest because I think it was an opportunity for a largely US-centric brand to really connect with the fan base and the audience that they have in Asia. And I think perhaps to the surprise of a lot of the core community who had met at previous ApeFests adjacent to the NFT NYC event in New York, they really saw that there are sub-communities in Thailand and in the Philippines and in Indonesia and Taiwan and China and all of these fans who are holders of various Yuga Labs properties who want to participate in the event, but perhaps had not been able to go to the US previously. And so I think it gave them a very broad, an idea of just how broad the ecosystem of community members and fans there were. But interestingly, it goes back, I think, to a great example of what we consider to be one of the fundamental tenets of Web3. So Web3 is, of course, all about ownership and about the transfer of value digitally between people. But the most important aspect of that is that it's done in an open way. And when we do it in an open way, what we talk about a lot is the fact that these assets that we're trading back and forth amongst each other are permissionless assets. And by permissionless, it means that we create the asset and then it exists in the world. And anybody can do anything they like with it, just like a physical asset. And it's a strange concept in the digital world because we're so accustomed to assets being locked within pieces of software or within software platforms or online platforms. But the power of a permissionless asset, I think, is best exemplified by the automobile. Because the automobile is a permissionless asset. When you buy a car, if you buy what is this, I think, a Volvo. When you buy a Volvo, you're not limited to only driving on roads paved by the Volvo company. You can drive on any road, right? But if we live in the world of Web 2 software, you can only go on the roads that are permitted by the developer of the software who made your car, right? If I have a car in Grand Theft Auto, I cannot bring it into any other racing game. It must live only in Grand Theft Auto. But more importantly, because this is a permissionless asset, it gives rise to all kinds of other businesses, and that's what you see on the slide here, right? You can make things like car baby seats, you can make tires, you can make petrol stations, insurance companies, Uber. All of these businesses were created because of the existence of a permissionless asset, which was the automobile. So if we extend this analogy to digital space, then what is the power of permissionless assets in digital space? Well, I think a great example of that, going back to ApeFest, are the properties in the Yuga Labs portfolio, which are the Bored Apes, the Mutant Apes, the Kennel Club, et cetera, all of these different IPs which are owned by the community of owners who own those individual PFPs. And so what we see is an outpouring of creativity within this IP ecosystem that is community owned. Here's an example from our portfolio. So our studio, Enway in California, made a game called Rec League, and it's a PvP fighting game on mobile. And Rec League employs characters from the Bored Ape universe and features sort of lore and story from the Other Side metaverse, which has been created by Yuga Labs. So you, as a Bored Ape holder, can go and play the game, and your ape is inside the robot mech there. And because you show up at the game with your Bored Ape, you get certain powers, you get certain robots and certain treatment as a special, essentially, VIP customer. We don't restrict the game only to Bored Ape holders, but we treat you specially because you're part of the community. And we see the same thing happening with Legends of Morrow, which launched a month later, which is, again, another game made by a third-party developer, but leveraging the IP from within the Bored Ape ecosystem, because these are permissionless assets. So it means a game developer can actually benefit from the incredible community of players and owners within the Bored Ape ecosystem. And that's a great thing for us, for example, as a game developer, because you can see here are 10,000 people who are, very loyal, high spending, and love technology, and they're perfect candidates to be players of games. And so why wouldn't we want to cater to that audience? And because these are permissionless assets, we can then create products for that audience. But it's not just limited to digital products, of course. Here is, from California, Bored and Hungry. Although, just note that that is the Philippines, London, and the pop-up store in Hong Kong. So this is actually the global world domination strategy of Bored and Hungry burgers and fries. But again, this is a franchise of fast food which is created based on IP that's owned by that individual Bored Ape holder. So they've built a brand franchise for this business on IP that they co-own with the rest of the community. And this is something that's unique to Web3. We see this on a professional basis. So on the right-hand side, you can see Vivian Tam. award-winning fashion designer who featured her collection of Bored Ape-inspired fashion at New York Fashion Week last year. And on the left side, you can see the inevitable collaboration with a bathing ape, as many of you might know, the Japanese fashion brand from the early 2000s. So these are examples of, again, being able to collaborate with IP and brands in a very new and novel way because it's community-owned and because these assets are permissionless assets. And the last one I'm going to show you, just because it's cool, is going back to automobiles, a collaboration between BMW and Yuga. And this was a way to think about personalization and customization using these digital assets on top of a physical car. Actually, I think one of the things that this most represents, to be honest, is the power of the Web3 demographic as an audience, because clearly BMW feels that the ApeFest customers are their core customer base for launching a new car, and hence such a collaboration really works. So I think these are great indicators of where we are in the Web3 market right now. I feel like the energy and the excitement has really come back after a relatively slow first half of this year. Obviously, the economic environment hasn't been great. NFT volumes have been low. Bitcoin and Ethereum have been low for the first half of the year, so people were getting kind of into a funk. But I definitely feel like we've gotten our groove back. And one of the best ways, I think, from a cultural standpoint, to kind of put a finger in the wind and get a take on where we are would be, number one, financial markets. So if you look at the price of ETH, BTC, and Solana, I mean, they've been on a tear for the last month, well, 2 months. And so with Bitcoin at $38,000, I think it's a rising tide that tends to lift all boats. While we in the entertainment industry are not strictly linked to what happens in financial markets, it doesn't hurt, it helps, so that's a good thing. But unlike 4 or 5 years ago, we're not tied at the hip to the value of different cryptocurrencies, which is nice. But from a cultural standpoint, there's one other thing that many of you might have seen that came out in the last week or so, which hasn't happened since March of 2021, and that is, of course, NFTs and Web3 being on The Simpsons. And so if anything says we're back, this would be it. Anyway, it's a great episode if you have a chance to take a look, because honestly, the amount of research they did on Web3 culture is extraordinary. But I think, it really taps into the zeitgeist of what's going on, because of course, the last time The Simpsons talked about NFTs was just following the sale of Beeple's artwork, the 10,000 Every Days, for $69 million at Christie's. So I think we're back on the agenda of popular culture, which is definitely not a bad thing. So thank you very much. I really appreciate all your time.
Thank you, Robbie, and safe flight. So next up, we have Javier Garcia de la Torre from Binance, who will be speaking all about Web3 empowerment. So welcome to the stage, Javier.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for attending to this presentation. First of all, I would like you to give an applause to yourself for being here in the human keynote. Thank you very much for attending. I am Javier García de la Torre, country leader of Binance in Iberia. We are thrilled to be here in this keynote because for us it's very important to give our outlook of what is our positioning in Web3. And in that sense, from Binance, what we want to do now is not only empower the ecosystem, but also setting the path for the next billion users. Because right now at Binance, we have 150 million users worldwide. Who of you know Binance? Can you please raise your hand? Okay, thank you.
So basically, us at Binance, we are a blockchain platform, which is behind the biggest exchange in the world. We move most of the big volume, 60% of the trading volume in the market. And in that sense, we are trusted for, as I said, 150 million customers all around the world. For us, it's very important to build the ecosystem, focus on the user, and focus on the performance. What does this mean? We put a lot of effort to develop each and every our products within the eyes of our users. Okay. Where should I point? Okay. So in that sense, that's why we want to call our platform a blockchain ecosystem, because in that sense, we build a trading platform that not only allows you to exchange crypto, it also allows you to provide different systems in P2P. It's also have our arm in charity as well. And we build upon our Binance Academy that provides education with more than 450 articles in more than 40 languages. So basically, we are the library of most of the content that you can learn on crypto and in blockchain. Binance started in July 2017, a group of 30 people. It was able to grow in less than 6 months to become not only the first trading exchange in the world, but also the company that first got $1 billion in profit. So basically, those are the two main milestones of Binance, which is a platform done by traders for traders that all of a sudden, starting in 2017, in less than 6 months, we achieved to be the trading exchange #1 in the world. Indeed, it was in Christmas 2017, and Binance has kept that position until today. You can see the growth that Binance has in these past 6 years. We have the 6-year anniversary this year and we organize different gatherings all around the world. And you can see that our CAGR in growth is almost 900% compound since we started in the number of users. In this slide, you can see that back in April, it was 128 million users. Now we are 150 million users at Binance. We would like to define our ecosystem with a core that has all the different services that are in an exchange, that you can start from obviously the spot, the P2P that allows two individuals to buy and sell crypto. They don't even need to know each other, but they make the transaction individually. We have our institutional arm as well, and all the different elements like earn, for instance, are something that for us is very important. As I would call it the core. There is another layer on top of the core, which are the different initiatives that has been built in Binance from the beginning. We started with Binance Charity, that it was created just 1 year after that the company was created in 2018. We have also news, but as I mentioned, Academy, and a very strong research team that on a continuously basis develop the different outlook, how the market is, and some specific projects as well, in which we provide the outlook and how the project is doing with all the metrics, so we have all the informed decision for our users. On top of that, we also consider that it's very important as a chain, as a platform, provide the opportunity for new projects that have traction to be offered to new users and new audiences. That's why Launchpad and Launchpool are probably the two products that are our core at Binance. All these products that have been built has in mind that we are user-centric, which means that in order to empower Web3 solutions, what we do is that the technology it has to be at the service of the users, which means that we provide security, transparency, reliability, and also education. The market right now and all the ecosystem, we are in a not only nascent and fast-growing industry, but also all the big players in the finance ecosystem are starting to enter into the market and having a growing interest in what we were doing in the blockchain. And we have started for just having a bullet point about crypto a couple of years ago to now being a fully project that's now in place and being rolled out in the coming months. And not only that, it's also that the regulators, and indeed in Europe, we are pioneering regulation in crypto worldwide. We are working towards developing a regulatory framework that not only allows regulation, but also empowers the innovation, which is very important to drive that next billion users in the market. But these developments, they need to be, for having massive adoption, being next to being inclusive, because Binance is for everyone, and being for everyone means that it has to foster financial inclusion and also allow making transfers among different countries where there is no barriers. And what we like to say is that what we embrace, which is financial freedom, shouldn't be an utopia, and that's why we work towards. Building also user-friendly interfaces is also very important for us, because at the end of the day, it's not about the technology for the users, it's about what you do with the platform. And in that, at Binance, we are proud to have a very broad variety of iconic brands in our Web3 portfolio. We not only started with Cristiano Ronaldo 3 drops already, in which Cristiano Ronaldo was able to deliver his best moments in video as NFT. We also provide utility for the holders of the token to train with Cristiano Ronaldo and have the opportunity to meet him in person because they have the token. That is utility in Web3. We also work with The Weeknd in sponsoring all the world tour. It just has finished in Latin. It's going to be now in Australia. And in that sense, we have built with the Weeknd team metaverse in which the users can look for different prices and have access to new experiences and being able to see the concert in specific and better places. So sports, music, and also Formula One. We contribute with Alpine in our fan token series in order to provide a special arena for the different users to have experiences with the Formula One. So if you're a holder of a fan token from Alpine, you have the opportunity not only to go into the GP of different countries, but also go into the factory and see how all the mechanic of the F1 works. Also, you can have piloting, and you have a training session in the place in which the Formula One races do the training, and also football, which is we have Porto, we have Lazio, Santos, and a couple of new teams that just entered from Eastern Europe. So that's what is Web3, is bringing what we know and provide experiences so that the users feel that they are next to the brands and next to when they are fans. We also build upon security and safety. This is very important because the protection of our users is the main priority. In that sense, at Binance, we have a very simple business model, which is that we allow the users to trade in our platform and we get a fee out of that. So how we protect our users in the sense that we hold their assets in a one-to-one, sometimes even more. You can see here the proof of reserves, the ratio is 101%, which is that it's more than 100%. We never trade against our users, and we don't take on debt. Basically, those three simple principles should be the ones that guide any exchange that want to protect the users. And we go beyond that, which means that we allow that every user is able to know, view the Merkle tree and their ID, to see where are the proof of reserves. And on top of that, we have found the SAFU fund that has established in 2018 when Binance was suffered a hack. We learned from that, and we have built a fund that contains approximately 1 billion. You can scan those QR codes now. That is going to lead you to the wallet, and you can see in real time the amount of, the one is from BNB, and the second is from Bitcoin. Okay? So that is something that has revolutionized the market. So, and that is something that we feel very proud of. The third element is the compliance part, which is that regulation should not only protect the users, but also encourage innovation so that we can bring the next billion users to the platform. That regulatory framework is very important to build upon that ecosystem, the different systems that they need to be done in order to be protected and also be allowed, not only in a local or regional basis, also in a global basis. At Binance, we are the most regulated blockchain entity in the world. As you can see, we have at least one country regulated in all the continents of the Earth, but Antarctica. In that sense, we are encouraging going through the regulatory approvals. And as an example, we have in Europe MiCA, which is basically the law in crypto assets, the market in crypto assets, that is going to harmonize all the European countries. So it's going to allow to have a license that you can passport in all the different places. Whereas now you go country by country. This is very important because for the first time, MiCA has detected that the digital assets per se are a new kind of assets, rather than adapting the existing framework of financial system and put it and fit crypto assets into the existing financial. So this is something that for us has been very important in order to adapt to be ready for MiCA when it's coming. Right now in Europe is probably the head of the Spark and driving innovation all around the world with this pushing of MiCA. MiCA has been approved in June, but it's true that now in the level 2 of the developers of MiCA, it's very important that Europe also is still pushing to be the first and most strong law in crypto assets. And I want to continue with education and charity, because basically at the end of the day, it's not only about having users. What we want is that each and every user that we have in the platform, they made informed decisions and they know what they do and they know about the different assets that they trade and they hold. In that sense, education is also awareness. We need to not only provide the different education that the users need in order to being able to know what they do, they also need to feel confident and secure to use a platform that has their assets secure. That's why Binance created in 2018 Binance Academy. Is the biggest repository of free crypto information in the world. More than 100 articles in more than 30 languages, and more than 40 million users has been already been part of the different initiatives that we have done in Binance Academy since the inception 5 years ago. We also incorporate new technologies, and indeed in April this year at Binance we developed Binance Sensei, which is an AI assistant. It's based on the engine of ChatGPT. So you can ask anything to Binance Sensei about crypto, and it's going to deliver you an answer based on all the different articles that we have developed for Binance in all the languages. So you can talk with Binance Sensei in any language, and the Binance Sensei is going to answer you. So this is a tool that is being very used by our users and has a very good feedback. But we don't stop that. It's not only the online part, it's also the in real life part. So that's why Binance Academy has rolled out all around the world in more than 70 different universities, from Harvard in US, here in Europe, more than 30 universities. And we are very proud to continue this endeavor with the different universities to develop more and more content adapted to every different university, because at the end of the day, it's not the same content that you provide to a law school that you provide to a polytechnical or computer science. So there are different types of contents, and from Binance, we adapt that content to go from the very first, what is blockchain, what is money, and what is Bitcoin, to the most advanced, how a dApp works, and bringing projects to showcase how they work, or even programming Solidity. So in that sense, we are open to create content, adapt to each and every university, and this is something that has been very differentiating for us to be next to the users. And last but not least, Binance Charity was created in 2018, and is not only providing a clear view in how the funds are used, which is something that, thanks to blockchain, we can be transparent in that sense. We have allocated more than $30 million in donations. More than 2 million people has been benefited from these micropayments, depending on the different usage, and in 85 countries all around the world. As an example, a couple of weeks ago, Binance was able to donate 3 million euros to Morocco in the moment of the earthquake, and that help was provided only to the areas that were next to the earthquake, which is something that we can do to the technology because we know where the users are, and they are able to get funds in moments that they don't have electricity, they don't have water, they don't have banks, but they have the phone, they have Binance, and with airdropping these 3 million, providing around $100 per user, it was something very useful, and we are there. So we are not only in the earthquake of Morocco, also in the earthquake in Turkey some months ago, and in the funds in Italy. So what we want to be is in the moment, which is the technology of blockchain that allows you to provide funds in the moment when the users really need it. As an example, being from 2018, there are plenty different initiatives that Binance has been pushing for children, for COVID. So at the end of the day, it's very important that every initiative is transparent because you can track where the funds go from end to end. And this is thanks to blockchain technology. So just to wrap up, Web3 empowerment, the next billion users in crypto are gonna come from collaboration. Governments, business, users. We need to be everyone together because this is not a solo journey. This is an endeavor in which everyone needs to be united, otherwise the massive adoption is not gonna come. So for us, it's very important that we still support the financial inclusion, which is the freedom of money, having a platform that can grow sustainably, because as you can imagine, the challenges that you have when you have 150 million users are not the challenges that you have 1 billion users. Okay? So in that sense, that is what we really look forward. We are very happy to be here. Thank you for your assistance, and I'm around if you want to have any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Javier. Oh, thank you. That was a fabulous in-depth chat with Javier. And next on the stage, we have Alex Gravely, who will be with me for a fireside chat. He is the GitHub principal engineer. So welcome to the stage, Alex.
Hello, does this work? Hello. Where should I sit?
Yeah.
Right here? Okay. Cool.
Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, sure.
How are you doing?
Good. Good. I'm still time lagged, so.
Oh, where did you come in
from the States, so.
Are you going to be able to live out some of
the
jet lag?
I like slept from dinner to noon today, so I should be okay.
Okay, good.
Tomorrow might be rough. We'll see.
Well, I suppose a good place to start, for me, for sure, would be to understand a little bit about what you do at GitHub and...
Oh yeah, I left GitHub a year ago, so just FYI.
Ah, okay.
So before, when I was at GitHub for a few years, I made a GitHub Copilot. So that was, it's like a coding buddy.
Mm-hmm.
It sits in your text editor and fills in sentences or sometimes functions or as best it can do. And yeah, it's been pretty successful. So it's, I think they just announced 100 million ARR, a million users. So it's pretty good for 2 years on. Yeah, but I left a year ago and working on an agent company now. So AI agents, it's kind of a nebulous term. I don't really like it. So it's
AI agents.
Yeah, I'm working on this sort of bot that can do stuff for you. So it's called Minion. It'll order pizza or you know, book a flight, or you can ask it for information, or it'll yeah, all sorts of stuff.
So sort of virtual assistant meets.
Yeah, virtual assistant's a good way to look at it. It'll send email and do calendaring, and yeah, we're kind of just targeting the top 100 most popular sites right now, and yeah, it's fun.
And what was the sort of, I suppose, trajectory for that? Why has it come about, and what is it hoping to kind of serve? What gap is it hoping to fill?
it's a long one. I'm getting on in age, so like most of my projects are like repetitions of old things.
Yeah.
Like GitHub Copilot was like a kind of text editor world, and I've made 4 text editors over my lifetime, something like that. And Minion is a continuation of a project that I worked on in 2016. So yeah, a little history, like I made a company called Hackpad, which I sold to Dropbox, and then that became Dropbox Paper. So that was the last text editor that I made.
Yeah.
And then after Dropbox, I worked at a personal assistant company. So you'd like text them and ask them to book a flight, or call some, you know, find me a massage today, or whatever it is, you know, whatever it is you want. And there are some problems with that pricing model that made it really unpredictable for people.
Okay.
So, so yeah, trying to use AI to like drive the costs down and make it something that everyone can use. Yeah.
And so, you know, previously you worked in the crypto space and now moving more into AI. Is there a through line to the companies you involve yourself with, and how do you make those decisions?
A through line. I like hard problems.
Okay.
Yeah, I like hard problems. Like, I get bored, so yeah, I mean, it's everyone's personal journey, right? Like I like hard problems, so they'll keep my interest for a long time. Sometimes too hard. And on the other side of that is like, yeah, I like hard, but I also like having things that users can touch and play with. Like I kind of feed off of usage.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So
something actually tactile.
Or just like things that people use on their daily lives.
Yeah.
Like I like to make things for lots of people. Yeah. But those are just like my patterns, you know? I like hard things that lots of people use.
Well, I think you definitely proved that so far, for sure. And I wanted to go back a little bit to GitHub. And how do you see GitHub Copilot influencing collaborative coding practice? And what impact does that work have on kind of sourcing communities?
Yeah, I think probably it destroys collaborative coding in the traditional sense.
Okay.
Like, people now have a coding buddy, and so they don't need another person as much. So that's a traditional version of collaborative coding. It's a complex question. I think, you know, we're still learning how to, it's almost like the jump from back before. So the way computers work is there's a CPU, and it's running a lot of instructions every second.
Yeah.
And those instructions are very, very bite-sized things, like add a number, subtract a number. And so what we do is we build up that complexity into assembly language, which gets compiled down to the raw thing that the CPU executes. We build programming languages on top of that get compiled down to assembly language, which then get compiled down to the actual stuff that runs on the CPU. And then now we've got this AI that helps you write the programming language that gets compiled down. And so each one of these phases were kind of like, each one of those layers is kind of a world shift, right? Like originally when there were no assembly languages, you just had the people that understood everything. And those are the people that did the punch cards. Because that's what a punch card was. Essentially it was a little add or a subtract or, something along those lines. And you have these big boxes of punch cards and people reviewing them manually, and turns out that's a huge waste of resources. If you have an assembler that can take something slightly higher level and compile it down. And so now, and one way to look at that is like, you're taking this collective knowledge, which is how to take kind of higher level concepts and express them easily in a way that the computer can understand. And so I kind of see AI as another layer on that. So there's all this collective knowledge on GitHub about how to, I don't know, let's say sort a list of numbers, right? And so now instead of thinking in detail about the implementation of how to sort a list of numbers, you can just say sorts a list of numbers, and the AI will say, oh, okay, you probably want this one. And so that's kind of another layer of abstraction. So I think we don't know what that like entails yet.
No.
There's some interesting aspects to it. One is there's kind of the back and forth is much tighter now. So like before you would write some code, save it, compile it, and then you'd find out if you did the right thing.
Yeah.
And now it's much more like I type a few characters, I get some code, the IDE checks if that code is correct, and then that's kind of my feedback loop in a way.
Does that make things more efficient? Does that make things, is there a time-saving element there, or is it just?
Yeah, I think so. There's some crazy stats like a third or a half of people's code is now written by Copilot.
Yeah. Wow.
Which is a lot. Yeah, more than I think anyone expected.
It fits your criteria, though, you know?
Yeah. So it's valuable in that sense, and I think it saves time. There's like open-ended questions about like, okay, well, do people understand the code that's being written? Do they need to understand the code that's being written? What does maintenance look like? All these kinds of questions that we'll find out in time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like usually what you do is you break the current metaphor and then you pick up the pieces.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what it does.
Are you finding, I think we've spoken a lot over the last couple of days on the threat of AI and the positives of AI, certainly. If, we kind of pitch artificial intelligence against collective intelligence, where do you sort of sit on that tension?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's important to respect people's fears, right? Like, those are valid. I personally am not afraid of AI. Like a lot of people that are practitioners, like the details really matter.
Yeah.
The more, in fact, like the more you get into it, the more the details matter, in a sense. So it's hard to pull out from that and be like, okay, well, it's something to worry about, because you're constantly fiddling with stuff.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't work, and so the idea that it would just take over the world is like such a leap.
Such a leap,
So I'm kind of, that's how my brain works. But as far as collective knowledge is an interesting question, right? Like, if you say like AIs will be better than humans at everything, that is uncertain. I would say that being as good as the best human at something, certainly possible.
Okay.
And so that's, to me also, that sort of bounds the fear, because it's sort of like, if you have a really smart friend that is really good with finances, and you call them up and you ask them about buying a stock, and they tell you the smartest thing, and maybe you don't understand it, but you kind of trust that they are a smart human, right? I think AI kind of fills in that same role. It's not that I need to be afraid of my smart friend, even if I don't understand what he's telling me. But when people worry that if it gets past human intelligence, or the complexity gets high enough where no one can understand, I'm less worried about that, because I don't know how you get it past, like, the way these things work is, right, like you have a test, which is like, what should I do in this situation?
Yeah.
or who's the last king of France, right? You have a test, you ask the AI for the answer. If you then check the answer, and if the answer is correct, you know the AI is doing a good job, and if it's not, then you figure it out. How to improve it, right? But when you get past the ability to ask questions that you can check, I don't know what happens. Like that's sort of philosophical, I guess.
That is philosophical. It's pretty thorny as well, because it's the sense that our intelligence has been replaced rather than like augmented.
Yeah, but like, what's the difference between if I give an answer that you can't check, what's the difference between being wrong and being so correct, being absolutely correct?
Yes.
There is no difference, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think. Anyway, these big questions.
Big questions.
I mean, the
for
point
sure.
is to figure it out, right? Like,
Yeah.
we're all space explorers, out trying to figure out this new thing that we've developed. So, yeah, we got to explore.
Like your point about space explorers and learning about these things and testing these things. I think it sounds like in your career you've gone from industry to industry, but kept some certain through lines. I think a lot of people in many different industries feel quite daunted by AI. Do you have recommendations about how to?
This is the last talk, right?
There's maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna move this couch so
sure.
I can look at you like
Let's
in
do
a
that.
conversation, because it's just sort of silly. Yeah. Okay.
You're gonna
better.
sit there.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Perfect.
Okay. Better.
Also, we have 7 minutes left, so it's good to
Okay. Good.
face-to-face
Yeah. Sorry, I missed your last question.
No, I was saying that you have moved within industries, and I wondered what recommendations you have to people who maybe want to get up to speed with AI in a safe way,
Sure.
maybe experiment with their own disciplines. Like, how do you take that on?
Oh yeah, I mean it's pretty easy. You can go play with ChatGPT and ask questions.
Yeah.
The more, I think again it's like worth looking at it from like a testability perspective. So it's like, what do you feel like you know well?
An industry?
Yeah,
or
sure.
a subject?
Subjects?
I know a fair bit about cooking.
Cooking?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so the best way to learn about AI is then to go ask it for a recipe, or ask it to like change a recipe, or say maybe I have these ingredients, what can I do? Oh, I don't really like that kind of recipe, I want this other kind of recipe. And you'll very quickly, this way you'll quickly find the edges.
Yes.
What doesn't work, what kind of works, but you need to guide it a little bit. What sounds correct but isn't.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it says boil the broccoli for 20 minutes, but that'll just make a mush, right? Like, and so it takes something that you know well and then poke at it that way.
Yeah, I think that's really good advice.
But I think then that like can transfer to other things you don't know as well.
Yeah,
right?
and maybe help you find the holes, but also train ChatGPT to give you better answers.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can also, it's like, you can start to think of, once you sort of get a feel for, it's like having a friend.
Yeah.
It's like you have a blowhard friend who thinks he knows everything, but doesn't.
Yeah.
And so you like talking to them, but sometimes you need to coax out what they know versus what they don't know.
Yeah.
And so that can be a fun learning process.
I'm definitely going to take that away, the idea of the blowhard friend is ChatGPT. So how do you balance innovation with more practical aspects of building sustainably and with scalability? What are you thinking about when you want to do that?
I don't know about sustainability. What do you mean by sustainability?
I suppose being able to continue what you're doing without expending, losing out on workers, or maybe moving too fast without the resources. That's the kind of sustainable.
You mean like not running out of money? Yeah. So don't run out of money. That's a big one.
That's a simple.
I mean, at this point, all the startup advice is pretty well known, I think. Like, startups are default dead, so That means unless you and everyone that works for you is actively working to keep the company alive or the project alive, it will die. So that has to be reinforced constantly. And it's usually, there's also a huge there's a huge cost to dead weight.
Yeah.
Both monetarily, like they're eating a salary, and also just group dynamics are really important. So like, if there's somebody that's like kind of distracted or not really contributing as much as everyone else, that will bring everyone else's, performance down.
Yeah.
There's a recent paper that came out about the group dynamics are important. So you want to keep everybody kind of focused on the goal, executing at their best, and constantly being aware of cost, dead weight, and making sure that you're working, that as a leader, you're like picking the next right thing that's important. That's like more startup advice.
Yeah.
If you want more in general advice.
Well, I suppose, those things are hard to do in themselves, but have you found that's hard to do or maintain as work has become much more remote and less face-to-face?
It's different. I mean, everything's always different. Like, this is my second startup. I have a running list of all the mistakes I made in my first startup that I'm making again in my second startup.
Oh, so you've actually noted those down?
Yeah.
And you're seeing
It's
yourself go through those?
It's a whole list of stuff. Yeah. Stuff that I like. The first time around, I thought I didn't have to do, and then also the second time around, I thought I didn't have to do, but then, learn the hard way that I do have to do them. Yeah. Like, everyone has to do a coding challenge. Like, I have to watch them code, otherwise there's too much risk.
When you are about to hire them, you mean?
Yeah. Which I hate doing, but like, it's important.
Yeah.
So I had to learn that lesson again, and there's like 20 of them.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's probably a few more that I have to add. I don't know. I think if you're a founder or trying to be on the edge of what is possible, like the innovation front, let's say, you're kind of like dancing, right? Like, you just have to keep your balance and not fall over, and then adjust.
Another great image to take away. I love this. So we haven't got long left, and I wanted to ask you, based on your kind of two criteria you mentioned, which is, adoption by a lot of users and hard problems, like, what's next?
Oh yeah, I think people are ready for AI that does stuff for you.
Yeah.
Instead of answering questions or beyond answering questions. And that world is pretty unknown. If everybody had a smart personal assistant that they could outsource the menial tasks of life to, like, what does that look like? Does that mean you get to spend more time doing what you're really good at? Does that mean that you have more time to improve the things you're really bad at? Yeah, or take rest or whatever. Is it? I don't know. I think it's, I think the goal with technology is to create agency in people.
Yeah.
And so AIs that can operate on your behalf and do the right thing reliably, I think will create a lot of agency.
Yeah.
So what people do with it is not my problem.
If there was a menial task that you could outsource to AI, what would it be?
Something
you really hate.
Something menial. Yeah, I really need to go shopping and get some more clothes. Like, like I'm out of socks. And,
so they would look at all of your socks and then just buy them for you?
Yeah. No, my Minion's pretty good at buying socks. I can say just go buy socks, and it'll go on Amazon and search for some socks, and it knows that I'm a man and that I like black things, black colored things, and so it'll suggest, how about these socks, and I'll say yes, and then it'll go buy them. So it's pretty good. It's not so good on like do my taxes yet.
Yeah, but socks to taxes.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. Yeah.
We'll get there.
Oh, well, Alex, it's been so nice to chat.
Sure.
And thank you so much for moving the sofa over as well. That really...
Oh, yeah.
I think
it was a little
really
awkward.
So I hope you've enjoyed our fireside chat, everyone. But round of applause for Alex.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
Also, just go this way.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. So, we are coming towards the closing talks of the day, and I want to remind you that there is an after party this evening with Radio 1 DJ Sarah Story, and we are going to take a quick break here. We have Dr. Marwan Al-Zarani, who is one of the Middle East's leading crypto pioneers, just in a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere. if you all want to take a seat, that would be brilliant. Because we are very privileged to have Dr. Marwan Al-Zahrani, who is one of the Middle East's leading crypto pioneers, as well as being the CEO of Dubai Blockchain Center and strategic advisor for the Dubai Department of Economy and Tourism. He founded OTC Supply, the UAE's first over-the-counter exchange, licensed by DMCC. So thanks, Marwan. I'll hand over to you now.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope you have a great week this week and you've had a wonderful time during the event. I would talk a little bit about what we're doing in Dubai when it comes to the metaverse strategy and what is our journey in Dubai when it came to digital transformation and adoption of new technology. So Dubai is one of the fastest growing cities in the world. We pride ourselves of building quality, building with people involvement, people with building with partnerships with a number of our key partners, whether it is in actually building the physical infrastructure or the digital infrastructure of Dubai. We always rely on the best of the best to be our partners, whether it is in building infrastructure when it comes to things like physical roads, internet connectivity, but also the data infrastructure when it comes to enabling startups, enabling the whole ecosystem to thrive. We believe in new technology and we believe in adoption quickly and efficiently. And we believe, and our leadership in the UAE believes that without great leadership and without us being the first to adopt, we already lost the race. So without being able to realize and understand the value take from any new technology, if we don't adopt it and we try it hands-on, we will actually miss the boat. So we practice what we preach. We practice. This is our journey as Dubai Digital. We started very early on with the internet by creating the first purpose-built internet city. We continued that journey of being one of the first countries in the world that not only created e-services online, but also created mobile-first services as well. So every single application for the government can be done on the mobile device. And in 2021, we shifted the whole idea of Smart Dubai being inward-facing and improving government services to improving every government and private sector journey for any person living, working, or even visiting the UAE. And we were one of the first cities in the world, if not the first city, to be completely powered by blockchain in every applicable use case. And we realized that in 2020. And the value takes that we learned and the insights that we can tell you from our journey is that blockchain delivers value in 3 different areas: records and notarization, smart contracts, and value exchange without reliance on a third party. And each one of those different aspects of the value take from blockchain, we realized which sectors and verticals will benefit from the most. For example, in financial services, you have value across the whole value chain. And for that, we prioritized it. We jumped first on settlement, and our super app in Dubai, which is called Dubai Now, was one of the first services where we did the complete settlement in the background on blockchain. We didn't even announce that it was done on blockchain, but we just did it in the background. This is one of the few services that is a super app where you can pay for any government and private sector bill payment, anything you need through a super app. For example, if you have a journey of anything related to your car, you can actually do that completely on your mobile phone. You never have to visit the Roads and Transport Authority. You never have to go and pay anything in cash. You can do everything from the comfort of your home, or even being outside the country. You can even pay gas at the pump using the same app. It's a one-stop shop, super app, 130 plus services. We received 9 worldwide kind of awards and 30 plus different government, now actually more than 30 and it's increasing every day. Even for our employees, we have a super app called Smart Employee, where you as an employee of any government and semi-government entity can actually check your email, contact any other government department, all from the comfort of your phone. You can check in at work, you can check out at work using either GPS location or self check-in and check-out. You can work from home. You don't have to call your employer and tell him where you are. Your boss and line manager can see your availability in real time and how many resources are available, how many are on leave. You cut down all these inefficiencies when it comes to your journey as an employee. You can create your own profile with a QR code where anybody can connect with you, and you can see all the people who connected with you and checked out your profile. You can apply for leaves. You can do anything you want in a single app, including digitally signing and approving budgets, leaves, processes, check out how many leave days you have, and everything else. We also have a digital identity tied to it, and it's called UAE Pass. And UAE Pass is a single sign-on for most of the government services, if not all, whether they are on the federal level or the local level. We use digital identity based on SHA-256, which is the same standard that blockchain and Bitcoin per se is using for the private-public key. So it is a tried and tested kind of technology where we actually did not reinvent the wheel, but rather took what existed and tried. Bitcoin is the world's biggest bug bounty. So if it works for Bitcoin, it works for us. So it includes face recognition, signing, verifying, logging into different government services, and it's easy to sign in and easy to enroll yourself into this service. And this is actually what you used to have to do.
OTP. Create a new PIN. Verify your account using facial recognition. Set your new password for digital signatures. Say yes to UAE Pass, your secure national digital identity. Download and register on the app now.
So it literally takes less than 30 seconds to enroll, and it takes, I did it today actually, took less than 30 seconds to actually enroll a new phone. And you can have multiple phones, you can remove your identity from different phones on the fly very quickly. Super easy to use and super empowering for you to enable you to log into any government service or private sector kind of a website or app from a single digital identity. So you don't have to remember any passwords anymore. For COVID also, we had a super app, super dashboard for us to know where and who got sick and how many beds that we have, how many people got tested, and how many people out of those, and to a very, very, very high level of trust and granularity, and even hotspots, where they were and how we reacted to them. And we had people on the ground to make sure that the data was correct, that it was not garbage in. And this risk assurance and data assurance and data kind of reliability played a huge role, not only in the fast feedback loop that we had in Dubai, but also in the on-the-ground reactivity to the COVID situation. So data is at the core of everything we do, and the metaverse is no exception to that. Our metaverse is actually built on 3 pillars. One pillar is fostering innovation and fostering the industry, attracting the top thinkers in this space to realize the use cases that will be valuable, just like with the blockchain, but for the metaverse. The second thing is education and upskilling people that are already in the UAE through education program and an awareness program. And also, the third thing is government use cases for the metaverse. We are very, very fixed on delivering even more value for our customers, not only by using mobile phone, but also using augmented reality, virtual reality, and other technologies that support it to improve the user experience. And we think about ethics at the core of everything we do, and therefore we published this transparency report on the responsible metaverse self-governance framework for anybody in the world to use, and the focus areas where we see the most value in the metaverse is actually in things like manufacturing, where 16% of the global GDP is at, as well as healthcare, tourism, and retail, education, and financial services. These are the areas that we're starting to focus on when it comes to the metaverse adoption. These are the first go-to-market aspects for us. Gaming is the first easy to, easy access to market when it comes to first use case for blockchain. So enabling gaming as a layer in the metaverse is extremely important. And we just announced our 10-year plan for esports and gaming. And it will rely on 3 aspects when it comes to the metaverse. One is creating a metaverse alliance. The second one is creating very clear metaverse guidelines for government department. Remember, one of the pillars was government adoption in metaverse. So we have to practice what we preach. And the third one is realizing who are the metaverse pioneers and really fostering them and empowering them to do their use cases. And we have the world's first purpose-built virtual asset regulatory authority to help people in not only pegging virtual assets to traditional financial systems, but creating a new kind of regulation where the underlying asset is not what is being regulated, but rather it is the activity of the entity. For example, we license an exchange for being an exchange, not what kind of coins, if they are utility or security, that they are listing. Education is extremely important to us, and this is one of the books and one of the guidelines that we actually follow. It's a book by Alex Tapscott around where the value lies when it comes to metaverse and Web3. It's called Web3. Our metaverse will be based on our existing ecosystems, including the physical and the digital economy, and we're creating what is called the virtual digital economy, an economy that will empower esports, it will empower retail, it will empower experiences, and it will empower virtual worlds as well. It will create new jobs, and these are some of the sample of the jobs that it will create, but we'll have much more than these. And this is the actual ecosystem. All these players and all these verticals will play a role in creating this virtual digital economy. And the numbers are there, and I'll skip through these as well. And we have to have the support structure for this, including cloud computing, including low latency, including strategies when it comes to digital adoption and digital city, including cybersecurity, which is extremely important, and including a 10-year plan with 10 different verticals, with 100 different initiatives to empower the metaverse and empower the Dubai economy to move from the traditional economy to the new sector, which is digital economy and knowledge-based economy. That's it for me. I would not bore you with the videos, but I'll end up with this quote that the size of our digital economy exceeds 100 billion dirhams right now, but we aim to double it in 2 years. Thank you very much, and let's build this economy together. Let's build the metaverse together, and I'll end up with this very short video and how partnerships are important and what we do.
طريقنا في الاتحاد كان طريق سمح ومرغوب ومتبوع بالسهالة وبالخير، والله سبحانه وتعالى ساعدنا على الكثير من الصعاب.
Thanks so much, Marwan. That was fabulous. Next up, and finally, actually, we are honored to welcome Ahmed bin Salayem, the Executive Chairman and CEO of the Dubai Multi-Commodities Center. So, thanks so much, Ahmed. Welcome to the stage.
you. I'd like to thank Human Protocol, Newconomics. This is the DMCC free zone right there, as you can see. Thank you guys for putting that up. That edge over there, that's the Dubai Diamond Exchange. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Ahmed bin Slayem. I joined the Dubai Multi-Commodities Center in 2001, pre-concept, white sheet of paper. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President, Prime Minister, and ruler of Dubai, unveiled the project in April of 2002. We only started registering licensing companies in 2003. I think for that year we captured maybe 30 businesses. We were tasked on a number of fronts, not just advising and attracting businesses to Dubai. We had to build our ecosystem. We had to build our infrastructure. It was an impossible task. I joined at the age of 22. I worked with much older people with me, much more experienced people, but it was a blessing. I joined personally just to gain work experience. The plan was 10 to 30 months back to the private sector, and that was 22 years ago. We looked at building a diamond tower, a gold tower, and a tower for commodities. Simple tasks. Fast forward to 2008, we moved into the tallest diamond tower in the world. The height is about 63 floors of usable office space. Today, it's the hub of the biggest diamond companies in the world, De Beers, Alrosa, Antwerp Diamond Bank was there, Dubai National Bank of Fujairah. It's a full ecosystem for an industry that didn't exist in Dubai. Today, DMCC Dubai is the largest rough diamond center in the world. Within a year or two, we'll capture the polished diamonds. What makes it a success? We're part of the World Federation of Diamond Bourses. In 2016, we chaired the Kimberley process. We're chairing the Kimberley process again in 2024 because we care about the industry. We don't want to let it slip. It's not just a transaction. It's not just an Excel sheet. It was an unlikely scenario, but being close to key markets like in India and other places helped us. So that's one example. There are rough diamond tenders, emerald tenders, polished diamond tenders. We opened the market for lab-grown diamonds. I don't mind. I don't take sides here. It's the same with gold and Bitcoin. I don't take sides. As long as you know what you're getting into, I'm a happy person. Just to give you an idea about the lab-grown diamond industry, which supplies, I guess, the jewelry market, designs for those who wouldn't wear a leather jacket, would go with a jacket made of pineapple skin or not, something like that. That has a market. But the main industry for the lab-grown diamond industry is the tech industry. It is the best material as a semiconductor. They're called diamond wafers. So the lab-grown diamond industry has an opportunity, especially if they focus on selling art, not the paint. And that's what killed the lab-grown emeralds. I touched on that a little bit because it's unusual to hear about a city like Dubai that didn't have any diamond business over 20 years ago and today leads the industry. I am going to come to the tech side of the business. My early days, I struggled to connect with the market. We struggled to get the fair coverage because newspapers, local newspapers, didn't really have the background on the commodities business. So what worked for us? I had to play a little bit naughty, give exclusive to key papers, but as soon as social media platforms became more of mainstream, we utilized it. During the global recession, when the markets were shut down, when it was difficult to travel, what kept DMCC going was Salesforce and allowing our members to register 100% online. Something I personally never liked. I always blocked it. I can tell you why. I've watched too many episodes of Mr. Robot, and I'm always worried that there's a super hacker that's gonna, take us for a ride. But according to one of our members, the security features that DMCC puts you through is as good, if not better, than if you came in person. I'll take his word for it. Just to give you an idea of the size of DMCC, we represent over 23,000 businesses today. 90% of them are new to the United Arab Emirates. We've retained more than 85%. It is because we engage with the members. We have knowledge series, we update them, etc. In 2020, we had webinars, and I suspect in 2020 we captured a lot of businesses from the UK because they didn't have a place to go. They were still struggling with the, I guess, the ripple effect of Brexit, the COVID pandemic, and they needed somewhere to go, and they'd hear about DMCC. Just to give you a perspective, there are 5,000 UK businesses in the United Arab Emirates. Over 40% of them are based in DMCC. We have also 50% of the US businesses as well. For 2020, we registered over 2,200 companies. That was a record at the time. We broke it in 2021. We captured 2,485 companies. Last year, it's a record that's going to be difficult to match. We captured 3,049 companies. And since the beginning of this year, up till now, I believe it's almost 2,400, 2,380 or something. I watch this on a daily basis. It's actually fun. It's like a slow race, if you will. But when we looked at the crypto business, I recall my colleague, James Bernard, some of you might know him, dragged me to join the blockchain council, I believe, Dubai Blockchain Council, now called Global Blockchain Council. And I was busy taking on the KP, I think 2015 or 16, early on. And my words to James was, I don't want to, I'm busy. But what I liked about the blockchain and crypto industry is the added transparency and the fact that some of the banks were complaining about it. The fact that they complained about it wanted me to get more involved. Because for those of you who are in the gold industry, you should know that gold financing hasn't changed since the late 70s. And it is causing an issue. People want to engage in businesses that are transparent, traceable, and the Gold Council today is working with us to establish kind of a system of tokenized gold, because they didn't like how gold performed compared to crypto in 2020 and 2021. We've had a number of precious metals conference 2 years ago. Some of you might know this. We had Michael Saylor at a gold and precious metals conference telling our audience, drop gold, gold is dead, go for Bitcoin. Last year, the year after, we had Peter Schiff. Bitcoin did go down, so he had a few words from his side. This time we have a good group of speakers from that are coming for the Precious Metals Conference at the Uptown Tower from 2020, in, I think, November 21. Google it. If it's interesting, do register if you're visiting Dubai. The Crypto Center, DMCC Crypto Center, represents over 600 companies. 70% of the GCC market is in the DMCC Crypto Center. Not because we provide preferential rates, maybe it's the location, but for most of these businesses to plug and play with the market and better access, DMCC is the place. DMCC is usually the address. We have a variety of businesses. Me personally, before tying up with CV Labs, before VARA was established, we avoided any type of activity that handles other people's monies. We wanted to protect the market as much as possible. But we have a variety of activities, like EVI that provides rating for blockchain and crypto businesses, looking to roll out on institutional level soon. I like that idea. I like the idea that they're going to make S&P, Moody's sweat and work a bit harder. Some people blame them for the market crash of 2008, but I won't dwell on that too much. For personal reasons, I pushed for the DMCC Gaming Center. Didn't know if it would succeed a lot, but I wanted to explore that a little bit. I'm happy to say we have, I think, 120, if not more, 160 companies. One of them is called Mintrout, that focuses mainly on phones. And they had Razer seed a project with them, invest with them. And Razer, if you know them, they work on PCs, laptops, but they wanted to expand into the phone business. So I haven't seen any of the products, but I'll look into it. I think a lot of you guys are coffee drinkers. There is a nice video. I would appreciate if they'll play the coffee video at least, not the DMCC one. We have a coffee center in Jafza South that we own. We license, we register, provides white labeling service, a business center, barista training, barista tournaments, roasting training, roasting tournaments. We have processing machines by Brambati that could handle 6 tons of green coffee per hour. And from offloading the green coffee up till it's roasted and packaged, there's no human interaction. We can apply anyone's roast profile. Now, unless you're a coffee guy, this is exciting. If you're not, I urge you to visit. It's something we like to do. The AI center that we've been teasing around, we're taking steps towards that. I never wanted to touch it. Bilal was with me. It was a gaming event, and I was sitting next to a friend from Finland, and I remember we just finished, I'm catching my breath, and Vella tells me, Ahmed, why don't you launch a DMCC AI center? I almost fell off my chair. I don't have time. But it is very likely will be the fastest growing one. Our focus will be on the markets. The business is coming from the Scandinavian area, South Korea, China, India, everywhere else. We work closely with Google. Google worked with us and Astrolabs to create the Google Tech Hub in DMCC. That's where it was established and branched out from there. We've recently have tie-ups with Bybit, Solana Foundation. Bybit is for the listing, Solana, and we've set up Binance Technologies, MENA DMCC. I recall CZ that day was very impressed at how fast we set up his company. Not the exchange, but his business. I bring this up, I'm going back and forth. DMCC as an initiative has been attempted a few times in our region, but it failed. Yet His Highness was happy to push this through. I'd like to ask a question to the crowd. How many of you have visited DMCC? Very cool. By the way, Marwan's first business was set up with DMCC before it was trendy in our region. I urge you guys, when you're in Dubai, look us up. We have 2 iconic buildings that we've delivered. The Almas Tower wasn't supposed to work the way it did. It was supposed to be 20 floors and 20 floors hotel. I didn't like the inefficiency in the building. So we took off the hotel, and my team assumed it's going to be 20 floors. It's 63 floors of usable office space, sold to end users using an Oracle system within between 7 and 8 hours. We were only 400 companies then. From moving into the building during the global recession onwards, on average, over 2,000 companies we'd register. We've recently moved into the new building, Uptown Tower, which is mixed use, 81 stories, and I'd love to host you guys there. No diamond business. The assumption in Dubai was that the focus will be on this building, people will leave Almas, but the diamond exchange is there, the front office of DMCC, the services, all are based out of Almas Tower. One point of assurance I gave at the radio interview was, we don't need to take away the business and services from Almas to make Uptown Tower a success. It will stand on its own. We have a ballroom that takes up to almost 1,000 people. The hotel that we signed with Accor, so Uptown. There's branded Resi, where we've sold over 54% using Sotheby's. The office space we've rented out completely with 3 times the waiting list. Now, DMCC has 5 floors. 3 for the DMCC management, 1 floor for the new revamped crypto center, and another floor for the free zone. The gaming center, I don't have control on where it would be. My colleagues want it open, accessible within JLT. But what's interesting is the Gemological Institute of America picked Uptown Tower for their largest headquarter outside the US, 4 floors for their academy, for their laboratory, and headquarters. Now, they don't need 7,000 to 8,000 square meters. So I would always, prod Tom Moses to let me know if he's using the extra space. They have an internal policy in GIA. Whatever space they take abroad, they have to take double to expand into. That's called, good planning. And my last message to him is, why don't you add pearls? And he said, well, we're adding pearls and color stones. They're looking to utilize it. Now, GIA doesn't exist anywhere else outside the US. Carlsbad, California, New York, and Dubai. That means all of the polished diamonds from Africa, India, the region, even in China, would come to Dubai for certification and go out. So I know the amount of polished diamond trade will go up. 5-7 years ago, according to Paul Rapps of Rapps Diamonds in New York, every 3 to 5 months, there might be one opportunity of a big polished diamond transaction in Dubai. His partner today is in Dubai every other month or every month now. Things are changing. To give you an idea, the leading sector in DMCC today is the oil and gas and renewable energy. We have over 3,300 companies, half of which we've captured in the last 3 years. This includes Aramco Trading, Sinopec from China, Reliance, Total, Lukoil, Trafigura, amongst many others, including companies that have been established within DMCC. I think I've touched on enough businesses. I'm thinking, any of you plan? Wait, I've asked who've been to DMCC. How many of you have been to Dubai here? All right, I can't assume which week you'd be visiting Dubai. There's the Satoshi Roundtable, which I'm likely going to miss. I'm going to be at the Indaba week in Cape Town. But regardless, when you do come, I would strongly urge you to visit DMCC. It has won the best free zone of the year by FDI magazine, Financial Times FDI magazine, 9 years in a row. Not an easy feat. We will push for the 10th time. But one of the major reasons we've had the success at DMCC is that we engage with members. We hear the recommendations. I'm more interested in what we're not doing right, what we could do better. I am struggling to think about how I'm going to close this. I wanted to just thank everybody to give me this opportunity. And check out our website. I think we have it in Portuguese. We have it in Spanish. We have it in Mandarin. We have it in Arabic. We have it in Hebrew. And I think we might have a landing page in French. If there's a language you feel that is not there, that should be there, we're probably using AI by now. The Uptown Tower, we've used robots for the tight and difficult areas within the building. Rest assured, DMCC's story will continue to grow. We're in the expansion side of DMCC. And I know 22 years is a long time. Being on the lead, there is that temptation of relaxing, but I'm not relaxing. My colleagues are not relaxing. This roadshow started with Miami, Bogota, Risaralda, Johannesburg, Zimbabwe, for Victoria Falls for the KP meetings, and I did not want to miss this event. I believe within 3 days, I've met with 3 companies that are looking to set up or tie up in one way or the other at DMCC. So there is a value to it. I know I promoted the hell out of our free zone. It's a habit. But I'm part of a different group within Dubai. Our sister company is DP World, where it has presence in every continent, I believe, and it's looking to expand. I don't have enough time to seed projects and wait 10 years for it. There will be joint projects with them, like the upcoming, the newly announced DMCC Water Center. The coffee center itself was only established because of the success of the tea center. Knowing that 80% of countries that produce teas also produce coffee, I had to look into it. So it's kind of that kind of mentality when it came to the crypto center, gaming center, and now soon to be the AI center, which I hope would make DMCC more nimble and more active and more engaging. And anyways, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ahmed. That was incredible. I think we've got a lot to learn there. So we are hurtling towards the end of the day now, but we have some time with the Human Protocol team who will be announcing the winners of the hackathon. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Human Protocol.
Yeah. Thank you for still being here.
Yes.
Thanks everyone for coming. Can you hear us? 100? I don't.
Test.
La, la, la,
Okay.
oh, yeah,
cool.
la, la, la.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, mics are working.
Yes. Thanks a lot, everyone, for coming. We had an incredible time. I hope you did too. I know everybody's looking to network, looking to get some drinks and to party.
Yeah.
So we are trying to keep this short and sweet. And yeah, you have been seeing this wonderful human logo over there, but some of you might not know what human actually is. So can we get the video rolling first to briefly summarize what we're all about?
Thanks. Should we sit or stand?
All humans work, and we love the fruit of our labor. But sometimes, we don't get to taste the fruit. Somebody takes a big chunk of it. At Human Protocol, we set out on a mission to fairly reward all kinds of work, to give power back to people, and unlock the next generation of knowledge workers. It started with your clicks. Our technology made it possible to reward you for solving CAPTCHAs. At the same time, we enabled anyone to access the quality data needed to train better AI products. We saw that our approach could be applied to a multitude of use cases in most types of work. Through Human Protocol, anyone can request response and verify contributions from pools of global workers. It is a trustless layer that sits on top of blockchains. Any type of work can be represented, verified, and rewarded, creating new decentralized job markets with no intermediary control. What started with a click has grown into a new world of work. Join us, Human Protocol. All work on-chain, tokenized, verified, rewarded.
All right.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you. Yes, so we'll run you briefly through a presentation of what we do, and we have some amazing partners of ours here as well. We have some tools that you can work with. CVET is here, Ordino's here. We have an incredible use case of Human Protocol with Me Protocol as well. But first and foremost, I would love for Mehdi to announce the winners of the hackathon that we did in parallel to this awesome event.
So we organized a hackathon at Human and during 3 weeks. And so I will announce the winners for the hackathon. So our first winner is...
do we need a clicker? I guess we need a clicker. Sorry, I'm going to get it.
Oh, we got an Andreas. Amazing. There we go. Thank you, Andreas.
So for the governance functionalities, we have a winner for implementing delegation feature and notification bot is Carlos Ramos for $1,000. For building a chatbot launcher for Human, we have Sartak with $700. And for implementing AI content moderation for Fortune, we have Ansh Masand for $800.
Yeah, so that's great. And I want to thank Mehdi from our tech team to be on stage with us. And I think we'll do more and more bounties like this to improve our protocol. Thanks, Mehdi, for being with us. Thanks. Cheers.
Yeah, and I think next year our goal is to use the Human Protocol as the bounty system.
Absolutely. That would be amazing.
So
that would be amazing.
We can do it on protocol.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, we do a lot already, but we are looking forward to community contributions to have even more job types and even more bounties on Human Protocol. What do I mean with job types and what are we actually here for? So we are here to build a faster, a fairer, a better, a more transparent economy for everyone. And this is literally why it's called Newconomics. New economies. We want to have that for people to be able to build it in a fast and easy way. So what are we? We're a decentralized open source platform. And I know a lot of projects say that, but that's very important to us. We love our open source community. We love everybody in the community that's contributing, that's bringing up proposals, that's doing work, that's doing suggestions, and that's working with us to provide this great vision that Human Protocol is for a fairer, more decentralized way of rewarding people for contribution, for collaboration at scale that we have never seen before. So basically how it works is a project can come in and launch jobs or launch tasks and offer bounties that get stored in an escrow, which is important so that we can be sure that the payout will happen once there was a machine verifiable input from a worker, basically. We have different tools like HCAP, like CVAT, like Ordino, different ways where you can label data, which is one of our core use cases. We're very big on AI, as you might have guessed from our whole theme. And we are very flexible. So what we do is we offer opportunity. We offer different job types, and whatever you do with this is open to you and your own creativity. Again, Me Protocol will talk in a bit about how they use our Smart Bounty system, but you can think about it for A/B testing. You can think about it for business process outsourcing, meaning you can break down complex tasks into many different ones, then contributing from all over the world and stitching it back together to get a great result. You have data annotation, of course, machine learning, and much more. So we are perfect for very high volume tasks. That means the more tasks you have, the more scalability you need. And we are here to provide that. So you can think of us as your human-in-the-loop provider. You need any human to complete any tasks, we got you covered. We have actually, I think 7 or 8 job types already, 9 if you count a DeFi one.
Yeah.
So basically you can label data, you can A/B test, you can get free entries, that means for data scraping, for people gathering information, for reports, multiple choice, surveys, any kind of queries. You can literally ask any question on the internet and you shall be provided as many answers as you want. We have a video prepared for that to quickly showcase so that you understand what we mean by these job types. So if we could play that really quick. So I'll walk you through it so that you understand what you see on screen, basically. So you could have ideas and you need work done. So how do you do it? How do you scale it up? You basically set up a bunch of different tasks that you want to have completed. You define how much you want to charge for it. You define how many people you want to work on it. And then it will go out there and it will get delivered back. We already support image, video, and text labeling. Audio labeling is in the work. You can see binary labeling in CAPTCHAs. There's selection of areas. There's different types of annotations for segmentation, multiple choice, either with an image or with a text. And this is, for example, where you could then understand and train a model to extract information so that you can better do it in the future to understand what you are extracting, what you have in store, basically. You have free entry, both in text and in numbers. You have multiple choice. So you can really go all out with any kind of job types you want. A/B testing, understanding which logo is better, which slogan is better, or just ask any question. We have humbly called it Ask Athena, the goddess of wisdom, so that you can get the wisdom of the crowd, basically. And all of that together makes up the current available job types on Human Protocol, but our clever community always comes up with new ways to, well, enhance this. So, yeah. We are multi-chain. That means we're very agnostic. We believe that's very important in a decentralized system, that we're not reliant on one central entity, another single point of failure, which is why we have a great array of blockchains that we're working with, constantly expanding that as well. And now for our numbers. We already have completed 2.12 billion tasks, billion, yes, indeed, solved up to October 31st, which is even more impressive because we didn't start that long ago. We have dozens of thousands of users that are active every week. We have over 700,000 signups in total, and we do actually 20 million transactions on chain, which is, I believe, what makes us one of the more active projects in the space with real-world use cases impacting real life. We are global, we are fast, and we have said this time and time again during the conference, we are here for fairness and for transparency. You have heard use cases of people abusing workers, exploiting them, and with our escrow system, with our report system and our content moderation, we are making sure that never happens again. People can choose to work the conditions they want to work in, how much they want to charge, which type of work they want to pick up, and we love that we can empower this on a global scale. One of the more interesting use cases, and a very cool one, is together with the Salk Institute and with CVAT, who is going to come up on stage soon, for animal behavior tracking to understand animal behavior, for example, to save the bees. So we're very happy that we can do our part in that. We're going to reveal and talk about HuFi, our cool offering in DeFi, in a little bit. Yes, I'll leave that up to you, so I'll just tease it for now. We have a great ecosystem of different operators. You can check all of that out online. If you want to reach out, we have a partnerships team. We all have already over 100 partners and counting, and we would always love to welcome more people that want to join us. So if you want to join us, reach out. If you have an idea, join us wherever you want. Write us an email, join us on Discord, tweet at us. We're very happy, and again, thank you all for attending, and we'll hand it over to some cool projects in our amazing community. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Oh, sounds great. Cool, so, next presentation. So we've had hackathon, then what's human, and now it's time for grantees to join us on stage and to watch a video about CVAT. I don't know if the CVAT team is going to speak. Video is going to launch in a second.
Can we get it going?
Oh yeah, Nikita from CVAT is joining us.
Then,
hey Nikita.
Then please everyone welcome Nikita from CVAT. So maybe we play the video first and then you can say some words. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so please roll the video and then Nikita will say some words and explain a little bit more about CVAT.
Oh.
Or maybe you talk about CVAT first and then we show the video?
So I think whilst we're waiting for the screens to just reboot,
okay,
maybe we can talk about CVAT with Nikita on stage, and then you'll see a video. Nikita, you want to start talking a bit more about your company? Or maybe Alex, you have something to say about CVAT.
Well, so just a little backstory. If you look for labeling tools and machine learning on the internet, right? How do you do this, right? You type in machine learning labeling and GitHub. And we're looking all across the internet, and we see this project that just has a massive amount of stars and this huge support by it. Large companies are using it. And so when we wrote Nikita an email and he responded, and we were a fledgling blockchain company, we were super honored to work with them. It was just, it's kind of like one of those things where you're like, oh, wow, I guess we're in the big time now. We've got like the premier labeling tool working with us. And we worked together at least for a year or so, just going back and forth. We always take the approach of just trying to figure out how we can help. And so when CVAT was open to launching work on top of the human protocol, it just, it just changes everything, right? It changes the status of human, but it also provides, I think, some capability to CVAT, having a labor pool. So maybe you could talk a little bit about how you think about, what human gives you in terms of a labor pool and, what the options are there.
Okay, first of all, I'm happy to be here. And I want to say that we provide just data platform, right? Using our platform, you can prepare data for AI products, for AI algorithms. But data platform is nothing without human workforce. And basically, human protocol give us infrastructure and give us amazing community which can annotate data at scale. And I believe CVAT and human protocol is the really next era in the data labeling, because right now we can solve many problems which we can solve at the moment, but it's not scale. For example, if we are talking about in-house team, it doesn't work well, or it's very expensive if we try to outsource something to another company. And if we try to do crowdsourcing, it also works bad, because current platforms just take a huge amount of money and doesn't provide you a reliable solution which help you to annotate data and prepare data for your computer vision algorithms. And yeah, we can see it, I hope, in action.
Yeah, Yeah, just while that's going on, I'm kind of curious. You've gone now from big company to startup, like from Intel to now running your own thing. It's got to be kind of scary, you know, going off on your own. And I'm kind of curious, you know, like whether, you know, and this is for other people who might be in the labeling space, you know, do you think that human was part of the reason why it was possible to kind of make this kind of, I mean, no offense, crazy leap, right? It's a little crazy starting a new thing.
Yeah, I believe that human plays a critical role here, right? It's without support, right? Such partners like human, it's very difficult, you know, to become a startup, right? And you know, together, we created a great solutions, and we serve our customers, and yeah, you know, just leap forward.
Yeah, you guys are actually making money now.
Yeah.
It's just like, so just so you guys know, right, going from effectively no company to a profitable company in a year is kind of unheard of, especially in the ML space, right? So I think, you know, it's worthwhile taking a step back and asking yourself, you know, like, one, we know it's a hot space, right? A lot of people need this technology, so people are desperate to it. But I think it really points to kind of the larger opportunity that people desperately want around this human labeling. And I think, you know, one of the things that really I love about CVAD is when my background in machine learning and imagery space was kind of just like boring labeling and boxes, and like I think you guys saw some of the stuff that we were doing with the SOC with animal behavior modeling, and that stuff is like kind of light years even beyond me. So I'm kind of curious, did you ever think you would be labeling rats and bugs, or is this kind of something you saw coming, or was it, you know, kind of a surprise when the SOC guys came to us?
Yeah, just it was a big project, right? You know, sometimes customers come to us and say, we want to annotate huge amount of data, right? And it's very challenge, right? And if you need to annotate a couple of images, okay, you can do it yourself. If you need to annotate huge amount of data, it's extremely challenging task. And you know, and for SOC, right? I believe we annotated 150 videos for WAM, for way use case. It was extremely tough task. It was extremely difficult, and yeah, it was only possible because of human protocol and
thanks for that.
their technologies.
And I have a question though. After such a successful first year, what's the next challenge for you?
Yeah.
Because I mean, you've achieved so much in a year. What are the big next steps?
Besides more money.
I believe we need to extend our platform and serve more customers. Right now, we are growing pretty fast, and we see that we need to improve our platform and serve, you know, not hundreds of thousands of customers. We need to serve millions of customers, and the gap, it's very challenging. It's a big challenge to make the gap, because when you try to serve, for example, a couple of customers, it's easy, right? When somebody uses your, I don't know, you have 1,000 customers, it's easy. Right now, we're very close to become 1 million, right, in the nearest future. And we just need to prepare our platform to the leap.
So
and
scaling.
It's huge.
Scaling is the next challenge.
Yeah.
Computer vision for people is sort of a kind of a magic black box.
It seems magic to me, and I've been working it for 5 years.
Yeah. What would be the use case you are the most proud of, or maybe a fun use case or something unusual that you've seen working in this computer vision thing? A crazy thing people are training computer to see and recognize.
Basically, when you try to work with big customers, when come to you and say, okay, we need to annotate some use case, right? And it has, for example, you need to annotate 100,000 images. It has 15 labels on each image. and it has quite complex data annotation specification.
And you have 2 days.
Yeah, and it's just, you even don't understand how you can teach your data annotation team and community, for example, to annotate such kind of task, right? The only way here is just to split the task on multiple ones and somehow scale. But it's just so typical use case. It's
Cool. Thanks for that answer. I think the screen is back, so maybe the video is going to.
All right. Let's see if we can get a video going. All right, tech team.
Oh, that's amazing.
Perfect. Thank you.
The computer vision annotation tool, CVAT, stands as a leading open source data annotation platform with over 70,000 users on the CVAT AI cloud and 1 million of downloads. Facing challenges in the AI industry due to the surge in projects generating daily petabytes of data, CVAT is dedicated to innovative solutions. Traditional methods of annotating datasets using in-house, traditional and crowdsourced solutions bring drawbacks. High price, poor quality annotations, limited scalability, and missed deadlines. To tackle these issues, CVAT AI and Human Protocol unite for a revolutionary Web3-based solution. This collaboration, powered by smart contracts, decentralizes infrastructure, automates payments, and sets transparent expectations. Workers and oracles diligently annotating tasks are rewarded for their quality completion. This ushers in a new era in data labeling characterized by cost-effectiveness, superior quality, supported by premier data annotation platform and humans' unique Oracle's technology, high scalability, potentially reaching millions of workers, ensuring the certainty of meeting deadlines. CVAT and Human Protocol, setting a new standard in the AI annotations industry.
Yeah. Thank you, Nikita, for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And see you at the party.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Brilliant.
I love that guy.
Screens are back. No, screen is back.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. So next is on our list, if I'm not mistaken, I'm just waiting for the presentation to appear on our screens.
I still want to jump to the end, but I still have to wait, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
so
up next
excited.
is one of our grantees. It's Me Protocol. And we would love to welcome Robert to the stage. Robert was one of the earlier people to get a grant, and we're super excited to see what he built with us, what he has built with us, and what he will build with us in the future. So everyone, please welcome Robert to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. So I'll go quickly through a little bit of a use case for Human Protocol in the real world. So our company, MyAI and the Me Protocol, we've created a new infrastructure for rewards. And what that does is it allows any brand, any business to create rewards that can be redeemed across any other business anywhere in the world in a frictionless way. How do we do that? We've developed an infrastructure called the Me Protocol that at the core of it has what's called an automated market maker that we've completely redesigned to fit the rewards scenario. And what that allows for is what we call trustless interoperability of reward systems. What that means is that any business, like a bank, for example, that wants to issue rewards through credit card purchases, those rewards can be immediately usable on an airline miles program, or in your local Starbucks, or at Hermes when you're buying a scarf. That's what our system does, and it's a new type of reward system. So why we're interested in Human Protocol is we wanted to provide a seamless experience for our users to be able to earn rewards. And what do I mean by seamless? Well, here's an example of what our marketplace looks like. In this marketplace, when you've been given this new type of reward, you can see all the products and services from all the brands that are participating. And with us, if you see a product that you like, you want to use your rewards to redeem for that product, and you don't have rewards from that brand, you can use rewards from any other brand to redeem for that product. It's a direct redemption process and it's seamless for the user. No brand has to accept rewards from any other brand. It's called trustless interoperability. And what we wanted to use the human protocol for is how people actually earn rewards from brands aside from purchasing products. So how would you earn rewards from a brand for that? So I'll give you a couple case studies here of how we're working with partners on this. So one, a luxury marketplace, actually the largest luxury marketplace in the world, Farfetch, is one of our partners and investors. And they had a sort of a traditional tiered-based rewards program, where if you spend 500 euros in their marketplace, you get access, I don't know, to VIP customer service or something like that. They didn't have a fungible rewards program. They didn't have a way to actually issue rewards to people for answering emails or for promoting them on social media. And so what we can do through an integration with our Me protocol infrastructure is we can allow a seamless user experience on their own platform. So when a user purchases products from Farfetch, they get rewarded, and that they can actually promote Farfetch on social media, write product reviews, and otherwise give them attention internationally. What Human Protocol does for us is it allows us to offer very complex tasks for people to promote the brands. In fact, tasks that are more complicated and too complicated for us to automate through traditional ways. So users that want to buy a purse for their partner, for example, can interact with Farfetch on Twitter and earn rewards that they can spend in the marketplace. That's how it works. And furthermore, why that's interesting for brands like Farfetch is that onboarding brands within their marketplace with this type of reward means they immediately get exposure to customers from around the world. So they can use rewards to promote their base. Secondly, traditional bank rewards program. In a bank rewards program, you get rewards for buying things with MasterCard or Visa. It's a traditional sense, and you get points. And sometimes those points can be used on brands that are the bank's customers. Once again, we offer them a way in which they can use rewards. Use rewards to promote the brands within their system. And they actually came to us and said, Robert, I hear you're doing something interesting in reward space. Our rewards program is already very capable. We want to allow small merchants and small brands to issue their own rewards and be able to attract international customers. And we want you to help promote them, and we do so with an integration with Human Protocol. And then lastly, here we see a large merchant that has about 50 million users quite actively in their app. They have trouble engaging with these users and converting into purchase. So a lot of people use this app to scan wine, to understand if this is good wine or how it's rated, but they have a hard time of converting them to actually purchase through the marketplace. So we offer them ability to not only reward the customers for example, purchasing the wine, but also for promoting the wine in the marketplace. We do that with Human Protocol, this is our plan for integration with Human Protocol. So things like writing a product review, we can automate. We can see that someone wrote a product review, but if you want to see if they wrote a quality product review, or they included these items in the product review, it's very difficult for us to automate that process. So we use humans to do that. That's just a brief overview. Happy to talk to you more about the integration and the margins. Thank you, Human Protocol team. You've been great supporters of our work.
Thank you, Robert. Perfect. And now it is time for the moment you have waited for.
Oh man.
So I'll hand over this to you guys.
Well,
time.
I just want to say this real quick, which is, when this first started, we were all about ML as a previous startup, as we discussed HCAPTCHA is where that was based from. But for the longest time, I've really wanted to do something for the crypto community. And so I am so, I can't tell you how excited I am to finally do something that is going to completely change the way that all of blockchain works. This is we've had this dream for a long time that, you know, as much as it was great that we had a lawyer up talking about the law, like, I think a lot of people here want to live in a world where we have tokens and code, and that's it. So this is where I'm going to let Maxine take over.
Yeah, yeah, we're really excited. So I'll show you a video of our new product called UFI. And before telling anything else, I think the video speaks for itself. So I'm just going to launch it, and I'm sure that you guys are going to have
UFI is a revolutionary, community-powered, market-making platform designed to incentivize liquidity providers in both centralized and decentralized exchanges. UFI enables market making for CEX and DEX using smart contracts. It enables transparency in market making, and anyone can create, manage, and track campaigns. It boosts liquidity and trading volumes. There are no more outrageous fees with UFI. UFI has two main user profiles, Campaign Launcher and Market Maker. Campaign Launcher launches market-making campaigns that incentivize the community to participate in providing liquidity and volume. Anyone can go on UFI and create a market-making campaign, fund it, and launch it within minutes. Confirm the campaign was launched on the chain. A market maker seeking new strategies and methods to increase their profits uses UFI to increase their market-making powers to earn extra rewards. The market maker goes to UFI, browses the available campaigns, chooses the campaign that suits him, and clicks on Join. In the case of a CFI campaign, users will enter read-only API keys to verify their orders and trades. In the case of a DeFi campaign, users connect the same wallet that they will be using for market making. Users will continue to do market making, working with their existing tools and strategies. UFI measures the impact on liquidity and volume, calculating the liquidity score for each user, which includes position volume, time withheld, spread, and total liquidity in a pool. The liquidity score is then stored on the chain. UFI's unique reward distribution system distributes rewards regularly proportional to the user liquidity score. The more impact a user has on the campaign, the more rewards they will receive. Rewards distribution is fully transparent and can be confirmed on the chain.
So the thing that's not totally obvious about this video that I really want to point out is, for a long time we've had, I'm sure you guys are familiar with coins like DAI that have made markets on DEX. But what's amazing about this technology is now you can programmatically, from languages like Solidity, launch a market-making campaign from Solidity. So that means we can create a whole new era of real-world assets that can market-make themselves, not just on DEX, but on CEX exchanges all across the world. So, like, imagine a world where we could have stable coins like Tether or USDC that hold their peg as tightly as those coins, but are completely decentralized. There's no Paolo to reverse transactions. We could have a DAI that always trades at $1. And think of the impact that's going to have on the crypto community. And it's all going to be based on human.
Yeah, that's so exciting. Even from a community building perspective, imagine a world when you can just share with your community a new platform where they can meet together and try to make sure that their favorite token is liquid and available to the world. I mean, that's a new way of seeing DeFi, and also that's a new way to make people not compete anymore with whales or big, entities that are just here to kind of scalp them on the market, but are here just to, as Alex said, make sure that their favorite token just sustains a certain price and goes through this market.
Yeah. Sorry, my heart's beating.
Yeah, sorry. I was about to drop an adjective, but I've just dropped. Yeah. Cool. So, we're really excited about it. Obviously, with Alex, we've been working on it, but also huge props to our tech team that made that happen. UFI is available to any market makers, and I think starting from next week, we're going to onboard our first users. Yep. So, yeah, we're more than excited, and let's just go all on UFI.
Yeah, the code's ready to go. Come join us.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Sure. So another exciting features that we are launching, not just launching, but revising, and I think Andreas might want to talk about it because it's really linked to what you were working on. He's our new launchpad, so Andres.
Exactly. So I've shown in my previous presentation about the worker point of view. It's the fairness, it's the guarantee that you get paid if you do the work, it's the reputation that you have, it's the different job types. But now we have a launch pad, so the other side. How do you actually get a job into human protocol? Well, the answer is the launchpad. So you can show, basically you can think of it as an interface where you see all the different available job types. You have it grouped, you have it in one place, you have it based on reputation, based on experience, based on leaderboard, and you can really easily attract new users. You can even put up educational material in the job type wiki, so that has shown that if people actually know what they're doing, they actually perform better at their job. Who would have known? So this is how it looks like. You choose basically, depending on the job type, what you want to see, what you want to set, and you then basically go from there. You see the available solutions, and then as a click, basically, you launch your job. This is great. This is a lot easier. You don't need any previous, basically, coding knowledge, and you can have really a whole world at your fingertips, basically, with any kind of data activity. There's new features. For example, we always mentioned reputation score. That's very important to us, both for the worker, but also for the launcher, because we also want to know who's the best launcher, who has the coolest jobs available, right? And with all of this together, coming together into one place, you have everything available at glance, basically, so you can see all the connected data. So this is a look at the leaderboard, for example. This would be an operator. I think, you can check it out yourself for different, basically, kind of tools. Operators, just to quickly explain it, are basically tools that are within the ecosystem, that are services that you can utilize during the whole job life cycle. So we have chains, we have recording oracles, we have reputation oracles, we have job launchers, and then we have the tools where the jobs can be completed, and lastly, the workers. So there's a lot more documentation online that is far beyond my knowledge, because our tech team has done an amazing job documenting everything about this, releasing an SDK. So if you want to know more, go to our GitHub. It's very comprehensive. Everything is basically there. And because I know it's already late, I want to finish with that. And we're looking forward to seeing even more jobs than we have already on the human protocol. And I think with that, we're going to go to the closing words for our conference. And that is just saying thank you to everyone involved. Thank you to everyone who has attended, who has been organizing this. Thank you to the amazing team that has provided this awesome production value that we see here. Thank you to the security, to the staff, to everybody that helped us basically to keep fed, to keep hydrated. Thanks a lot to all of our team that is here, and especially thanks to everyone who has attended, who has been giving amazing speeches. And we hope to do it again. And party, drinks, coming soon. I know that's what we're here for. I'm going to shut up now. Thank you so much for coming.